Okay.
So, my mom was here today.
Okay.
All right. There was a lot of conversation. I would have probably gotten more. Well, I did, I only needed to edit to a certain degree. Also, my camera quality is too high because this is the SD for the other show. So it shows like way too much of the background, and I don't want to have to worry about my entire shot for a whole stream.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so there's a lot of things that she wanted to talk to me about and ask questions about. Okay. So I figured I'll tell you the first thing. Okay.
Yep.
She asked. They know they're not going to get let out because there wasn't time to let them out before the show. Now he's mad. No. She asked she didn't know the guy's name. She just, what do you think about Trump's running mate or VP pick or something?
Yes.
And I was like, it's the dumbest pick he could have taken. The only thing it gives him is a more guaranteed Ohio vote, which he probably was going to get anyway.
Yes.
Like, he chose the guy that gives him nothing. She's like, yeah, but it's nice to have someone young in there. I was like,
oh my God.
I guess Marco Rubio is pretty young.
Yeah.
And she was like, aren't they from the same state? Because, like, I think Trump technically has residency in Florida now.
Sure.
Like, so I guess, but Trump would just be like, no, I'm a New Yorker. Who knows? I'm just, sticking up for my boy, Tim Scott, who clearly was the best person to put in there. And it's funny because the fascist and the groypers and stuff, they're still mad anyway because JD Vance has a Hindu Indian wife or something.
Yes, I saw this. I posted Parmesan Girl talking about it.
Oh my God.
You know, the Asadists, they're definitely not Nazis posting JQ type questions about Indians. Oh boy.
Right? so he still lost those people because he picked an ethnic person.
Yeah.
Because they have an interracial marriage. Right?
So funny.
Those people are definitely going to vote for him anyway. Like, what are you doing, bro? Pick the black guy. Yeah. So anyway, obviously, the assassination attempt came up. Now, I figured instead of telling you what she said, we could play a game, and you can guess what narrative she said to me and asked about. It was a very long conversation. All right. So anytime you can guess one correctly, you'll get a point. And
What's
if you can,
like, what subject?
Just the assassination itself. Just information narratives that are definitely incorrect. Every time you get one wrong, you lose a point. How high can he score? Big score.
That it was staged.
No. That's way too fringe. Way too fringe for her. She's normie.
The Secret Service let it happen.
Kind of. That's kind of a half point. There was a lot of talk about the Secret Service and questions about the Secret Service.
Woman Secret
Service.
Oh
my God, you nailed the one that really pissed me off. Wow. It's amazing how quickly you were able to guess the specific one that really pissed me off. And she's like, yeah, let me talk to explain it. And I'm like, okay, let's hear it. And she's like, I'm not saying women can't do the job. I'm just saying, why would you if you were a woman, right? Haven't like fascists repeated that exact same thing to you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, why would a woman want to do that job? Right? And they're conflating the director with the woman who couldn't holster her gun. Like, that was the last thing. I didn't want to answer any more questions about it.
That's very funny. Okay?
That was the last thing that was mentioned. And I was trying, and then I'm like sitting here. It's like, it's so frustrating to argue about information warfare with people, right?
Yes.
Because you know where they're getting their information from ahead of time, right? They don't. That's why we constantly drill home that like most agents in the information warfare sector are unknowing and unwilling. It's literally just like how they scam you to go buy Amazon gift cards for them, right? You're doing someone else's agenda. You're serving them, and that's all it really happens, right?
Pretty much.
Those people who are buying those Amazon cards don't know they're being misled, or and that they're actual agents.
No, they don't.
Right.
What time is it there at the moment? It's
8:41. Anyway.
8. Okay.
Anyway, I'm sitting here trying to explain to her that how we have 30% of people who are veterans who believe in the Great Replacement theory because Tucker Carlson goes up there and takes out this. I explained to her it's about Jews, right? And then Tucker Carlson goes in there and says a lot of Mexicans are coming in the country, so it's a Great Replacement fact. And then you, as a viewer of Tucker Carlson, have no idea anything about that Jew shit, but he's taking narratives from that. Like, you can't explain to somebody that they're just wrong.
No.
And like they have no, like, because it's like this is an opinion that they formed about women.
Yes.
Like,
and it's because it's the first, like, almost the first thing that they've sort of been pushed into. They stick to it and they don't want to let go.
It's just like it's so ridiculous, you know? It's almost like these agencies specifically advertise to women because they need women in their workforce. And like we're seeing
it's almost like it's just more bodies.
These very male-dominated industries being advertised directly to women because they need the women in their industry. Wow, crazy! You know that's you know, we have the Emma with two moms, right?
Yep.
But then there's also the CIA one that's similar to it. That's also like I'm a boss bitch, right? At the CIA, and I'm bilingual, right? Wow. And then there's Torque Girl, right? You know Torque Girl? Torque Girl? Okay. Now, while I pull up Torque Girl, you try to guess another narrative I heard. I was blown away that she brought up the woman thing. I was so blown away that got into her fucking rhetoric.
What else? Everything that I'm thinking of, because you're saying that staged it or let it happen is like too fringe, and it's more like, why did the crowd not move, sort of thing. I don't know. Did he cut himself?
No, I brought that up though. I mentioned the glass thing that happened early on.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
I'm really not sure.
Like, bitch, ain't you seen Mulan? You think that was a fictional story? Like, and like also, like, how dare you come in here and mention Persia when Persia got dominated by Tomris in the fucking superior culture of the Scythians? You know, we were talking. God, who are we talking to? Oh, Pega. Yesterday, we were talking about how, like, there was queens in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Beforehand, and like the fact that I've also, like, being in Syria and watching women body ISIS on the daily.
Yeah. Changes your perspective a little bit, I would imagine. Yeah, I can't really think of other ones that are sort of, because I don't think I've heard like the less fringe ones.
Oh yes, you have.
I probably have, but I just disregard them because I know what actually happened.
I mean, isn't the most obvious one that we hear everyone repeating something about the timetable? Right?
What do you mean?
How come they didn't respond to the shooter right away?
Oh,
How
right.
was he up there
It
for
took
so
long. Yeah.
When it didn't, right? Then I'm
Yeah.
explaining to her, like, the guy mantling on the roof and the entire, like, how and like so, like, just like procedure doesn't change until something goes wrong. So And also the new thing that came out is like he might not have even used the ladder. The shooter might have climbed up on an AC duct.
Really?
So as well, not only did he have IEDs in his car, some of them are chemical. They haven't said what kind.
Oh boy.
He had a remote detonator on him.
Oh
They haven't
shit.
said if it was able to be used or if it worked. Also, he had a tactical vest. That doesn't necessarily mean plates, but a tactical vest in his car. So, like, did he intend to die there? You know, what is a tactical vest? You know, it could just be like mag pouches, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Now,
It could be a bandolier.
exactly, and like also, so another thing that we learned, not today, but like it was. I think we already knew it at the time. No, it was definitely yesterday we learned this. So the Secret Service didn't put people on that roof because it was too slanted.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Right? But like that's a thing. Like, how do you get a stable firing position on it? So they decided to secure the building from the inside, right?
That's right. It was their staging point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cops staging ground. That's so funny.
Yeah. So to act like anything went wrong and there's a slip in anything, like
Yeah, no, this guy literally just has
it's like
sneak
it's
level
that
100.
easy. No, it's just that easy. When you have like I was talking about, I brought up the Bill Clinton thing. How like anyone could have killed him any day of the week when he went out running, anytime.
Yeah.
And they still had Secret Service details learn to run to have to keep up with them. The Secret Service, ultimately, it doesn't matter what their opinion is about safety. It's going to be whatever Trump wants. And he wanted the outdoor rally with all those open points, even though there was a threat from Iran. Okay. When aren't they threatening something, though? Okay, this video is going to be muted, but this is Tort Girl. It's not muted. Okay.
Also, I've changed it so it doesn't automatically add. You've got to add it manually. I should have told you that before. So lucky it wasn't on the screen.
So she cool as fuck, bro?
Yeah, I've seen this before.
Yeah. Well, why did you say I don't know who Tart Girl is?
Because I don't know the fucking name that they're referred to as. Why would I know that?
Because she's a fucking legend.
Sure. Okay. We're going with this now?
With Tort Girl?
No, with news wrap?
News. We turn now to the day's other headlines. Stephanie Tsai is in Washington and has those stories.
Thanks, Amna.
Music's probably gonna fuck us.
And Jeff, the city should be fixed by Wednesday. That news comes amid growing pressure on CenterPoint Energy as more than 200,000 customers remain without power a week after Hurricane Beryl swept through the area. The Texas Public Utility Commission has launched an investigation into CenterPoint's storm preparedness a day after Governor Greg Abbott demanded, quote, specific actions to address power outages and reduce the possibility that power will be lost during a severe weather event. Beryl also left its mark thousands of miles away in Vermont. Officials there are seeking disaster assistance from FEMA after flooding knocked out bridges and washed out roads. In the Middle East, Israel has carried out new attacks on Gaza following a weekend of devastating airstrikes. Today in Deir al-Bala in central Gaza, local officials say an Israeli attack killed 3 members of the same family, including a child. A State Department spokesperson said today that Secretary Blinken expressed concern over civilian casualties in a meeting with Israeli officials.
We have seen civilian casualties come down from the high points of the conflict and even from where they were, say, 6 weeks, 2 months ago, but they still remain unacceptably high. We continue to see far too many civilians killed in this conflict. We want to see civilian casualties completely ended.
Blinken also spoke with Israeli officials today about ongoing talks toward a ceasefire
there
deal.
There was another thing that was asked. Why don't we just ban assault rifles?
Cringe.
Never been asked about any other shooting.
No, never.
Not
even
when
once.
it's Donald Trump.
Hold on. I wish this was smoother, but it can't be. Here we go.
Did you just pull up a Sneak 100 meme?
No, I made it.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Hamas. During the meeting, Israel said it is still committed to reaching an agreement. Hamas also said today the ceasefire talks are continuing, but accused Israel of trying to derail progress with its ongoing attacks in Gaza. In Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky says he aims to hold a second international peace summit, and he wants Russia to attend. At last month's gathering in Switzerland, Russia was absent. In his first news conference since visiting the U.S. last week, Zelensky also said he was ready to work with Donald Trump if the former president wins November's election. And he made an urgent plea for more military aid.
From the point of view of the structure of our air defense, to completely cover Ukraine, according to our military, we need 25 Patriot systems. This is in order to completely close the sky of Ukraine.
Separately, a Moscow court
He's calling for a no-fly zone. Oh my god.
I mean, when haven't they, though?
Gesson in absentia today on charges of spreading lies about the Russian military. Gesson was sentenced to 8 years in prison. The Moscow-born author is the latest American target of Russia's crackdown on dissent. Gesson is a prominent critic of Vladimir Putin who lives outside Russia and is unlikely to face actual imprisonment.
Question.
Gambia's parliament...
Is she more Jack than you?
Who?
Court girl.
Probably.
Why, as a woman, would you want to do that? You know what? I like gender roles. Let's ban abortion while we're at it.
To uphold a ban on female genital cutting. Lawmakers rejected a push by the country's religious conservatives who had argued that the practice is, quote, one of the...
ask you again, because you were away from the computer when I...
no, I didn't get Gambia.
Yeah.
Send them in the chat. I'll add them to the list.
No. It's right here.
We'll just cover it here? Okay.
No, there's the story right here. Go back.
The virtues uphold the ban of actual imprisonment. Gambia's parliament voted today to uphold a ban on female genital cutting.
Nice.
Lawmakers rejected a push by the country's religious conservatives who had argued that the practice is, quote, one of the virtues of Islam. Gambia would have been the first country to reverse such a ban. According to the UN, more than 50% of women there between the ages of 50...
Damn, imagine if they upheld that ban. That would be...
You mean if they turned it over?
Yes. Sorry, if they overturned it, so they upheld what they were initially going to do.
Well, nobody was initially going to do it. It was just a push. They brought the bill to Parliament.
Oh, okay.
And they would even you were using women to do it too. Like
as
in
they
the
should.
Protest, if you remember, we covered it.
As they should. Like
no. The women were talking about bringing it back.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
so how?
Well, they were loyalists to the ideas of it, I guess.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Weird. Yeah, keep it banned. I agree. Keep that shit banned. Talking about bans. Banner.
And 49 have undergone the procedure, also called female genital mutilation. The practice can cause serious bleeding, death, and childbirth complications, but remains widespread in parts of Africa. Police in Miami say they arrested 27 people and ejected 55 others amid chaotic scenes at the...
That's weird. Hold on.
And after a...
I remembered, I said, there's a lot going on, but I'm going to try to remember to promote this later, right? And just because he brought up the banner, it reminded me that I have it. So here's a new fundraiser. Can I take us out so I can pull up the QR code?
Oh, is this a different one that
Yeah, so she's got a new one. It's her. You can still go to her PayPal directly, and the reason, because a lot of these people don't have social media presences like she does, so or I mean they. Sorry, I can't believe I did that. That they do. So because of that, they do promotions. 2% processing fee, but there's also the thing. How do you do it? Streaming widget. Right, so here's a QR code for anyone who, it's not on the right thing. Boom, QR code. So no, it's not. Well, they just started the fundraiser today, so it's right. So we'll just put the QR code so you can pause, scan it if you want, and then also there is the PayPal, always at the bottom there for them. Keep fucking misgendering today. Don't tell them. Don't tell them I did it.
Birth complications, but remains
we are a
widespread
superpower, but we do not have
Africa.
super patients.
Police in Miami say they arrested 27 people and ejected 55 others amid chaotic scenes at the Copa America final last night in Florida. The showdown between Argentina and Colombia was delayed multiple times after fans tried to force their way into the stadium, some without tickets. A few even attempted scaling the walls to gain entry. Security officials tried to control the gates, leading to tense scenes with some fans forcing their way in. The head of Colombia's Soccer Federation and his son were among those arrested. On Wall Street today, stocks ended higher after the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome.
Didn't work.
Well, it's been a brutal summer for severe weather across nearly every part of the United States.
Stephanie?
Music. Hey, they got some.
Welcome to.
Wait, I hit the wrong button. I'm sad.
Well, it's been.
Thanks, Jeff and Amna. The Midwest was dealt a deadly combination of heavy rains and tornadoes overnight. The storms knocked out power for hundreds of thousands of people across the state of Illinois. In Nashville, in southern Illinois, cars were partially submerged amid flash flooding after reports of dam failures in the area. Damage was also widespread in the Chicago area, where tree trunks fell on cars and crashed through rooftops. A 44-year-old woman was killed after a tree fell on her home. Others scrambled for shelter to avoid the danger.
We kind of heard a gust of wind that came up quick, and my uncle decided that we all go in the basement. And as we went in the basement, we heard the big thump and the tree fall on the house. I've never seen that before. Like a tree just came out of the whole root came out of the ground.
That's pretty crazy.
Meanwhile, just under 100,000 Texans are still waiting for power.
I'm obviously still really heated about what my mom said earlier about women. Right? So I literally just started talking to somebody who is like in cyber systems in the military.
Okay.
And it's just just imagine, I'm just like thinking about like introducing that person to my mom who literally said that women shouldn't be in the Secret Service.
That could be an interesting discussion.
To be restored more than a week since Hurricane Beryl made landfall there. Today, a group of Houston area restaurants filed a $100 million lawsuit against Centerpoint Energy over its response to the storm. In the Middle East, Israeli airstrikes across South and Central Gaza killed more than 60 Palestinians overnight and through today. The deadliest attack hit near a refugee camp in the southern city of Khan Yunis. Hospital officials say 17 people were killed. The area is considered a humanitarian safe zone, where the Israeli military has told Palestinians to seek shelter to avoid the fighting elsewhere. Today, the State Department said Israel still has to protect civilians.
Why would Israel do this?
Civilians while targeting Hamas.
We have had extraordinary concerns about civilian casualties for some time. And That's why we are pushing so hard, not just pushing,
Fuck
but
off.
actively negotiating to get a ceasefire
You're not doing
that would
shit.
stop this daily tragedy where you see innocent Palestinian civilians being killed as a result of this war.
Meantime, the Israeli military says it has eliminated half of the leadership of Hamas's military wing, and roughly 14,000 fighters have been either killed or captured. Gaza health officials say more than 38,000 people have died in the territory since the war began last October.
Wow, did you hear how all of those
former
things
media
forced?
entrepreneur Carlos
I can't believe they're biased by claiming it's the Palestinian Health Ministry.
Watson was convicted today in a financial conspiracy case involving his company, Aussie Media. A jury found Watson guilty on all 3 charges against him. Prosecutors alleged that he lied to investors about the financial health of his now defunct company. Watson started Aussie in 2013 and was a frequent contributor on cable news programs and other outlets, including PBS NewsHour. Prosecutors say he could face up to 29 years in prison. Watson had pleaded not guilty. Also today, former CIA analyst Sue Mi Terry has been indicted for allegedly acting as an agent of South Korea's government. The indictment says she began doing so in 2013, 5 years after leaving the CIA. This included advocating South Korea's policy positions and disclosing non-public information to South Korean intelligence officers. Like Watson, Terry was a frequent TV analyst who also...
The YPJ wouldn't take her, but she could take, what are they called? The Asaish. She could be Asaish, but the YPJ probably wouldn't take her. Asaish, definitely. Send her to Syria in the Asaish.
Has appeared on PBS NewsHour. On Wall Street, the Dow surged to a new all-time high.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report, War, Peace, and the Presidency, Breaking with Convention. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, Israeli forces have killed at least 42 people in airstrikes on a UN-run school in Nuseirat and on a so-called safe area in Al-Mawasi near Khan Yunis. The Nuseirat attack, which killed at least 23 Palestinians, is the 6th time Israel bombed an UNRWA school in the past 10 days. This is a survivor.
Where is the safety for the agency UNRWA schools? There are no more safe agency UNRWA schools, nor safe clinics, no more safe houses, no safe streets. We have been left desolate, displaced, and destroyed. And here we are. What have the children done to deserve this? Where are the countries? Where are the people? Where is the world? What do we do with the wrath of mothers, children? What is their sin? What have they done?
UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, reports 70% of its schools in Gaza have now been bombed, and over 500 people who've taken shelter in them have been killed by Israel since October 7th. Separately, UNRWA projected it will take 15 years to clear the rubble from Israel's destruction of Gaza. The Center for Constitutional Rights has filed a Freedom of Information Act request to access communications of the Biden administration related to the International Criminal Court's investigation into Israeli war crimes in Gaza. The group says it's focused on efforts by the U.S. and U.K. to block the ICC from delivering arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Lebanese state media reports Israeli air attacks in southern Lebanon have killed at least 5 Syrian civilians, including 3 children. Israeli military and Hezbollah have been trading near daily fire across the border since Israel's war on Gaza began. In New York, a federal jury Tuesday convicted New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez of corruption on all 16 counts he faced. The disgraced Democrat, once head of the powerful Senate Foreign Relations Committee, was found guilty of bribery, wire fraud, extortion, obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and acting as a foreign agent for Egypt. This is prosecutor Damian Williams speaking after yesterday's verdict.
It's crazy because, like,
this case has always been about,
like, he already got in hot water before and barely got out of it, and he continued doing it. Like, I mean, hey, that's them gold bars, I guess. It's hard to say no when they're out in front of you.
Fucking idiot.
About shocking levels of corruption. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes in the form of cash, gold bars, a Mercedes-Benz. This wasn't politics as usual. This was politics for profit. And now that a jury has convicted Bob Menendez, his years of selling his office to the highest bidder have finally come to an end.
Two Menendez associates, New Jersey businessmen Wael Hanna and Fred Davies, were also found guilty on all counts. Senator Menendez's wife, Nadine Menendez, was also charged in the corruption schemes, but has not yet been tried. Senator Menendez faces years in prison when he's sentenced in October. 8 of his convictions carry possible 20-year sentences. Democrats are calling on Menendez to resign, which would allow New Jersey's Democratic Governor Phil Murphy to fill his vacant seat. If Menendez refuses to resign, he could face expulsion by his fellow senators.
Oh, no.
Here in Milwaukee, activists and community members gathered in the streets to condemn the police killing Tuesday of 43-year-old Milwaukee resident Samuel Sharp. The officers who killed Sharp, an unhoused black veteran, are from...
We haven't covered it yet, so no, I'm not fully aware. So... I know that he was
of course
carrying,
you know about it because
knife.
A good friend of mine blocked me over being called out for sharing dipshit information.
Yes. I do. I know vaguely about what this is. Yes, I know that he had a knife.
Thank God
the cops were out of town. They killed
honestly,
him,
like,
blah,
thank
blah, blah.
God that everyone who shared anything about that essentially shared from Scootercaster, and people had to click the original link anyway. Right, and if you go look, it's so funny because I said today she posted fucking Code Pink was out there, so she posted a Code Pink video, and she's like, protesters say China's not our enemy. They claim they're anti-war, but anti-war is in soft quotes, right? And I was like, I gotta hand it to, because she's Ukrainian, right? So it's like the fact that she's like literally the Code Pink lady sitting there right in front of her, and she's still presenting such a neutral headline for the coverage.
Yeah.
But like the comments on all this shit that happened is wild. Because she doesn't push any narrative. She just posts the footage and gets bank off of it, right?
Yes. Yeah,
but
she sells the footage.
Because she was accurate in her captions on the footage, everyone would see, oh, it's originally by, and they click there, right?
Yeah.
So I think literally because of her good journalism, misinformation around this spread, because I saw it trying to be pushed that this was like an active shooter who was trying to assassinate Trump again.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, and I think it's because it was posted from her originally. Good sources.
I've been clicking the links of the videos because I've figured out that you can like hold the screen on the videos and post the videos without a quote tweet. That is a very, very, very easily manipulated tool because there's no way that everybody clicks that, right? So you've got to rely on the people who don't click that, because if you share it from somebody like this, right, you will end up doing what has just happened. If you share it from a bad source, the bad information, the bad root source, which is why I started clicking into them, because I like to see where the original post came from and what the original post says, and to see what the person who I'm seeing has changed, right? Because I'm paying attention a little more, and it's just very interesting to see the patterns, because I get blasted with this misinformation, disinformation shit, but because I see it and I still interact with it, I get so much of it.
So like, because like one of the things I said is that like I literally said, so like where in here am I like, necessarily saying that like the cop was in the wrong or like didn't have a reason for doing something, right? So like I said, oh, it's tragic that this is already being politicized.
Yes.
Right. And I said, homeless people often carry knives or sharp objects to defend themselves because they are systemically harassed. Right. And often this is paired with mental health issues.
Yes.
Leading to police killings. Yes, unstable people with knives are going to get shot with the police, right?
Yeah.
So, like, obviously, like, I'm against police killing people. Like, I don't, but I don't, that's not a statement that I need to actually, like, post, you know?
Mm.
And this fucking clearly troll account, because it was like, you know, they love doing the blackface troll accounts where they make it like, I'm Obama, and just post racist shit. And they're like,
sure.
Well, yeah. So they were like, that's maybe you shouldn't carry or brandish a weapon in public. It was what they wrote to me when I was pretty neutral about why it's tragic.
Yeah.
That like, and then I said, oh, I said he's dead. He's homeless because the system failed him is also what I said. Right.
Okay.
So he's like, why? Maybe don't brandish a weapon in public, like justifying the police killing him, which I didn't say it wasn't justified at all, to be clear.
No, there was no comment on that.
And I just respond, wow, someone really hates the Second Amendment. And he didn't respond. It's like, it's like they clearly come there to troll, and then you say something and they realize they're in the wrong house.
Ohio and are in Wisconsin as part of a group of 4,500 law enforcement officials in Milwaukee for the RNC. But the shooting took place a mile from the RNC's proceedings. Sharp appeared to be in the middle of an altercation with another man when the police officers charged towards him before fatally shooting him. Separately, community members on Tuesday rallied outside Milwaukee County District Attorney John Chisholm's house, demanding justice for Devontae Mitchell, the 43-year-old black father who was killed by security guards last month when they pinned Mitchell to the ground outside the Hyatt Regency Hotel in downtown Milwaukee. We'll have more on these stories later in the broadcast. In more news from Milwaukee, anti-immigrant hate speech and misinformation about the U.S.-Mexico border took center stage on the second day of the Republican National Convention.
Several also, my mom said, what also Joe Biden did with the border is wrong. You can't just have an open border.
Oh, my God.
I don't know why I even bother responding.
Including former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Texas Senator Ted Cruz, and Vivek Ramaswamy. Many lashed out at Vice President Kamala Harris, saying she and Biden have enforced open border policies that have led to a wave of what Trump's campaign describes as a migrant crime epidemic. There's no data linking immigrants to rising crime. Meanwhile, Senator Cruz falsely claimed immigrants kill U.S. citizens every damn day, he said, while many remarks scapegoated asylum seekers for the smuggling of fentanyl across the southern border. Evidence shows fentanyl is largely smuggled by U.S. citizens across U.S. ports of entry. We'll have more on the RNC after headlines. California Congressmember Adam Schiff warned donors Democrats would lose the presidency, control of the Senate, and miss out on the chance to reclaim the House unless President Biden steps aside. Adam Schiff, who's running for California's U.S. Senate seat in November, made the comments during a private fundraising dinner in New York, according to new reports. Despite mounting fears over Biden's ability to beat Trump, Democrats appear to be moving ahead with plans to hold a virtual vote confirming Biden as their nominee weeks before the DNC. We'll have more on that at democracynow.org. In housing news, President Biden has unveiled a plan to limit annual rent increases to more than 5%, to no more than 5%. Landlords who fail to comply would lose their tax benefits. The rule would apply to corporate landlords who control at least 50 units, which amounts to roughly half the rental market, or 20 million units nationwide.
Half
Democrats
the rental
would likely
market?
need to control Congress in order for...
Bro,
are you fucking kidding me?
Corporate owned. Half. Wow.
He said limit to $55. Is that what he said? I bet. Epic.
For the proposal to pass. Biden outlined the plan during a speech before the NAACP Tuesday, but mistakenly said he was capping rent increases at $55 instead of 5%.
The idea that corporate-owned housing is able to raise your rent $300-400 a month or something, under what I'm about to announce, they can't raise it more than $55.
Progressive Texas Congress member Greg Casar has challenged his Republican counterparts to prove their commitment to workers by backing union-boosting legislation. In a social media post, Casar wrote, quote, "If Republicans want to talk like they're pro-worker, then let's have a vote on the PRO Act next week. Let's see which politicians are for unions and which ones are all talk," he said.
I approve of this.
This comes as Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance attempts to court working class voters, and after Teamster President Sean O'Brien addressed the RNC Monday. Other union leaders, meanwhile, are warning voters not to succumb to fake worker appeals by the Republican Party. AFL-CIO President Liz Shuler said, quote, "A Trump-Vance White House is a corporate CEO's dream and a worker's nightmare," she said, while CEIU President April Verrett warned, quote, "Vance's loyalties lie with the Wall Street bankers and Silicon Valley billionaires who've bankrolled his political career," unquote. In Kenya, at least one person was killed in a fresh wave of youth-led anti-government protests demanding President William Ruto resign. At least 50 people have been killed since protests broke out last month in response to a now-withdrawn tax bill. This is a protester in Mombasa.
We're still protesting because Ruto could have easily dissolved this from the first week. He would have signed off his people from the first week. He would have stepped down from the first week. But he's waited this long. All these people have died, all this life loss, and still he cannot see the bigger impact he's creating on the country.
In other news from Kenya, hundreds more national police officers were deployed to Haiti this week as part of a UN-backed security mission.
Hey, we haven't... Did we come
Federal prosecutors have started for new plea deals and drop more serious charges against January 6th insurrectionists following last month's Supreme Court ruling that limited the use of felony obstruction of Congress charges against a rioter. Those expected to benefit include members of the extreme right Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. Over 250 January 6 defendants could seek to vacate their obstruction convictions or charges. Many of them, however, were also charged with other felonies.
Around the globe.
In other Supreme Court news, President Biden's reportedly preparing to endorse major changes to the nation's highest court, including establishing term limits and an enforceable code of ethics.
Airstrikes.
Biden is also reportedly considering a call for a constitutional
amendment in January 6th would get charged with felony murder.
What?
Wouldn't it be funny if everyone involved with Jan 6 would be charged with felony murder?
Dude, that would be funny. There's no way they could hold that up. That would be funny, though. You could at least hold the instigators up.
And other officials. As Sudan's warring parties continue to fight for control, UNICEF reports some 50,000 people have fled and sought refuge in the eastern region of Khartoum, with many more expected to arrive in the coming days as they escape the violence. This is UNICEF program coordinator Nasra Islam.
So far, 400 children have been registered here, of which they are receiving several services, including mental and psychosocial support, as we have seen many of the children and families are missing their loved ones here.
In Bangladesh, at least 6 people have been killed in a wave of student protests over government quotas on public sector jobs. Up to 30% of those positions are reserved for the relatives of soldiers who fought in Bangladesh's independence war against Pakistan in 1971. Critics say the quota unfairly benefits families who support Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. A number of government jobs are also designated for women, ethnic minorities, and disabled job applicants, but those are not included in protesters' grievances. Schools and universities across Bangladesh have shut down amidst the growing unrest. In France, President Emmanuel Macron has accepted Prime Minister Gabriel Attal's resignation as the government steps down after suffering a major defeat in snap elections Macron called earlier this month. But Attal will stay on as caretaker amidst ongoing uncertainty over a new government. A leftist coalition, which came together just days ahead of the July 7th parliamentary election, pulled off a surprise victory and a blow to both the far right and Macron. But the alliance did not secure an outright majority and has since not been able to agree on a candidate for prime minister. Macron, meanwhile, has called on centrist parties to form a ruling coalition. In other news from France, police continue to forcibly remove undocumented immigrants around Paris ahead of the Summer Olympics, which kick off next week. This is Jocelyn, an unhoused Congolese mother.
I hate it because, like, I gotta just trust my instincts because they'll be like, "What do you want to substitute a certain food?" Right? And like, so like, I substituted it with like just a larger size, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't say it was low in stock for that one, right? And I specifically like I should be able to specifically be like, do not substitute for these items, right? Because they brought the fucking nastiest flavor of something that nobody wants, and that's why it's still in stock. And now I gotta fucking do something because I want my fucking money back. I'm gonna throw them right in the trash. I'm not gonna eat them.
I mean, you should get your money back. That's not what you asked for.
Yeah, but I approved that I would allow substitution, so who knows what the process
So uncheck
is.
that box. Because it's like the third time I've heard you whinge about it. Uncheck the box. What flavor is it?
Strawberry and cream cheese, but it's like a toaster pastry.
Ew.
I don't want fucking cream cheese in a toaster pastry.
Yeah, no.
I want a thin layer of it on a bagel. Specifically salmon cream cheese.
I have
without a
2
poppy
children, and
bagel.
because we're living on the streets, one fell ill with
I'm
asthma.
Jews
So
in
it's
Brooklyn, bro.
very difficult for me with the Olympic Games. We do all of our activities in Paris. What will become of us now? Can anybody find a solution for us?
In more Olympics news, Amnesty International has slammed French authorities over its policy banning its Muslim athletes from wearing headscarves. The group said, quote, banning French athletes from competing with sports hijabs at the Olympic and Paralympic Games makes a mockery of claims that Paris 2024 is the first gender equal Olympics and lays bare the racist gender discrimination that underpins access to sport in France, Amnesty International said. And a new U.S. Senate report.
The ban is dumb, but fighting for hijabs is kind of dumb too. Everybody's dumb. Yay. Let people do whatever the fuck they want.
Finds Amazon Prime Day results in a massive
leave people the fuck alone.
Spike in warehouse worker injuries. An investigation by Senator Bernie Sanders' Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee found
no fucking way. The South Park episode is real life.
Amazon Prime Day in 2019 led to a whopping 45% of Amazon warehouse workers sustaining injuries. Bernie Sanders said of the findings, quote, Amazon may be a $2 trillion corporation. Its owner, Jeff Bezos, may be worth $215 billion, but that does not give them the right to put their $36 billion in annual profits ahead of the health and safety of their workers. This type of corporate greed must end, Senator Sanders said. And those are some of the headlines.
What do you mean? Capping rent isn't a positive story?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, or Peace in the President's.
Severe weather
turned backyards into ponds and sent water rushing through streets in parts of Marion County.
That's not where the water
Officials
goes.
said dozens of residents had to leave their houses. At least 80 people were evacuated from a local nursing home. While in the Northeast, upstate New York is cleaning up after a tornado ripped through Oneida County. Governor Kathy Hochul said her flight to the area gave her a bird's eye view of the damage.
You cannot imagine the impact of seeing from the sky how vast the destruction is.
Oh my God, I hate her so much. She's like smiling because she's like, I still had a nice helicopter ride on the way here.
Meanwhile, across the U.S., hundreds of thousands are still without power after a series of storms, with outages spanning from Texas in the south through Illinois and up to New York in the Northeast. Prosecutors have formally appealed a federal judge's ruling to toss out Donald Trump's classified documents case. On Monday, District Judge Eileen Cannon ruled that special counsel Jack Smith had been unlawfully appointed by Attorney General Merrick Garland. Cannon's decision went against decades of precedent by other federal courts that upheld such appointments.
Wow.
The decision was the latest legal victory for the Trump camp following the Supreme Court earlier this month that gave broad immunity to presidents while in
nuclear secrets
office.
to Iran is fine
Appeal
now.
would
Got
result
it.
in months
It's
of
an
legal
official act
wranglings,
after
meaning
all.
any
Yeah, exactly. It's official. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's official. This is why I said that, which is probably fucking. I'm gonna say it again. Biden should round up SEAL Team 6 and go take their the Supreme Court judges' families hostage and ask if he likes if this official act thing is a good idea. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea to demonstrate just how far it can be taken.
I'm sure that will win him the election for sure. That type of psychotic.
You know what?
move.
It probably would.
Okay, bro.
The outcome would come well after November's presidential election. In the Middle East, an Israeli delegation touched down in Cairo, Egypt today, where international mediators are trying to push forward a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Talks resumed as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu faced criticism from opposition lawmakers in Jerusalem for his management of the war. But he insisted today that Hamas will only bow to heavy pressure.
We are making progress in achieving the war goals, freeing hostages, eliminating Hamas, and ensuring Gaza will not be able to pose another threat to Israel, thanks to combining military and political pressure. And I can tell you unambiguously that Hamas is indeed under pressure. The more we persist with the pressure, the more they will give up.
Also today, Israel released 13 Palestinians who had been detained for several weeks. That's according to the Palestinian Red Crescent. Some wept when they reunited with loved ones. Others described brutal beatings and showed signs of bruising, though those claims have not been independently verified. Commemorations have taken place to mark 10 years since the shooting down of Malaysia Airlines flight MH17. In the Netherlands, relatives of passengers and crew gathered at a memorial close to Schiphol Airport, where the doomed flight departed on July 17th, 2014. More than half of those on board were Dutch. Another memorial event was held near the crash site in the Donetsk region of Ukraine. 298 people were killed when the flight from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur was shot down by a missile fired from territory held by pro-Russian rebels. Russia has denied any involvement. Russia and Ukraine have completed their latest prisoner swap, exchanging 95 captives each.
Right? There you go.
Yeah.
Patriotic cheers rang out from the Ukrainians as they celebrated their newfound freedom. Video released today showed soldiers exiting a transport bus looking gone.
No.
I'll find it. Fucking Richard Haney was like, people like this need to be court-martialed. And he's right. They need to be court-martialed. Like most militaries in the world would. Well, if you're going to be a democracy, Ukraine, you got to court-martial people doing that stunt in Auschwitz, okay? It's just not cool.
But relief. For its part, Russia released footage of their soldiers, some looking weary and making calls to home. This was the first such prisoner swap in 3 weeks and the 54th since Russia's invasion in 2022. In France, the mayor of Paris today took a dip in the Seine River to prove it's clean and ready for the Olympic Games. With the crowd cheering on, Anne Hidalgo fulfilled a promise to show the waterway is suitable for hosting open water swimming competitions. Since 2015,
she almost
officials
fucking
have
laughed. Did you hear that?
That's spent more than open water swimming competitions. Since 2015, officials have spent more than $1 billion to clean up the Seine.
Laughing?
Yeah, listen to her.
to show the waterway is suitable for hosting open water swimming competitions. Since 2015, officials have spent more than $1 billion to clean up the Seine. Swimming.
So Onondaga Lake here is like super polluted. It's specifically polluted with mercury because of company dumping, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they spent a lot of money cleaning up this lake, a lot of money. And I remember it was a few years ago, but like they were like, we're going to have a celebrity swim to show the water's safe. Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's like the, you know, people like town people, like people from the radio or the mayor, maybe the governor and stuff. And that swim never happened because before they could do that stunt, it was determined, yeah, there's mercury here. So, and like, I think swimming in mercury is a bigger risk than swimming in that dookie water. Come on, look at it. It literally looks like fucking gray water from a sewer. What are we doing here?
It looks like the Yarra River in Melbourne.
Is that your dookie river?
Yep, that's that shit river in the middle of the city. You find modern spectacles like rentable electric bikes in that river too. Very cool.
There has been banned for over a century. The Paris Olympics kick off July 26th.
Probably for good reason.
A pair of FX shows lead the pack in this year's primetime Emmy nominations. Shogun came out on top with 25 nominations.
Don't care.
They had to this group made up of gay furries targeted the Heritage Foundation and their Project 2025 and released some chat logs.
Wow, based.
So now the group, known as Siege Sect, released screenshots of conversation between one of the hackers and a Heritage Foundation executive named Mike Howell. Now they had posted about 2 gigabytes of data online. They say that they had retrieved from the Foundation's server. There was a lot more information that they decided not to release because it was junk nonsense, not really practical, effective, whatever, to their goals. So now in a Telegram post on Tuesday, the hackers had wrote, Project 2025 threatens the rights of abortion, healthcare, and LGBTQ plus communities in particular. So of course, we won't stand for that. Now the post included a screenshot of what appeared to be lines of Foundation user data and a link to a database believed to contain passwords, email addresses, and full names of the Heritage Foundation website users, including government employees. Ooh. And the think tank's president, Kevin Roberts, who recently talked about how 2025 will be a bloodless, or they're in the middle of a bloodless revolution if the left allows it to be. So basically, lay down, submit, and we may not kill you. Oh, that's horrifying. Now, that said, Heritage Foundation, they said, oh, we weren't actually hacked. He said, this is, according to a spokesperson, an organized group stumbled upon a 2-year-old archive of the Daily Signal website that's available on a public-facing website owned by a contractor. The information obtained was limited to usernames, names, email addresses, and incomplete password information about heritage and non-heritage content, contributors, as well as article comments, and the IP addresses of the commenter. No heritage systems were breached at any time, and all heritage databases and websites remain secure, including the Project 2025. That said, I don't know if that's true or not. There was a chat between Howell and one of the hackers with the username of Vio. Now, it started out kind of calm, but it got pretty heated pretty quickly. Now, Howell had started the conversation with asking, hey, why did you do this? What are you looking for? What are you seeking? What are you trying to threaten us with? Okay. Now, Vio responded by saying, we want to make a message and shine a light on who exactly supports the Heritage Foundation. We don't want anything more than that, not money and not fame. We're strongly against Project 2025 and everything the Heritage Foundation stands for. Okay. Now, they also say that Siege Sect was part of a campaign against organizations that oppose trans rights. So the conversation started that way and then got pretty nasty on the part of Howell, which is to be expected because Howell is a bigot transphobe. Okay. And in fact, Howell had said, quote, closeted furries will be presented to the world for the degenerate perverts they are. So to basically expose who they are. And then added, your means are minuscule compared.
This guy's boring.
Yeah.
I'm going to the next guy.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and today we got to talk about the furries hacking politics.
I think he'll do it better.
We got to talk about furries hacking nuclear labs.
We'll figure it out.
Now, this week there's been a lot of fun stuff to talk about when it comes to people getting
longer. It's already more engaging than that guy.
hacked, okay? You work in the vehicle industry? Well, you might realize that dealerships lost $1 billion after CDK Global ended up being hacked, to the point where a $25 million ransom was paid, allegedly, just so these people could get back in business. You ever think to yourself, well, Muda, how bad can things really get when you got to pay $25 million after your entire industry loses about $1 billion? Yeah, you kind of wish, you paid that earlier, but it's never worth negotiating with cyber terrorists, okay? So today we're looking at a story where the actual hackers didn't really go after money. Everything was politically motivated. So to give an idea, we're looking at a group known as Siege Sec. Now, if you're looking at this uwu right here, that uwu comes from the old Telegram, where Siege Sec, a massive group that has actually disbanded in the last couple days after performing their biggest hack on the Heritage Foundation, where they basically hacked the people behind this, crazy thing like Project 2025, which we'll kind of get into. I'm not a political channel. I'm just here to talk about the actual hack itself. So as they describe themselves, they are gay furry hackers. And as they've shown in this ASCII art, there are 3 members here, Vio, Cry, and Kit. And over here, they've said, oh, it's time for us to disband. Yeah, it's a sudden announcement. We plan to disband later today or tomorrow. But given the circumstances, I believe it's best we do so now for our own mental health, the stress of mass publicity, and to avoid the eye of the Federal Bureau of Intelligence.
Fair enough.
Now, I'm just going to say for the record, I don't think the FBI is ever going to get it. I think these 3 little catboy furries, they're going to be on the FBI radar for a long time because we're going to look at some of their wild hacks, okay? I've been considering quitting cybercrime lately, and the other members have agreed it's time to let this rest. So usually these kind of groups are an amalgamation of talented individuals, and once their mission in life is done, they can basically ride off into the sunset with whatever riches and fame they've collected, and it is what it is. It's often better to split rather than be caught and effectively start finger pointing at each other. I think these people all know there is no honor amongst criminals, and that's why it's better to go off in your own directions and basically hide rather than remain a unit and consistently have law enforcement,
This is why if you're an anarchist hacker group, then you don't talk to cops, and then
Well, because we did cyber attacks against Daesh, right?
Mm.
I have no idea who was in that group. Probably people who worked for the United States, and shit like that.
Yeah.
But some of those people were probably people that were inside the caliphate region. People in Iraq and Syria who hated them.
Mm-hmm.
And if they got found out that they were the people, then they could get bounties put on them and shit.
Yeah.
Hunting you down. So you can keep scrolling up and up and up, and you can find out that they've basically been hacking a fair amount of crazy things here. For instance, one of their hacks very, recently, July 7th, was actually the NATO portal. So here you can actually open up this image real quick and just show people that they were, in fact, apparently hacking around NATO portals, NATO information. They basically said, we breached NATO portals for the 3rd time. We were able to access tens of thousands of documents for NATO headquarter consultation, command and control portal. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, we weren't able to automate exfiltration of the full set of documents. Yeah, you're reading it right here, ladies and gentlemen. They are, in fact, hacking NATO, all right? One of the biggest defense treaties imaginable, all right? So according to...
That's a bad idea. That's a real bad idea. You'll get labeled a combatant and you'll get assassinated. Just so you're aware. They already know who you are. Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
They don't necessarily know who they are.
It's fucking NATO.
Nah, but the hackers, the only way to catch them is if you have somebody, you catch one person in the group and they turn on each other. That's why the strategy of disbanding works so well.
Yeah. But yeah, even that's especially in wartime scenarios. If NATO's in war and you're hacking NATO, you'll get labeled a combatant. Don't do that.
What are they going to do? They can't see them. They don't know who it is.
Okay.
better them than somebody else. You know, if they can find a breach, somebody else can. So
Sure,
procedure doesn't change until something goes wrong.
True.
They're helping.
How?
Well, they're not an enemy adversary finding that hole. That's how.
Depends who they're finding that hole for.
Depends if they sold the information or just did it for the lulz. A lot of people will do
I
it
think
for lulz.
I think that's actually more the point there is if it's sold, if the information's sold, then you're doing it as an agent.
Listen.
Then you'll get labeled a combatant.
Listen, okay. Well, what happened with Trump then? He's not a combatant yet. Okay, no, listen.
Not at war.
Okay, let me explain what type of person they are, and let me know if you see where I'm going with this. Okay, a lot of them probably like trains.
No, I get that, but still.
What it actually got leaked out at all was around 845 megabytes of compressed data, information that belonged to 31 actual nations. And this was something that NATO actually obviously was investigating on to make sure if it was actually valid or not. So when they were asked about why did you even hack NATO, was there a political reason for it? Because people kind of assumed maybe it was due to the Russian-Ukraine invasion. What they basically said was it has nothing to do with that. It's a retaliation against the countries of NATO for their attack on human rights. And also it's fun to leak documents. Oh boy, the fucking furries are wild. The gay furries.
I told you,
it's bad
these
enough
people
getting
like
hacked.
trains. That's why they did it.
That's hysterical. All right, I respect this. This is funny. This is great.
One thing, but when you add the furries to it in all the world headlines, that just makes you look even dumber. So here they actually have worked with a group, the threat intelligence firm known as CloudSec, and what they said was they
worried about the shit that I was doing with like ISIS and shit. Because I didn't do any hacking, but people like in the group I was with, like that I was associated with, sure did. And like I don't know anything about them, right? Because like that's the whole point of one of these groups. You don't know who anyone is. And like I also have 3 different identities in the group as well, because like, you know, so like I'm even like infiltrating my own group and working as a double agent against myself. Right, because that's how you like verify shit, right? So if you're controlling all the agents interacting with somebody and you build different relationships, and each one you have a different personality directive going on, you'll build different relationships with them, and they'll tell someone that you control because they trust you, and you sow like deceit with another person, right? So then they start not trusting that person, so then you like gossip with them about how shitty that other person is, right? And this builds up a rapport where they will tell you secrets.
That's so funny.
Yep.
Analyze the data, and the data actually contained unclassified documents, but more importantly, 8,000 records of the personnel. So names, companies, units, working groups, job titles, business addresses, home addresses, and photos. Yeah. And that is very dangerous, especially when you're working in a field like NATO, or really any military affiliated field. You don't want your personal home information out there, because then you're involving more people in danger that are more than just you. At least you know when you sign up for the military, you're going to be in danger. But your family, I mean, you try to keep them pretty separated from all of this. And that's where, again, even the people watching this get a little bit confused by these situations. Like, what is this actually doing? So according to these guys, what they said is fuck every country supporting Israel, especially those in NATO. In addition to this new breach, they basically re-released the last 2 breaches, 8 gigabytes, to ensure the most leaked documents are in circulation. Stay tuned when we leak Joe Biden's DMs. Oh, shit. So they actually apparently did leak like gigabytes worth of like NATO documents. I'm actually looking at them right here. NATO V1, NATO V2, NATO V3, all, you know, basically tarred up and spread on the internet. And these are still available to download right now. Now, would I recommend you download NATO documentation and filter through it? Probably wouldn't invoke myself into this pile. Also, you know, this is one of those things where it's like you just want to look at the train wreck. You don't want to jump in the middle of the trains actually impacting. And again, one of their other operations was Operation Israel, all right, where obviously they discussed it, where this is their first Israel run. They breached 2 major Israeli telecommunication companies, Bezek and Kelcom. So anyways, these gay furries ended up revealing the actual personal information of the people that were working in these IT companies and telecom companies. What they had done was they accessed this administration's portal and took a peek at clientele emails and, you know, emails related to power companies, as they say, construction companies, and very more. So clearly this is a scary situation, right? They're actually touching, at least from one mention, critical infrastructure when we're talking about power companies, right? So obviously then they were doing smaller things.
Well, okay, I'm not going to say that.
Things like hacking church websites. So it's kind of insane how they go from like,
maybe they should have gone further.
Hacking NATO to hacking, the average church or whatever, right? So again, all political motivated crimes here.
I mean, that's a pretty good way to stop Israel from committing genocide. Slowly wipe out their infrastructure.
And again, the one big crime that I wanted to really showcase, it kind of blew me away a little bit, was their attack on the Idaho National Laboratory. So in November 2023, for anybody that was focusing and following the gay furry hacking group that existed, you saw a headline known as "They breached a nuclear lab," and they basically demanded the nuclear lab not for money or information or anything, but so that they could research cat girls. Okay, yeah, I'm not even joking. Like, I swear to God, this is actually a fucking real demand by an actual hacking group. Okay. Like, I'm not even joking.
What?
So again, what had happened was the Idaho National Laboratory experienced what they called a massive data breach. Employee information was basically leaked on the entire internet for the world to see. And of course, if you look very carefully at this one image, the Idaho National Laboratory, it is, from my understanding, underneath the purview of the United States Department of Energy. Okay, so it's a very, very, very serious situation. Obviously, when you involve the U.S. government and its entities, that's when their response to you is going to be catastrophic. So what they had said was, earlier this morning, Idaho National Laboratory determined that it was the target of a cybersecurity data breach affecting the server supporting its Oracle HCM system, which supports human resource applications. INL has taken immediate action to protect employee data. So basically what they said was they were in touch with federal law enforcement agencies like the FBI and the Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to investigate the extent of the data impacted in that incident. So Oracle's Human Capital Management is effectively a cloud solution software for, again, human resource solutions. So because of one actual issue in the software, it was used to exploit and gain access to employee records who were underneath the human resources management, as you can understand. And according to the Idaho National Laboratory, they confirmed that the release of information was for many current employees, so postdocs, graduate fellows, interns, dependents, and the spouses in those data breaches. So again, all of their personally identifiable information was impacted. And that is the ultimate problem of this situation too, right? Like, no matter what your politics really comes down to, leaking the PII of people who basically do research work every single day isn't really something that is going to be beneficial, all right? It puts them in danger. It puts their identity in danger. Sure. So some of the quotes they had a month later when talking about this was, "All I want for Christmas is the destruction of the government, the gay or the furry, the more threat to national security they are." Funny. Oh boy. All right, so now that you know that these guys are some of the most unhinged furry hackers you could find, or at least used to be able to find, yeah, now it moves up to the...
I wouldn't call it unhinged. It seems pretty targeted and focused.
Final act of the story, the Project 2025 hack. Now, if you don't know what Project 2025 is, in the last few weeks, it has gained so much attention in just discussion across the United States and Canada. Basically, for anybody that doesn't know what this is, it's actually a project that has been detailed by a group known as the Heritage Foundation. Now, if you go to the Heritage Foundation's website, you can see that it is a website that is, again, a think tank for the United States conservative movement. So here you can see that, as you can see, Project 2025, Presidential Transition Project. Now, if you actually read into some of it, they'll tell you what they are building now for a conservative victory is through policy, personnel, and training. So what they've said, it is not enough for conservatives to win elections. If we're going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need both a governing agenda and the right people in place.
I'm so glad we've finally got a video that's covering this. Anytime he says radical left, replace it with Jew. And just repeat the rhetoric.
Ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next need both it is not enough for conservatives to win elections. If we're going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need both a governing agenda and the right people in place ready to carry this agenda out on day one of the next conservative administration. And that is what the goal of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project is. So again, people have been kind of parsing through this 922-page PDF of, again, discussing this Project 2025. And again, this is their own group. This is Heritage by themselves, detailing, again, their plans for every single branch of the United States government and what they want to do for it to initiate their conservative ideology. So obviously, it contains a lot of stuff that if you're on the left side of politics, you probably won't agree with, okay? And if you're on the right side of politics, you may agree with. Hell, there are some people on the right side, like Donald Trump, who basically say, "I don't know anything about Project 2025. I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they are saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them." If that's Trump saying it, boy, they must be really on the right. God damn, it must be insane. Now, obviously, I haven't looked through it because I'm not a
Jesus
political
Christ,
channel.
dude.
I think it's better if you want to get your political ideology from somebody that is more expert
Oh my
on that.
God.
But what I will be discussing is the hack that took place on the Heritage
He
Foundation.
literally just took that Trump tweet, literally. Not as like a PR post to distance himself from it because his supporters don't read the news.
What did you expect from a normie?
Very cool.
Foundation. So SiegeSec a few days ago said their final hack. Over the past 7 days, we released a hack every day from NATO to Israel. We attacked many, but we have one more gift. We hacked the Heritage Foundation. Holy moly. The Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank in America, among the most influential public policy organizations. And what they are doing is leading Project 2025. So according to the SiegeSec guys, Project 2025 threatens the rights of abortion, healthcare, LGBTQ plus communities, and that's why they gained access to their database with user data, logs, and juicy info, and they accessed 200 gigabytes of mostly useless files in their
Gigabytes.
server. So while they won't be leaked, what they did leak was a whole bunch of other information. And what they leaked was the passwords, email addresses, full names of every user, every government employee in the United States, even the Heritage president, Kevin Roberts. So leaking any information like that, goddamn, especially if you're an active government officer, it's some scary shit. So again, a whole amount of stuff had happened. People have started talking about it. There were denials into what had occurred, right? Like obviously the Heritage Foundation, from what I understand, they insisted they were not hacked by any gay furries, okay? That was one of the headlines going around. So obviously, in order to protect their honor, right, the furries had to respond. Many articles and social media posts about these breaches have caught the attention of many people. One of them happened to be the executive director, Mike Howell. Mike Howell reached out to us at first to ask questions to understand our motives and why we breached his organization. And then he proceeded to throw insults, threats, and claimed our existence was against nature. So then they got a chat log, boys, and we're going to read the fucking chat log. So the chat log involves Mike Howell. This is Mike Howell, the Heritage Foundation's oversight projects. I'd like to chat. Would you be willing to have a call? And then Vio says, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not able to call. I'll stick to text communications. If you have another platform you'd prefer, I'm opening to adapting how I can. Mike Howell's, this platform's fine. What is that you are seeking or threatening? Vio's like, we want to make a message and shine light on who exactly supports the Heritage Foundation. We don't want anything more than that. Not money, not fame. We're strongly against Project 2025 and everything the Heritage Foundation stands for. Is that why you hacked us? Just for that? Yeah, it should be obvious that's all we want based on our history as a hacktivist group. We don't seek money. Again, very politically motivated. Mike Howell, okay, listen to me closely. We're in the process of identifying and outing members of your group. Reputations and lives will be destroyed. Closeted furries will be presented to the world for the degenerate perverts. Oh. Sometimes you gotta imagine like somebody sitting in a suit typing that sentence away on their Signal app, dude. You cannot hide. Your means are minuscule compared to mine. You can now either turn yourself in or you can cooperate. It almost sounds like John Wick almost, right? Like it's crazy shit. None of our members will be identified or outed by your organization built on hatred. The only ones deserving of a destroyed life are those within your organization. You want me to cooperate with what? Spreading misinformation and hatred? We won't turn against our own people.
Yeah, just given their history and their consistency, I have no issue.
What, with the gay furries?
Yeah, go for
weird.
it.
Now you're pro furry?
No, I'm pro hacktivist.
You pervert.
Mm-hmm.
Your own people turned against nature. We will only accelerate the cycle. Nature has no defined set of rules, no authority, just like it should be. Humans can do what they want, and yet you choose to support an organization to harm innocent people. Why? How can you justify this to yourself, knowing you're threatening the rights and lives of other human people? The people you hate could be anyone, your friend, your mom, your sibling. God created nature, and nature's laws are vicious. It is why you have to put on perverted animal costume to satisfy your sexual deviances. It is why you are forced to hide like a coward. You violated our rights and broke the law. You have no standing to discuss such matters.
Oh my God.
The rights your org violates will be 10 times worse than any crime I've committed. You do not follow God if you use religion as a crutch to hate people. Mike says, would you like to meet virtually or send an emissary to meet me in person? I would like to be left alone without my rights being threatened. Are you aware that you won't be able to wear a furry tiger costume when you're getting pounded in the ass? And the federal president.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Woo. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
The response.
They typed that out. Vio says, such unprofessional language from an executive director. Would you mind if I share this? Please share widely. I hope the word spreads as fast as the STDs do in your degenerate community.
Oh my God.
Meow, an image of a cat. bestiality is a weird sin, it shows you've got a few clicks too far. What's your opinion on war? My advice is you get out of mommy's basement, iron
This
your
is
shirt,
fucking
buy a girl a
hysterical.
drink,
They're
and ask her out instead
trolling
of
him. This is great.
Yeah.
Googling new deviances for you to
Can
fix
you
it.
can you imagine how hard they're laughing through this?
And I bet you he's going to be like, "You're totally scared. This is why you're making jokes. This is
Yeah,
that's what's gonna
this
happen."
guy. It's so funny because it's like, honey, you don't know where you are. Like Heritage Foundation, you think Heritage Foundation is going to bring them down when they just hit NATO? Like, oh honey, they are not scared of you. You poor thing. You have no idea where you are. You know.
It's so funny.
Oh man, I'm writing a post about it. Would you like me to immediately post your docs publicly or tease it for a little while first? Whatever you prefer. I'm tied up with the FBI issuing a 2702 order on your social media. You aren't that sneaky for your line of work. Screenshot of their Bitcoin wallet transactions. And of course, Vio just keeps joking around. So yeah, it's one of those things where you get a back and forth between like, a professional politician adjacent person and a gay furry. And so you hold on. On one hand, you've got a conservative American politician, gay furry. Okay, and this is the interaction. Okay, if you ever thought you lived in the wrong timeline or like the wrong, the time in history, you're wrong. Okay, you lived long enough to see this fucking verbal text transaction play out. Now, of course, you might be like, Muda, that is such an insane level of shit. Okay, there's no way that could be real, bro. Mike Howell literally quote tweeted that exact chat and said, "Complete and total victory. I forced the gay furry hackers to disband."
Oh my god.
Now, I'm going to just leave it right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a story of literally epic proportions, okay? Yeah, one of the largest, I guess, think tanks in the country allegedly has been hacked, okay? Now, if that data is ever going to come out, which it probably won't since it's quote-unquote mostly useless, it is somewhat verified that an actual intrusion had occurred based on the exchange between Mike and Via, okay? Now, looking at this group itself and looking at their history, which is very important why I went into their history, the NATO hack, the various hacks on Israeli, cyber comms, the various hacks on U.S. DOE-related enterprises is something that has absolutely put these people not just on a map of fame amongst hacker circles out there, because these are pretty impressive hacks for the most part. They're pretty impressive intrusions, especially on targets this big. But when you attack targets this big, I have no doubt that sometime in 2025, maybe 2024 even, that Vio and his friends could eventually be outed by the FBI and could absolutely be serving some serious punishment down the road. Because it's one thing the United States government does not take seriously is attacks on its infrastructure, attacks on its organizations, and especially breaches regarding the politicians that make up the government of the United States. But hey, maybe these guys can ride off into the sunset.
I wonder if they'd get overwhelmed if it started happening regularly.
I think the main reason is that they knew that this was going to be the final one because the ones they'd done in the past, nobody gave a shit about.
Yeah.
They knew hitting this at this time was going to bring their goal was to bring attention to the project.
Yes.
Because it's not like the Heritage Foundation was going to bring more government heat, right? Like they probably were already pretty worried about the government heat they already had, and they're talking about what should we finish with. And then Heritage Foundation springing up and being such a hot topic lately must have been like that. It's like the image where you see the object and the lights behind it, and you hear the angels singing, and it does the zoom into it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Those types of shots. That's what's going on.
Set and get away. Or maybe this is the story of digital Red Dead Redemption 2, where they're just perpetually on the run till the very end of time. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's how gay furries hacked the government. Wild story. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
You have editorial boards and columnists and even
that was way better.
Some Democratic activists saying Biden should resign the presidency now and make way for President Kamala Harris.
I think the vice president would be a phenomenal president. I think she has the experience, the judgment, the leadership ability.
She is there and she is capable.
The campaign is underway to convince Americans that Kamala Harris has the experience and qualifications to be president.
Hang on.
Even though we all know Biden picked.
Hang on. You're really going to have that target loudness and then cut to your VO of you whispering in your closet? We can't hear you. Whose did this?
Reason.
Oh, that's what I thought it was. I was like, is this the Reason Mag one?
Yeah.
That's what I felt. I just felt the vibe. right off the gate when it started, I was like, this is Reason, right? I didn't see the logo or anything.
Largely because she looked like the right kind of candidate. A woman of Black and Asian heritage.
Oh my God.
The perfect
Oh my
foil to his
God.
old white maleness. What she was missing
Oh
in
my
substance,
God. This
she was
has
met with a
everything,
willingness to
bro.
say things
This
that young
has
progressives
everything,
like to hear.
and it has
Black
shit
lives
audio.
have not been taken
Not only
seriously
is it fucking
as being
hysterical, but it also is fucking terribly put together. Well, it will be great.
fully
You know
human.
what's the best part about this is that when I go to edit this, I'll see how fucked up the waveforms are, and I'll take it upon myself to make sure it's balanced. Because I do that a lot with certain stuff. Like if the waveforms are really out of whack, I'll go in there.
That's so funny. That you'll fix their video.
Yeah, I'll literally fix their video as I'm talking.
That's fucking hysterical.
We have for generations now been defunding public schools, but yet militarizing police departments.
That's right.
She went on to bungle interviews, flip-flop repeatedly, and fail to own any issue or commit to anything.
Hang on. We got to roll back that shit edit. Oh my God. Everyone
Militarizing police departments.
Listen for it, okay? You got to listen and you'll hear the bad edit, all right?
As being fully human.
We have for generations now been defunding public schools, but yet militarizing police departments.
That's right.
She went on to bungle interviews, flip-flop repeatedly, and fail to own any.
Come on, guys. What was that? You at least leave him saying that's right, or actually clip the entire thing out there at the end. Come on. What is this trad wife?
Talking about the
This is literally somebody, you know, when I see women like this, I think this person actually knows how cottage cheese is made. Kamala Harris don't know how cottage
right? The
cheese
significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time.
Biden had put Harris in charge of leading the administration's diplomatic efforts to address the root causes of migration from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, as the White House put it.
And
It was a
crazy,
stopping
and
the
lower
seas
than
from
ever.
rising kind of job, says Kate.
Sounds like she did a good job.
Institute immigration analyst David J. Beer, especially since Harris had no authority to actually change U.S. immigration policy.
Wow.
Still, a vice president could at least play a robust
Crazy. It's
rhetorical
almost
role
like she
here,
didn't. It's
shifting
almost
the
like she
conversation
didn't
around the
change
issue.
immigration policy, and what she did is she acted as a diplomatic emissary to these countries specifically. Right, so she's a direct line as an emissary that put herself in a position that these countries have access, that they can get things that they need to basically prevent people from leaving their countries or act as stops. Like, because like Honduras, you have to cross it. Like you can't not. Guatemala is another big one too. You know, a lot of people go through Guatemala, Honduras, Guatemala, obviously Mexico.
Or rallying Democrats behind an inspiring message. But rather than outline a coherent policy vision, Harris made a series of awkward decisions and comments that angered many Democrats and gave fodder to Republicans.
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't.
Harris, whose mom was born in India and whose dad is from Jamaica, did eventually visit Guatemala, but then issued a disappointing statement for anyone hoping for a departure from Trump's
Do not come.
immigration policies.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come.
If Harris runs for president, she can't point to her record as a prosecutor because it's mostly become an embarrassment.
Wow, you guys are really, really dismantling. Like, come on. This is the best you got on fucking Kamala Harris of all people? This is fucking pathetic.
San Francisco district attorney, she increased prosecutions and convictions for misdemeanor quality of life crimes and pushed for giving fewer people access to the city's drug court, which offers alternatives to incarceration. She opposed the...
So
why is Reason using left-wing, quote-unquote, policy to deconstruct Kamala?
Are you guys angry about this?
Like, what is going on? This is just like, we're angry. Here are reasons she's bad.
Yeah,
we don't
crazy.
even believe this.
You know that the guy who did the 94 crime bill was also voted in alongside her, right, y'all? Crazy.
Prostitution decriminalization measure, helped federal officials raid immigrant businesses, hid misconduct by a drug lab technician, and helped launch an anti-truancy initiative that would bring criminal charges against parents if their kids missed too much school. As California Attorney General, she fought against the court ruling that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional,
South Park guys love
fought to
Reason.
keep people in overcrowded prisons after a court ordered them released, defended the state's corrections department's denial of surgery for transgender inmates, and refused to back a measure requiring more scrutiny on police use of force cases. She also fought to shut down the sex worker-friendly ad platform Backpage while publicly ignoring sexual misconduct involving Oakland police and an underage girl. 1,974 people were sent to state prisons for possession of.
Like, wow, crazy. You mean to tell me this person was a prosecutor?
Yeah, crazy.
Let's run down her highlights as a prosecutor. Oh, all these things are bad, huh, Lib? Who cares? She was a prosecutor. Crazy. Wow. Find me a good one.
Marijuana or hashish, while Harris was California's top cop.
Harris was supposed to be an inspiring figure, like Barack Obama, a relatable everywoman, like Michelle Obama, or a folksy nerd, like Biden as VP. Instead,
yes, they're libertarian.
She's shown all the charm and charisma of Hillary Clinton. This is the logical endpoint of Democrats' over-reliance on identity politics.
What?
Reason? They're objectivist at the
yes.
Ayn Rand Institute.
Yes, yes.
An immensely unpopular candidate.
They don't believe in anything.
Failing upwards to become the party's nominee.
They literally get their ideology from a book.
Yeah. Well, they're libertarians that actually think they've read theory. That's all it is.
In some ways, Harris is the perfect avatar of the modern Democratic Party.
What?
Ayn Rand died while on government assistance.
That's funny.
So don't forget that, by the way.
She's skilled at posturing and pandering, but has no political core. The ideal presidential candidate in 2024.
That debate. I don't know why y'all would put her up against Tulsi there, because that was like some of the best moments was Kamala Rose. She said, she literally said, MJ, you can't take Tulsi's word for things because she's an Assadist. As a respect,
you don't come back from that.
You and your colleagues have some reporting on the mood behind the scenes. What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, Boris, there's certainly been a lot of confusion and anger and sadness inside the White House, across the administration, the campaign, and across the Democratic Party more broadly since the president's really halting and shocking debate performance. My colleagues and I have spoken over the course of the last 2 weeks to dozens of Democratic sources, including, I should note, senior Democrats who have spent real time with the president and in some cases have known the president for years. And what has been striking is that none of them had ever seen this version of President Biden that we all saw on the debate stage that was so faltering and dazed. And plenty of officials that we spoke with said, look, of course, we've known that the president has aged. He is certainly not the same person that we know from, say, a year ago. But what they had said, and that was so noteworthy, is that they said they couldn't have possibly known about the full extent of the president's decline. And what many of them blame at this point is this apparatus and daily operation that is built around the president that is so painfully choreographed and stage managed. They said that is designed to prevent the president from being often out in these unscripted settings for an extended period of time. And that really what that meant was that only a small circle of inner circle of advisors and perhaps family members could have known about sort of this full picture of the president's condition. Just one example that is in our story is that according to two sources, before cabinet meetings that the president attends, cabinet officials will submit their questions and talking points, key talking points and bullet points that they plan to present to the president in these closed door meetings. This is how one source described it. They said the entire display is kind of an act. They would come and say, hey, the president is going to call on you about 25 minutes in and ask this question. What are the bullet points that you'll respond with? Now, the White House's defense has been that that is standard practice for any administration. They said in a setting like this, you never want the president to be not aware of what is going to be discussed. They want to also just be mindful of the president's time. But we also spoke with sources from the Obama years who said in the cabinet meetings for former President Barack Obama.
Seriously?
Of course he did.
Source?
Of course he did. Apparently.
I was expecting this. He would get
he could refuse it
torn
now,
apart.
but they'll get him in it. They'll get him in it.
Yeah. He'll get torn the fuck apart.
Those were never this meticulously scripted. Now, more broadly, in response to our story and our reporting, the White House really defended the breadth of the president's travels, his engagements with the press, and certainly his record over the last 3.5 years, and provided comments from senior officials defending the president as being sharp and engaged. And White House spokesperson Andrew Bates also said this as a part of his response. He said, Joe Biden has always said that it is fair for reporters to ask about his age and has always confidently shown his values, his agenda, intelligence, and determination to the American people. Well, in just a few hours, we are, of course, about to see that play out. The president taking questions from reporters, and we certainly expect many of those questions will be precisely about these issues.
All right, MJ Lee with that new reporting. Thank you so much for that. Let's go now to CNN's Kayla Kaushi, who's at the NATO summit here in Washington.
Okay, I've stopped caring.
Top House Intelligence Committee member is the latest Democrat to call on President Biden to withdraw from the 2024 race. There are now 17 Democratic lawmakers telling Joe directly to step aside.
Madeline Rivera has...
And I don't care anymore. We got the news. Thank you.
While more Democrats publicly call on President Biden to bow out, what is happening in private right now, the most telling and possibly the most consequential, CNN reporting this morning, Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi have had behind-the-scenes discussions about Joe Biden's fitness and how to move forward. Their talks focusing on how much harder it's become for the president to beat Donald Trump. The takeaway that we are reporting is that neither one of them is quite sure what to do. I guess it mirrors the country or the Democratic Party anyway. Earlier this week, the former speaker raised quite a few eyebrows when she appeared to, quite frankly, kick the exit door back open for Biden to walk through it.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run.
Hang on, her posture at the end I didn't even like.
Former speaker raised quite a few eyebrows when she appeared to, quite frankly, kick the exit door back open for Biden to walk through it.
It's up to the president.
She kind of looked down.
She shuts off and goes, okay.
Yeah, she just powers down.
Only 6 more years so I can negotiate my contract again.
If he is going to run, we're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short. I want him to do whatever he decides to do, and that's the way it is.
So, of course, these remarks were so earth-shattering because the president, at this point, when she made those comments, already announced he was staying in the race. Isaac, this is your reporting with.
What?
He's Quinn. He's like he's the black truck driver. He's a libertarian.
Sure.
Have you seen his post? He's fucking hysterical. I'll send you him because you're gonna like him. But he'll constantly post things like Pelosi's tits because he's all about it because he loves big women.
That's awesome.
It's coming. It's a ferocious speed as we learn that talk in many top Democratic circles has moved on from Joe Biden to now Kamala Harris. There is actually a Google document spreading
what his name is currently
among Democratic leaders and donors. It's according to CNN. It's making the case for the vice president to replace Biden. They made a document. CNN senior reporter Edward Isaac Devore posting a photo of that Google Doc. See it there. It's titled "Unburdened by What Has Been the Case for Kamala." It's anonymously written by self-described senior operatives within Democratic political institutions. It lays out a detailed argument and plan for a campaign. We are currently losing. We need to do something different to win, it says. And the last bullet states, like it or not, there's one realistic path out of this mess: Kamala. Kaylee, they actually created a document.
I'm sorry, is this from the Babylon Bee? This cannot be CNN. Unburdened by what has been is literally a meme making fun of Kamala, and yet they're running with this as if it's a serious thing. And this is remarkable. This is how you know that the Democrats are in a 5-alarm panic, because they're actually thinking about doing this. And to be clear, Kamala makes even Joe Biden look eloquent, which at this point is really saying something. And I think that part of Democrats' calculation at this point is they think that she can help win over some of the demographics that Biden is currently hemorrhaging, including my demographic, Gen Z. They are quite mistaken about this. As I mentioned, Kamala is not taken seriously by any voters, including young voters, because she's not a serious person. And
how much, if you were to have a discussion with this woman on the screen right now, who is a host of a Fox News TV show, talking as a representative of Generation Z, do you think you could maintain a political conversation, an intelligent political conversation with her?
If I do most of the talking, I can have a. Okay, his name is not a BBW lover because he got banned. So it's the punished thing.
Oh, that's funny. That's a big no. I like this analysis of Kamala Harris is it's nothing. She's saying nothing. Precisely zero.
So if they really think that she's going to make up for lost ground, it's just not going to happen. I mean, the bigger problem here is that they have a young voter turnout problem. Neither of these candidates is necessarily inspiring to young voters. In fact, one poll earlier this year found that less than 50% of Gen Zers say they plan to turn out to vote later this year.
Wow, you're using polls? Tell me about policies that Kamala Harris is going to bring that Joe Biden doesn't, that might bring them back. Are you going to talk about that? Or are you going to talk about Joe Biden falling downstairs or something?
So this is a Fox News alert. You are looking at, that's Air Force One there. This is the president of the United States.
Oh
He's
my
about to get
God.
out of what we call the Beast. That's the car that takes the president.
Is this
He's about to load up on
TMZ?
that plane, head to Wisconsin for an interview that could define his life, his future,
Is
his
this
legacy,
TMZ?
our country.
Is this
We'll
why
hear him
I have
speak in
blonde
Wisconsin at a
Gen Z
rally.
girls?
Everyone will be
Because
watching
it's
that.
TMZ.
You know, Joe,
Look
the
how
rally
thick
will have
that
teleprompters,
fucking
I
door
imagine.
is.
The interview with George Stephanopoulos will not, but you've got to
Jesus
imagine a lot
Christ.
weighing on him. You know, he said he needs rest. Look at him. Look at him there. Moving slowly. This is the president of the United
my
States
God.
about to board Air Force One. And this is a huge, huge, huge moment.
It is, but to your point, he's going to do this speech and he's going to do fine. Because
Shut
he
up,
can
nerd.
still read a teleprompter. The question is, can he speak extemporaneously and put together his own thoughts?
Men
without
aren't
a
allowed to
script?
speak.
And that's
Yeah.
what I guess the
Shut
Stephanopoulos
up.
interview is going to reveal at this point. So I hope he's over that cold, right? That's what we were told was the problem.
It's COVID now.
A cold that apparently impacts your ability to remember things and to actually articulate basic thoughts. So, but it's just the visual that we're looking at right here.
Have
He
you seen
just
the
looks so
armor on that
slow. It's
motherfucker?
so old. And I'm sorry.
How thick the metal is?
Yeah. I've watched a few videos on it. It's fucking crazy.
Let me just get this
This
in
is
there.
where we're at.
It is absolutely as you described, but Cheryl, he apparently was asked if he could still beat Trump as he boarded, and
Do
he
you
said
think
yes.
they
So he's
coordinated to
expressing
make sure
confidence
they
there.
had all different colors?
100%. There'd have to be a wardrobe department, right?
It appears that, and I couldn't tell exactly, those seem to be the full stairs leading up to Air Force One. I wonder, though, as I'm sitting there, because I know the office he's sitting
my
in, I know
God.
the couch in front of it.
We're
I
talking
remember
about
sitting there and
stairs.
I'd sit across from President Trump, and he would not be so interested in prepping for the rally, but watching the news, hearing what was happening.
Did I not say that they were going to talk about the stairs?
He'd engage, he'd laugh. I just wonder if they're changing their prep style. Are they going to sit around and prep him vigorously as they did at Camp
They
David?
really don't
Are they
change their narratives, do they?
Are they gonna sit? Are they gonna get my handy on there? What's going on?
going to let Joe be
We
Joe?
used
What's the
to go to
strategy?
Epstein's
Well, apparently
Island
Jill and
in
Hunter have a
this.
strategy,
Did
and
you
it is not
fucking
what
see
happened.
the
They're
clip
blaming, of course,
It's some reporter and a guy's behind
It's
him.
the Yellow
who's like,
Ranger.
Release the Epstein client list, and that's his shirt, right? And it's like, why? How come all these Epstein guys haven't looked at Trump's connection that came out? Like,
Look, we've got the Black Ranger, the Blue Ranger,
the
Red Ranger,
hot take,
the Yellow
Gaddafi
Ranger.
is my Black Ranger.
What?
I said hot take. Gaddafi is my Black Ranger.
And then we've got the random lackey.
Nothing from that show.
Nothing. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm
Dar dar, zanga zanga, ferd ferd.
Either way, they have nothing to say. We're going to get nothing of value from Fox News talking about Kamala Harris potentially taking over from Joe Biden. Next.
If reelected, he will be a dictator on day one. And I will, quote, terminate the United States Constitution. Let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should, quote, terminate our Constitution should never again have the chance to stand behind a microphone and never again have the chance to stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America.
Prosecutors in the House, and no one can deliver or read on a criminal like an ex-prosecutor. That was Vice President Kamala Harris at a campaign stop in Greensboro, North Carolina yesterday, highlighting the fundamental threat posed to all Americans by a second Trump term. It comes as allies of Kamala Harris have launched an effort to boost the vice president and defend her against more vicious attacks from Donald Trump, as uncertainty continues to swirl at some levels in some parts of the party about whether Joe Biden will remain at the top of the Democratic ticket. Joining our coverage, NBC News Washington correspondent Our colleague Yamiche Alcindor, Don Heilman is here. Yamiche, being Kamala Harris, this is the point in the calendar, we should say, where the vice president turns up the heat on their attacks on an incumbent president who's running for re-election. This is the point where more media start traveling with the vice president. It is often a vice president's job to be the political surrogate so that a president can still president. But this year is anything but normal. Tell me what it has been like for her on the trail.
Well, she's really been put in this awkward position, but it's also prominent position to really be the lead defender of President Biden in this moment where so many people are questioning whether or not he should stay in this race. And from the very beginning of what was really been this sort of dismal few days for President Biden, she was there sort of really outlining the talking points the Democrats have used now since that debate. So in the moments after the debate, I was told by a number of sources that she didn't have talking points. There wasn't sort of a roadmap for how to deal with the president's poor debate performance. And she went on and said, you know what, he shouldn't be judged for the last 90 seconds. He should be judged for the last 3 years. And it's that thesis that she articulated as a prosecutor, really prosecuting the case against former President Trump, pointing out that she thought he was a liar and the biggest threat to democracy, and that's where the focus should be. That has been something that the president himself has repeated, but also that she has repeated. She's also been traveling to a number of states, about 6 states, including twice to Nevada just in the last few week here. And she's really been going out, calling people, calling elected officials, calling donors, calling civil rights activists, really making the case over and over again that President Biden should still remain the top of the ticket. And she's doing this as she's starting to get more intense support for people to say, well, you know what, if Joe Biden does step down, there's no one else that should come but Kamala Harris. And there are a number of people, Black Democrats in particular, but I say donors. I was just on the phone with a big donor group that's really launching millions of dollars in bolstering her in this moment. And looking at research and doing polls just in the last week and a half on her particular, talking about the fact that she is focusing and has a sort of ability to mobilize young voters and voters of color in particular. But the K-Hive is getting started, right? You have all these people that are sort of buzzing about her, but also she's still saying, look, I don't want to undermine the president. I want to be loyal. If he wants to stay in, I'm going to stay there with him. So while she's balancing all of this, it's been sort of a really, I think, wild point for her, but it's also been a point where she stepped up and really shown strength and convinced some people who were really critical of her, who were really questioning whether or not she could be a president or she could be even in 2028 someone the party could look to. A lot of those people have quieted down and say, yeah, we see in her a strength that would be good for the presidency.
Yeah, I mean, she is very good at this. And I remember covering some of her events, and I remember thinking she was good at it 4 years ago as well. But Trump has done so many more terrible things. He's now a convicted felon. And she is, it sounds like in some instances, crafting some of the attacks, and they are landing. And I watched the events from the speeches to the rope line. They are connecting. And whatever happens on the Democratic side,
again,
whatever happens,
they are talking,
whatever happens,
and saying nothing. It is no fucking different.
Oh no, it went wrong.
Ridiculous. So if you wanted to actually learn anything about Kamala Harris and her policies and what she actually brings to the table, we can't find it. Ask her.
Delivering the kinds of attacks against Donald Trump that are not just helpful, but urgently needed. If there is any chance that the ticket closes, the now yawning.
That Reason TV was the best one.
It really was.
Gap in some of the battlegrounds.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Well, the plan right now for how to deploy her is to keep having her go out into the country and talk to voters directly. The Biden campaign, as well as people who are sort of bolstering and spending a lot of money, making sure that she's someone who is going to have protection from all of the incoming attacks, the increasing attacks, I should say, by Republicans who are really starting to put a target on her back as they see her get stronger. The plan is to
you can feel the capitalism driving this industry into the fucking ground in the pursuit of endless profits, right? Man, remember when the news used to be something? I don't, because it's always been like this in my lifetime.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't really remember it not being like this.
To really help protect her and help really explain to the American public who she is, her background, her history as a prosecutor, her history as a trailblazer, because of course it's not just that she was the first Black vice president, but she was the first statewide Black attorney general in California. She's only the second woman to serve in the U.S. Senate. So she really has a lot of background and a profile that this campaign really wants to explain.
What are her policies? Why is this so hard?
Well, she likes her sneakers. She loves Chucks. She's got sneakers on.
the American people. And on top of that, she's also a relationships person. So she is dealing with the internal conversations here when Democrats are wondering whether or not they can get behind Joe Biden. A lot of those times she's calling her former colleagues because she served in Congress to say, hey, we should stick with him. I appreciate the fact that you're saying maybe I should step in, but I'm someone who's going to ride with the president here. So she's really someone I think they're deploying.
Questions. Like my first question. My first question to Kamala Harris is how many glasses of wine you drink in a week?
That'll start it off well.
Both for voters, but also for donors and for people who are openly questioning, because she's also done a number of fundraisers in the last few weeks here. But I also want to point out one thing as you talk about sort of the messaging here. I wrote a story about her just a few days after the debate.
A functioning alcoholic. She's functioning, right? And you have to be a functioning alcoholic to be as good of a prosecutor as she was. And when we say good prosecutors, that's like one of them oxymorons. You know what I'm saying? It's like not a good thing.
And she was at a campaign rally, and she said this. One thing that's true before the debate and after the debate, there's Donald Trump is still a liar. So that messaging that really is going after Donald Trump, she said he is still a liar. We still have to be focused on him. And it sort of underscores where her focus is and where her messaging is here.
You know, John Hellman, an incumbent president, always has a hard time running for re-election. And it's impossible if it is a choice, right? It has to be a referendum on the inadequacy of the alternative. She is executing that as though that is sort of her political theory of the case.
Yeah, I don't care.
There's understandably been a lot of talk about Kamala Harris lately, but one conversation I haven't heard much about is how the right's portrayal of her would affect a Harris ticket. So this week for Mother Jones, I want to dissect how the right has been presenting Harris to the public for the last 4 years, how this differs from 2016, how far the misogynoir or deeply ingrained prejudice against Black women runs, and how they might have shot themselves in the foot this time. Because even as right-wing pundits ramp up their attacks against Harris, it still feels...
What a fucking queen. You know what she is
to
to me?
Mother Jones.
You know what she is to me already? Saying that word?
A soldier in the bunker.
feels like they're missing that little bit of misogynist magic that really won them 2016.
Kamala Harris was Hillary Clinton in blackface tonight.
As the affirmative action vice president.
But I would say that she probably gets more favorable treatment because of her race and gender.
On paper, Kamala Harris is everything the right.
How have I not seen that, bro? Oh my God. You think somebody gave him that line? That they're 100%. Like, bro, we need 100%. Our token black guy to come say this on our news.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, there's no way. There's no way Fox didn't give him that line.
Bigoted fucking losers.
Right hates. She's an intelligent Black woman, second in line to the presidency. Harris has an accomplished career as a senator and a DA.
Hello.
She's earned multiple degrees, and maybe worst of all, she has no biological children. By all logic, right-wing media should be painting Harris the same way they painted Hillary Clinton, but worse because, you know, she's Black. But outlets like Fox and Newsmax went a completely different direction. For the last 4 years, instead of telling their audience that Kamala is some evil political sorceress, that she wants to ruin America with gay immigrants and trans windmills, they've been saying this.
She kind of comes off a little Meghan Markle-y.
She is a really shallow, uneducated, and uneducatable person.
She's like a biracial werewolf.
Like a vacuous, incompetent female vice president.
They just can't sell one of Montel Williams' hoes to the country.
According to right-wing media, Vice President Kamala Harris is a joke. She's a punchline. She's a hoe. She's a DEI hire. That's one of those phrases where even if you don't know what DEI stands for, you know it's racist. And none of this is great. It's condescending and degrading and racist and sexist. But that happens to any woman the right hates. But after years of watching right-wing media as a job, I found they sort women.
Mother Jones is also the place that I use as a database for my mass shooting tracking. They have the best mass shooting tracker. The most unbiased one, and one that actually uses the correct standard.
into two categories. Women conservatives don't want to sleep with, because obviously that's her life purpose, and women conservatives desperately want to sleep with, but never will. One of those is irredeemable in their eyes, and I'll let you guess which one. Now, each of these categories has their own subsections. In the former, you've got your frigid bitches, your ugly lesbians, your woke nags. Villainization is the name of the game. And Hillary Clinton is the poster child for everything that idea stands for. She's old and stale. She's an overeducated bitch who will castrate you if you let her. I heard she drinks baby blood.
That's where
Hillary does drink baby blood.
Look, I just want to say there's certain people who, like Hillary Clinton, like to think that she's like wasn't being called a lot of these same things by like more like liberal people and stuff. Like there's a reason like she did not win. She might have won the popular vote, but like
started ISIS. Honestly, at this point, we should probably execute her.
I never said she should be.
Yeah, we're covering the student protest next.
It probably just hit like
maybe
like it's around the same time zone as you anyway, so it's probably getting to the reasonable time zone people are online.
Yeah.
Assassinated. What I said she should go in front of the firing squad for treason.
To anyone watching right-wing media, Hillary Clinton is the antithesis of everything good and moral in the world. And you know she's dangerous because you don't get hard when you look at her pantsuits.
When she comes on television, I involuntarily cross my legs.
I cross my legs every time she talks. Do you really cross your legs when Hillary Clinton talks?
Oh, every time.
But no matter what, the coverage usually plays out in one of two ways. Either overt sexualization or a more subtle touch. Rather than constantly attacking her looks, the right will attack everything else about her. But you know they still would because they don't constantly complain about her unfuckability. The conversation is focused around condescension. She's more of a bimbo we can point and laugh at rather than Hitler's successor. It's the stuff that makes men feel really big and cool.
Kamala Harris has now become the jive-speaking spokesperson of equity.
So now we come back to the idea of a Kamala candidacy. When Hillary Clinton ran...
Oh, you got to see the composition she did for this sourcing. Right there.
That's cool.
Literally everything but, I mean, obviously it's the editor that did it, but like everything but her face, right?
Yeah.
Covering the entire screen with sources but the presenter. Like this is like, I love that. I'd never do really this, but like it goes so well in with like the style this video is already being done in.
Constantly complain about her unfuckability. The conversation is focused around condescension. She's more of a bimbo we can point and laugh at rather than Hitler's successor. It's the stuff that makes men feel really big and cool.
Kamala Harris has now become the jive-speaking spokesperson of equity.
So now we come back to the idea of a Kamala candidacy. When Hillary Clinton ran...
Look, that was just dog whistles.
Kamala.
In 2016, the stage had already been set. Fox News and Rush Limbaugh and every right-wing figure you can think of had spent over 2 decades making her into a supervillain. Hillary Clinton already had so much baggage that it had bled into normal discourse. In contrast, Fox News has had 4 years to focus on Kamala Harris. And the most sinister thing they've come up with is that she's a DEI vice president. Once again, even with no context, it just sounds like a racist dog whistle. Her candidacy would bring outrage. There is no doubt about that. Black women suffer a disproportionate amount of attacks from the right.
There she is, acting all gangsta.
But when it comes to the influence of right-wing media on a Kamala candidacy so far, their only narratives that have truly penetrated the mainstream are her laugh and her ditziness.
She just wants to flaunt it. And I think she wants to flirt a little bit.
She's more ineffective than evil.
Total diva.
Like many vice presidents, Kamala Harris has been a convenient drop-off for the more complicated issues that the Biden administration doesn't want the president to be saddled with, at least publicly. This ranges from the border to abortion, and she's definitely been attacked on both of those fronts. But for the last 4 years, Kamala has managed to stay clean from those major tabloid scandals that Fox salivates over.
Because she's been drunk.
Yeah, little drinking, little drinking.
Even the latest right-wing attacks on Harris have fallen short of their usual frothy barrage of woman-hating.
It's very easy to make, say, a DEI hire, but it's almost impossible to do a DEI fire. Oh, yeah. You know,
they're shallow, which is great if you want to condescend to powerful women.
Bro,
I guess.
I do not
But if you
understand
want
it.
to
Like,
truly influence
my
the
brain.
mainstream, influence those people who didn't like Trump but also didn't like Hillary, or maybe this
This
time
is
around.
a really great breakdown of why
And after this,
Kamala
we'll
Harris.
know if they claim and if we'll promote their stuff more. You know, if they believe in the institutions of open journalism.
Yes. Well, I believe they should theoretically.
I mean, we straight up
Listen.
reviewed the. I mean, look at the other ones. How much we tore apart videos for just that one fucking The Reason magazine.
Mm.
You know, the fact that I'm gonna have to fix their video in post. Like, this is like perfect. Yeah. Also, I was looking at these mics. Is that a fucking USB-C connector?
I think it is, yeah.
I hope those that looks like a nice mic, but like I would want it to
no,
SLR.
This is an XLR microphone with
Okay.
an auxiliary port. That's what that is.
Do you think the auxiliary port does the lights on it?
Yes.
That's probably what it is, right?
I think so.
Or that might be a headphone port, because doesn't the Apple headphone
maybe
jack already use USB-C?
Maybe. I'm not sure because I've only ever used the XLR ones. So
yeah. I mean, this is
impressed
USB, but I could use I have the XLR cables. I just don't. The best mic I have for what this is this one.
Yeah.
My other ones are for like remote shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Biden. Ditzy and cackling don't sound that bad. I mean, if you're a center-right baby boomer who's worried about losing their Social Security or military benefits to Project 2025, Kamala Harris may as well be the lesser of two evils. And that's something Hillary Clinton could never manage, because the right's strong point is their long game. It's how Roe got overturned. It's why we have to worry about Project 2025 in the first place. But when it comes to Kamala Harris, it feels like right-wing media has been remarkably short-sighted. By not hitting her seriously over the last 4 years, the national electorate isn't primed to turn against.
I actually want to look at how many people are on the team, like who, if somebody is different writer, editor, and like this person is just a presenter. Yeah, they're a really good presenter if they're just a presenter, because it sounds like they wrote this.
Yes.
With Pavlovianese. They don't have a trigger phrase like Benghazi or a sticky nickname like Crooked Hillary.
See, we brought this up a couple weeks ago at this point, that they haven't been focusing on her, and she's kind of
I always
asleep.
talk about it because whenever I can bring that up, I get to do stuff like this.
It is a guide. It is guide, not my people. It is guide. Guide, yes.
Already moves being made
crazy.
to attack Harris.
It's crazy, that like the top of some of our top sound bites are the two Gaddafi sound bites. Like, you would think those would be the more situational ones, huh?
Harris, if she's the nominee. But so much of this messaging is pushed by the right-wing media. Those two parties are clearly not on the same page, at least not yet. The whole cackling idiot narrative is the one that's stuck. But pundits are definitely going to go back and look at their old lines of attack, sharpening their focus really on sex.
Like, I have no problem. Like, call me sexist if that's what we're gonna call her, as a cackling idiot. But like, again, I think that's what would make a really fun president. You know, because it's just voting for the status quo regardless, right? It's status quo or fucking nightmare world.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, when people say I'd vote for a corpse over Trump, like, if they don't, like, shit, probably it's not. I don't think at this point, I don't think they're gonna push Biden out. Biden's going until the end. And oh my god, I can't wait for that second debate, and he's even worse. Black Redguard, so he just came down with COVID, and Black Redguard shared it and said, I bet this is great for his brain.
That's hysterical.
But like, you know, if anything, she's funny. Like, what, like, are we gonna say, like, come on, we're talking potential George Bush level comedy, but
this is true.
Not coming from a place of like stupidity. Like, most of the time you're laughing at George Bush because he's doing something stupid. You know, like it's not like we think, it's not like a genuine laugh, like she's up there doing stand-up comedy and killing it with the jokes. It's more of like a cringe
Laughing
thing,
at her.
you know? But it's like still, it's like Trump, Trump. Sure, it was easy to make jokes about him, but that's all everyone did, you know. And Biden, like, what do we got? It's not funny. It's not funny. If anything, you're like,
it's just sad.
Or her woke policies, or something new altogether. But they've got a lot of ground to make up. Even as Harris's importance in this race skyrockets, Fox is still struggling to villainize her properly.
She reads to children and their literacy scores drop. Crazy.
Americans definitely, Greg, hate
a fire
black
joke
history.
from Gutfeld. That's like a pretty good fucking joke. Like if it was anyone but Gutfeld presenting that joke, it would have been fucking killer.
History makers.
We're going to keep an eye on right-wing media outlets to see how they pivot in real time, but that's going to take at least another week because right now it seems to be the
that I've ever watched. But I love all of this.
Yeah, mine as well.
Also, you know how we always have to comment on the background setup and the composition. Like, oh my god, can we seriously like take a second to talk about how fucking perfect the composition of the background is? Utilizing all the spaces, but like also like making sure that like really nothing is like a right angle, like at the same time. Like it's like, oh, you have a bunch of squares, but they're all like, you know, kind of like different dimensions, you know, and that adds so much depth to a shot like this, right? Like that painting on the wall and the fucking computer screen over there, right? They allow us to visualize the depth because of how our brains work, you know. It's not an active like thinking thing.
Yeah.
You know, and also like, you know how the only thing that I can spot that it's like you know, is the lamp in the left corner, and there's a little bit of what might be a window or railing showing at the top there, but like this other lamp, this little modest desk lamp over there, love it, but I'm not sure about, you know, that lamp. And no books. Isn't it so much better to have like good art than fucking books?
Yeah.
The best they've got.
If the test for president is can you cackle, is the test can you laugh in the middle of your statement? Can you not be ever serious? She passes with flying colors.
Oh my
I'm really
God!
excited to be working
People
with Mother
brought
Jones
us George
W.
W.
content
Bush
on our current political and media landscape. Don't forget to follow Mother Jones on social media and check out their website for more of their excellent coverage on the 2024 election.
She's not saying R. There you go. Video by. Is that her? Cat?
Yes.
I
Okay.
believe in a lot of talk about Kamala Harris.
What does it say? Just Mother Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. What else is in the credit? That it? Producer and video by? Any edit credits or anything like that?
Nope.
Nope. So she did.
here we
Nope.
go.
There we go. Well, this is photo credits. This is just sourcing.
Okay. Nope.
So she fucking.
President Biden
It
will
looks
appear
like
on the
she
world
wrote, shot, and edited that entire thing.
Damn.
That was way better than fucking Video Essayist and all this shit on YouTube. That was very, very good. Like that was killer. Like, do we have them subscribed, by the way? Or am I? I don't think I've like.
There's
I said,
understandably
this is
been a
literally the
lot.
first Mother Jones video I've seen.
We are now.
Okay.
Write a name
Thumbs
down.
up this too.
I already have.
And if she claims us, I'm going to send her this part specifically about how we're saying subscribe and thumbs up. The only thing is, I have no idea how to say her last name because I'm already horrible with names to begin with.
Interesting name.
Look how much healthier the Mother Jones girl looked than the recent lady. I don't even remember who she was. I just remember her whisper talking me.
A lot of talk about Kamala Harris lately. But
I'm curious if she says her name.
there's understandably been a lot of talk about Kamala
No,
Harris
but
lately. But one
there's
conversation I haven't heard
Probably
much
plenty
about.
of videos on their page. Because like she said "their" instead of "our."
Yeah.
So that was like,
I don't know.
President Biden will appear on the world stage with our NATO allies. Just minutes from now, we'll take you there when he does. And this is all as he faces new calls to step aside now from a growing number of frustrated Democrats publicly warning that Biden is going to lose to Donald Trump come November. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kayleigh McEnany. Here with my co-host, Emily Campagno. Also joining us, Fox & Friends first co-host, Carly Shimkus. Fox Business anchor and co-host of The Bottom Line on Fox Business.
Bottom.
And Fox News contributor and host of the David Webb Show on Sirius XM Patriot.
Is this David Webb?
David Webb.
No way.
Well, top Democrat lawmakers, allies, and now even George Clooney, big fundraiser for President Biden, are pressuring Biden to get out of the race.
Yeah, the reason she was whisper talking is because she's dying of malnutrition. She only fucking she has to make sure she doesn't eat seed oils and shit. Shit, Reed. Terrell Lincoln. Wrap it up.
The New York Times. He writes, quote, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Big Effing Deal Biden of 2010.
So long. Oh my God. Did you know old man got older over 14 years? Crazy.
He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was.
Wow, did you know that old man got older in 4 years? Wow. Did you know age
they're
works
cooking
like
him.
that? You fucking moron.
The same man we all witnessed.
No shit. Tell me something else that's painfully obvious, Mr. Celebrity. You fucking moron.
At the debate. We are not going to win in November with this.
I have money. You should listen to what I say. Fuck off.
President. On top of that, we won't win the House and we're going to lose the Senate. This is George Clooney. He was at a fundraiser hosting it with Biden just 3 weeks ago. And top Democrats go.
We need a soundbite that's like, who the fuck are you?
Even further warning that Biden.
And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs.
President just doesn't seem to he hasn't come to grips with it. He's not winning this race.
Man, that's
this guy's hair fell off his head and went to his eyebrows.
Political people around the country, it's more likely that he'll lose by a landslide than win narrowly this race.
We have to be honest with ourselves. It's not just the White House at stake. And all of these seats are going to be very, very closely contested. So the top of the ticket is essential.
Just like in 2020.
It's just all fear. It's just endless, just be
it's
scared.
Crazy how this logo gets burned into TVs when people die and their shit goes up for an estate sales, huh?
Crazy.
Totally out of our everyone said Joe Biden's the guy. Let's get behind him. I think we need a different choice.
You know what's so funny about that soundbite? It's like, you lack common sense is like such a common Japanese insult.
Yes.
So he's using a Japanese insult that might sound weird to us. Like it's just out of common sense. But that's like common sense is like such a frequently said thing in Japan. So when he translates it, it's like, it sounds weird, but it's like, nah, he's spot on. It is totally out of common sense.
Still think I'll stand by my thing that he won't run, but if he does, we're just making a idiotic choice. We're losing. We're not winning.
Donald Trump is.
I bet nobody can guess
to win this election.
What the origin of that soundbite is. What he's actually saying is out of common sense. Do you remember what it is? Do you remember, Jack?
No.
He win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House.
You know, Emily, I heard David Axelrod say yesterday that he can't find or think of Democrats who are willing to go into Biden's living room.
Everyone
communicate
can have
to them
paper to do the show, but Kayleigh needs a fucking thin ass laptop that I can break over my knee.
Face to face. Some of the things that we're hearing on TV or
It's
mostly
probably
behind
something to
the
do with
scenes.
Koreans.
You can't get closer most likely to the Biden living room than a New York Times op-ed that's probably on the coffee table with George Clooney, one of your big fundraisers, saying it's time to go.
10 is your red hot and 3 is your cold. Okay. So maybe a 4 here.
I have to point this out at the risk of being obvious, but George Clooney is a mega donor. He's not only a mega donor, but he's also the top biller for fundraising. He is who this president has been trotting out since, by the way, before 2020 to say, hey, everyone, fall in line, donate as much as you can.
Japanese people hate Koreans. Yeah, it's the closeness with that is that it has something to do with another location or ethnic group, not necessarily Koreans.
To my campaign. The thing that's notable about this, I want to make 2 points. Number one, that this is indeed a very...
If you don't make a single usable, worthwhile contribution in these 2 points, I'm going to the next video.
Very public breaking of the guards, right? This is not a off-the-cuff answer to a reporter. This is not a text that was leaked. This is an op-ed that was published. If there's not a call to arms in this, then I don't know what is. And the second thing is that the question remains, who encouraged him to do this?
Oh my God.
Was it George Clooney himself? I wonder. I doubt it.
It's impressive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's impressive how they could just what it sounds like? It sounds like when you start to confuse an AI and it talks in circles. Am I right? If we're going to talk about journalist jobs who will be replaced by AI, those are the ones. So that soundbite is a Japanese guy in Australia, and he's trying Australian sushi, and he's saying something that the Australians did with the sushi is totally out of common sense.
I rise today to introduce.
I wonder what it was. I wonder what it was.
I don't know, but that's like an old school soundbite, because we put it on there when we were just trying to fill them out, and I was just looking for stuff, and somehow it survived. I'm trying to think. I think the dogs might be in there from the beginning, and maybe the drone ones were there from the beginning.
Yeah, the gay ones too.
Well, Gaddafi, I'm pretty sure I had in there at the beginning.
Impeachment against Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Anthony Alito Jr.
Let's go, Queen.
Against Justice Thomas, the resolution includes 3 total articles. 1 count of failure to disclose financial income, gifts, reimbursements, property interest liabilities, and transactions, among other information, and 2 counts of refusal to recuse from matters concerning his spouse's legal and financial interests before the court. The second resolution includes the following impeachment articles against Justice Alito. 1 count of refusal to recuse from cases in which he had a personal bias or prejudice concerning a party before the court, and 1 count of failure to disclose financial incomes, gifts, reimbursements, property interests, among other information. Mr. Speaker, nomination and appointment to the Supreme Court is one of the highest privileges and most consequential responsibilities of our nation. Such an appointment is uniquely insulated in its power. Confirmation to the court is a lifetime appointment whereby justices are entrusted with decisions that powerfully shape the nation as well as the lives of every American. For this reason and others, the Constitution rightfully and explicitly holds justices to even higher standards than members of Congress or even the president. Section 1 of Article 3 of the Constitution commands federal justices to hold their offices during good behavior, in addition to its clauses barring treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. And Congress has exercised its power to reinforce this higher standard of the judiciary.
I found the video. I went through my search history and searched sushi. And it's pretty fucking funny. It's I can see why I pulled it as a soundbite because it's pretty fucking funny when he says it.
Tempura special roll from Kikkasushi from Whole Foods.
Tempura special roll. Interesting. Tempura combined with sushi.
Right, this is $12.99. $12.99.
The items we bought today is totally out of our common sense of Japanese.
Common sense. Right. And
that's because it's
8 federal
Americanized
judges
Japanese
for
food,
transgressions
you know?
Yeah.
ranging from evading income tax and perjury to intoxication on the bench and abandoning the office to join the Confederacy. Perhaps most critical to the legitimacy of the institution, these judicial standards require justices to recuse themselves in any proceeding where their impartiality might reasonably be questioned.
She's she's the best one to have brought this forward. Because as a political move, it can really only be good for her, right? The people it's going to piss off the most already hate her. And since she's reforming to be like a leadership position with Jeffries, right? This is going to look good for those more core lib status quo people of the Democrats.
True.
You know, because like the squad even has like a bad rap within some Democrat circles, you know, the bleed through of the Zionism and shit. So they look at them like they're pro-Palestine and terrorists and stuff. You know, brain rot stuff. Everyone suffers from it. But like, can we think about this just because talk about the sexism, the whole like demeaning her because she was a bartender, right?
Yeah.
And now she's fucking bringing legal action against the highest court in the fucking country.
It's a bit of a jump. But, you know, when people are doubting you, you got to prove them wrong, right?
That's it. You know, it's the initiative that I respect the most.
Yeah.
If a person could reasonably believe that the legitimacy of a justice's judgment could be or be
Did
perceived
she also write the second
compromise
Trump impeachment?
I don't fucking know.
Someone did someone who is one of the more like progressive squad members did. I'm trying to think if it was her.
due to their personal involvement in the case or its parties, the standard is clear. The justice must recuse. They are required to recuse. That stringent and sacred standard exists for the good of the ruling, the judiciary, and the country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that everyday Americans, independent of party or ideology, can reasonably conclude that Justices Thomas and Alito's years-long pattern of misconduct and failure to recuse in cases bearing their clear personal and financial involvement represents an abuse of power and threat to our democracy fundamentally incompatible with continued service on our nation's highest court. For the good of the institution and the nation, absent resignation, they must be removed. The proof is undeniable, and here I will lay it out. Justice Clarence Thomas, for decades now, has carried on a close, financially entangled personal relationship with real estate billionaire Harlan Crow.
Yeah,
it
but
is of
they were best
material
friends.
importance to the American people to note that Justice Thomas's relationship to the billionaire only began after Thomas's powerful appointment to our nation's highest court.
Oh, crazy.
The cash, goods, and services Justice Thomas received over the years include large loan balance cancellations, tuition payments for family, and vacations in private jets and yachts worth up to $500,000 alone. In total, Justice Thomas appears to have received more than $1.5 million worth in goods, cash equivalents, and services from Mr. Crow. And that is just what we know of. But truthfully, we won't ever really know the total sum of contributions Thomas received from Crow. Justice Thomas not only accepted these contributions while Mr. Crow had business in front of the court, but he accepted them in secret, failing for years and years to report them. Yet Thomas did report smaller gifts during this time, demonstrating a clear understanding of his legal obligation to report. Would a reasonable American question that receiving lavish gifts from Mr. Crow might lead Justice Thomas to have a bias towards his, quote, friend with business before the court? Without a doubt, yes. But did Justice Thomas recuse? No. Now take Justice Samuel Alito, who has no shortage of billionaire associates of his own. After billionaire Paul Singer gave Justice Alito a luxury fishing trip on a private jet, a contribution that was also hidden from the public and the court, Justice Alito not only refused to recuse, but changed his mind regarding his gracious host's case.
Damn.
Just a short time after accepting the lavish undisclosed trip from Singer, Alito joined the court in reversing its previous position and took up Singer's case. He did not recuse. Justice Alito also refused to recuse in the case itself, ultimately leading to a ruling that netted Singer $2.4 billion. And that ruling did not just enrich Singer. It also structurally tilted the playing field further away from working people and towards the vulture funds, siphoning money and resources.
Good idea to put Bangladesh in the title.
Away from the communities that need them most. Could a reasonable American question whether or not Justice Alito could have acted impartially in this case, given his personal relationship with Singer? Absolutely. In January 2021,
Damn, she's still going. All right, I think we get the point. I think we both got to the point where we're like, all right, we get it.
We said all we could say. I mean, thank God somebody did it, right? Because that's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
In theory, they could be impeached.
Maybe that happened months ago.
All right, folks, you've been watching a special report on our breaking news. A judge that was appointed by former President Donald Trump has just dismissed the classified documents case against the former president. Following this and more from Milwaukee's our political correspondent, Caitlin Burns. She is.
What do you mean?
Behind him?
Outside. Following this and more from Milwaukee's our political correspondent, Caitlin Huey Burns. She is outside of the Republican National Convention, which is getting underway. So, Caitlin, we were talking about this before the special report. Again, the reporting is, it's not exact.
The cutout shit. You can see the green around him.
Clear how Jack Smith is going to respond.
24/7 news desk show. That's what they do, is they just have randomly generated backgrounds and shit behind them like that.
This, but as you heard from our legal contributor Jessica Levinson, who we're going to be speaking to in just a little bit, this did come as a surprise, but perhaps the Trump campaign, for them, it's a welcome surprise.
A welcome surprise indeed. And again, Vlad, we're still waiting to hear any official word, which we'll likely hear soon from the campaign, but no doubt taking this as a win, because this was a significant case, as you just heard outlined there. Of course, there have been 4 cases laid out against Donald Trump, 2 in the states and 2 federal cases. This was a very serious one and something that a lot of Republicans had been concerned about. Now, there are going to be questions coming, especially from Democrats, about where is the level of accountability for the former president then. So we're waiting to see kind of what that looks like. But given that the assassination attempt is hovering over all political conversation right now, how you navigate that kind of messaging remains to be seen. We talk about a lot over the past several years how we're often in kind of unprecedented territory. This certainly is one of those moments as well.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns for us outside of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, where Caitlin, you and I had expected to talk about what is taking place today and over the next couple of nights. But this breaking news just happened, came into the CBS newsroom, so we're all over it. We'll speak to you a little bit later in the hour or throughout the day, Caitlin.
We don't need 24-hour news.
Yeah, and we're not gonna get anything from this. So
let's bring in ABC News chief legal analyst Dan Abrams for more. Dan, other courts had largely rejected this argument that Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. So what do you make of Cannon's legal reasoning here? And how much did this hinge on comments from Justice Clarence Thomas in the Supreme Court's recent decision on presidential immunity?
Well, look, let's be clear. This is definitely an
Jesus Christ, no,
this opinion.
Not with
But
this
let's
audio.
also recognize that this is
he has a background in everything.
page, very detailed opinion that was not just written over the weekend. So this is obviously something she's been working.
Garbage. What the fuck is that?
To say that as I expect that they
it's
will.
all garbage.
It sounds like it's from a laptop microphone.
But he put his own whole background out. He's got a whole background.
Let's get to CNN's Caitlin.
But no mic.
Caitlin Polans now. Caitlin, walk us through this ruling and this dismissal and what it means.
Yeah, well, it means that the case
Crazy. They
against
got
Donald
the bad
Trump
guy
and his
from the
co-defendants
Daredevil
in
movie
Florida
on here.
for
It said crazy. They got the bad guy from Daredevil movie on here.
mishandling classified records, obstructing justice. That's over as of now. Judge Eileen Cannon is closing that case, dismissing it, no more proceedings there. And the reason, she says, is because it's not constitutional for special counsel Jack Smith to have brought this case, to investigate it, and to bring it against Donald Trump, pursue it to trial. She says that because she says Smith was a private citizen the Justice Department brought in from outside the government, and he is operating with very little oversight as special counsel. He was never Senate confirmed, and thus this is not a valid prosecutor in the way Congress.
You fucking morons. There is... And people think that the CIA grooms people to be mass shooters. That the government is capable, smart enough, coordinated enough.
Right? Like, imagine
do this shit.
believing they could pull off 9/11 and be so undetected.
Ridiculous. And they can't even bring a correct prosecutor to a slam dunk on Donald Trump.
Well,
you
he was
fucking morons.
He was a correct prosecutor, though.
And a civilian with no oversight and not actually confirmed by anything, according to
No,
CNN.
but that's totally fine. That's normally how it goes.
Yeah, and then he brought the case. This is what they're saying, is that it's unconstitutional because he was a civilian.
Yeah,
so it needed to be the state that did it, and they didn't do it.
That this is already something that's been done several times, and they've never had a problem with it until now. Basically, is the issue. When they could use political motive, they did.
But only now they're dismissing it.
Yeah, well, that's I think the framing of how much did what Clarence Thomas said about immunity have to play with it. I think that's an okay framing.
Okay.
Has set this up, and that the Justice Department, the executive branch, should allow. She also has issue with the funding behind the special counsel's office that they've been using. Much of this is very untested in a way where there has been law established. Judge Cannon is ruling on something other judges at her level, the trial level, have looked at across the country.
Here you go.
And
Hunter Biden has literally the same investigation / prosecution against him. Well, he's not a fucking president, so it doesn't count.
Pretty much. He's a private citizen.
Sure, special counsel cases can go forward, but it's very likely now this issue is going to be appealed. And Justice Clarence Thomas on the...
Just thinking about it, though, even then, why the fuck can't a private citizen sue an ex-president for this? The documents are the property of the state and therefore the property of the people, no?
I
so
mean,
why
well,
theoretically couldn't they?
It's just a special council, too. Like, they formed a council for this specific purpose.
Strange.
Supreme Court even teed up this question of the constitutionality of the special counsel's office 2 weeks ago. He wrote in a concurrence on the presidential immunity decision related to Trump in his other case. There are serious questions whether the attorney general has violated that structure by creating an office of the special counsel that has not been established by law. Those questions must be answered before this prosecution can proceed. Boris?
So, Caitlin, what are the options for the Department of Justice now?
Appeal. They are very, very likely to appeal. We have not yet heard anything from the Justice Department yet. It's possible they say something. We don't know for sure if they'll appeal, but that is in their plane of possibility from now on. Boris?
Caitlin Polantz, thank you so much. Brianna, I want to send it back to you. I know you have two legal experts with important perspectives on a decision that could impact other special counsels, not just this case against the former president.
Yes, exactly right, Boris. I'm joined now by John E. Jones III, who is a former chief federal judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania. He is now president of Dickinson College. Also with us is Tim Parlatore, who is an attorney who represented former President Trump in the classified documents case. He left the team in May of last year for personal reasons. Tim, obviously a win for Donald Trump. How do you see this victory?
It's interesting, and I'm still going through the opinion myself. It does seem that she's, tried to make a good reason, reasoned opinion of it. It's something that, as Caitlin just mentioned, it hasn't really been tested. It is something that a lot of judges have allowed at the trial level, but it's never really been tested at the higher level. And I think it's something that does make sense. Oftentimes you have situations like this where the government will do something. They'll take existing regulations and they'll stretch it a little bit further and a little bit further, and judges will kind of allow it. And at some point, it should be ruled upon by the higher courts to either say conclusively, yes, this is permitted, or no, that it's not. And by creating this kind of split between the courts, that is what will bring it up to the higher court.
Yeah, and Judge Jones, that is the expectation, as we just heard Caitlin lay out, that an appeal is likely here. How do you see that appeal playing out?
Well, it's interesting, Brianna, because what Judge Cannon did is she looked back at a case that's exactly 50 years old. It's the United States versus Nixon case. And in that case, the Supreme Court appeared to put its imprimatur on the special counsel and the appointment of a special counsel. And legions of federal judges since then have relied on that particular decision by the Supreme Court to green light prosecutions by special counsel across the country. What Judge Cannon said, Brianna, is that is dicta. In other words, in layman's terms,
because it's going to change in the future.
No. This was just a bridge video between this and the next one, which is the Bangladesh stuff.
It's a call. Es una secta. Es un culto. No. Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with this guy?
Scam.
Huh?
You familiar with this guy?
Streets LA? No.
Yeah. I don't want to show his whole video. He has given permission specifically about his protest videos.
Okay.
Because he was at the LA protests. But I don't want to use his I don't know how long this video is, but that's what he the Church of Scientology fucking hates him. Because he films these when he just takes his dog for a walk, right?
That's so fucking funny.
But he makes sure to always go by the Scientology building. But he also, the big thing that he does is filming police. And that's his other account, is Film the Police LA. And he knows all the police. He knows them by name and stuff.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay.
This guy's the best.
See, right now, look at these crowds out here. They should be making so much money. People are here for New Year's. People are just flowing through. Twilla, why are you being sneaky, Twilla? Oh, she's doing something. She's up to no good again. She's being sneaky. She goes for that door.
He just harasses this Church of Scientology. I support this. I support this entirely.
Going for it too. Oh, I got it. Excuse me. That's why. Waiting for her. This person's been waiting.
The thing is, I've seen interviews with him, and like, he was one of the guys who was. Remember how when we had our guest on to talk about the LA protests, he mentioned that a bunch of journalists were arrested at a parking lot before the protest. This guy was one of the guys arrested then.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, my headphones aren't plugged in. So like, and then like the police fucking hate him.
I bet.
And like he's also like specifically the things that I've seen, which is Scientology and cops, like he's very knowledgeable on like everything. He's able to spit easy facts and figures out.
That's
no
great.
problem, because he spends so much time dedicated to fucking with these people.
Yeah. It's the unironically learning ballet to make fun of.
I don't know what he did before this, you know? Like, for all I know, he could be he could have like a law degree or something, the way he talks about
who knows?
police.
I have no idea what you're up to. I have no idea what you're up to, Twilla. What are they up to? I think they're waiting for somebody to lure somebody back. I personally think just gotta have
is he just running blocker for them so they can't get people into the building? Is that basically what he's doing?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You can get away from this guy.
Sebastian's got gloves because his hands are. But why do you have those gloves? Don't. I'm not following you. Hey, come on. Tola, what are you doing? Why are you being so sneaky? Come on. She's up to no good. I'm not following you. Willa, this is so weird. But why do you have those gloves? Don't touch them.
Don't off the gloves. You can stay for free.
Do they just like call? Are they just calling them random names, or is that like actually their names?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna say that they're random names just because I don't know how. I mean, this guy's videos are being taken down for doxing information, so I assume that they can't be their real names, right?
Sure.
Sebastian's got gloves because his hands are bruised.
His hands are bruised? What?
Mm-hmm.
Doors open.
What are you guys? You guys are doing something up to no good. Who are you trying to sneak through here? Huh? Come on. Who are you trying to? Don't be sneaky. You guys always trying to sneak people through, sneak people in. Send them to the front door. We'll protest you guys anywhere.
Yeah, so it's an active protest against them, I believe, as well.
Interesting.
Because that sounded like somebody else said Sebastian talked to us, and the other lady was in his face. So.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I feel like I know all these people.
We like Dora. Just don't bring me back, but we like you, Dora. No.
See, that lady's literally following him around and translating in Spanish, telling people that you don't want to follow this guy to his fucking cult headquarters, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, everyone, go check out this channel. That's it.
This is good.
If you actually go to his channel, the other thing that he does is that he harasses the delivery robots that are taking people's jobs.
That's fucking amazing.
It's like he knows that he literally knows their name just by looking at them, even before you can see the nameplate. It's wild. Like there was one that got burnt up and like vandalized, and he was able to know what one it was. And I'm like, how the fuck do you know? Go to his channel, you'll see. There's like
I want to see whether they successfully stopped these people from going in.
If you guys are from out of town, just keep going. Keep walking down the boulevard.
I'm like,
No, you don't even want that. No. Oh, he's getting red. Look at him. He's looking red. There goes the badge. Didn't work out for you, huh?
Excellent. I support this. This is fantastic. I support everything about this.
Okay.
What's going on, brother? You see Angel?
Oh, he changed it to Scientology audit. All right. So if you look, there'll be like things about the robots in there. But I've definitely checked shorts too, because see if he has shorts here. See, there's robots here, right? There's one right there.
Look what we got here. Look at them. Day 11. Day 11. Ain't nothing going on. Shut down. Shut down. Just how I expected. Hey, who's this? Frankie, who are you doing over here? You can almost hit my foot. You see what happened to them? We shut them down. We shut you down too. You want to operate on this block. I want an envelope every week with $1,000 in it. You understand me? I want $1,000 a week. Otherwise, don't come on this boulevard. We'll shut you guys down too. Look what we got here. Look at them.
Delivery robots. I hate that.
Yeah.
Don't go in there. No. It's a cult. It's not a free personality test. It's Scientology. You're signing up for a religion. That is a religion. A cult. Hey, look, Gizmo. Look at it. No one out here. They packed it up. Look at the windows all frosted. Doors closed.
5 months.
Window frosted.
Amazing.
Yeah, that basement.
Amazing.
All thanks to this is real. You know how like people dress up as superheroes and patrol the neighborhood? Nah.
This guy's the real one.
I mean, there's other people that do it too. Like everyone fucking hates them. So it of course. But like he also got arrested for the fucking like for the college protest, right? He was like they were targeted, and he was arrested. In the like literally, it's in like the especially the LA ones. It was more than just Palestine because of the assaults and the Nazis showing up there and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
how do people not know what Scientology is though?
They're tourists. They don't. That's why they're getting them. It's literally it's like the boardwalk of fame, right? The stars are there. So this is where
I know, but like surely people know what Scientology is.
That's the thing is I think a lot of people don't like.
Okay. Well, this guy's definitely doing a good thing.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's bad news. It's a cult. Look at him trying to stop me. It's a cult. Look at this guy trying to stop me. It's a cult. How's your family feel that you're in a cult? Huh? How's your family feel? It's a cult. You don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. It's a cult. You don't want to do it. It's a cult. Don't mess with these guys. It's Scientologists.
I'm surprised people just walking past don't pipe up either.
Most people just don't care. They just want to go about their business.
All bad news. It's a cult. I'm telling you, it's a cult. It's a religion. Oh no! Bad news. It's a cult. Oh man, they're
do you see the grin on that guy?
Cult. I'm telling you, it's a cult. It's a religion. Oh no! Bad news.
Yeah.
What? Right?
Scumbag.
It's a cult. Oh man, they're gonna get your information. They're gonna use it against your family. They get your name and address. They get your phone number. No way. They're gonna get all your information. But they're gonna ask you to immediately give your name, telephone number, and address, and they're gonna call you and mail you for the rest of your life. It's a cult. It's Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. Another Thank one God. For me. It's another one for me. Oh, don't do it. It's a cult.
I got very nervous for a second.
Yeah,
Jesus.
thriving on the like a lot of because of the a lot of the shorts, that TikTok brought the innovation of bringing back the short videos.
Mm-hmm.
And like, no. This is just this is mostly just the Scientology and other stuff. Like I said, he's got other stuff. Like his police stuff is I think they don't have him that on YouTube because YouTube is too much of crybabies about it.
Yes, yeah.
But he has an entire police page on Twitter.
Is that Film the Police?
Film the Police LA.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a cult. It's a cult. There's a cult. It's a sector. It's a cult. There you go. Good job. It's a sector, right? You can't. No, it's a sector. It's a cult. No.
Is that cult in Spanish? Is it?
Probably.
Yeah. Got him. No.
This is great. I'm a big fan of this. This is excellent.
Yeah.
The fact that there's a whole group doing it is excellent. This is great.
I mean, I imagine it's like a thing that's been going on for a while. Like people are just so fed up with them that it's just become a thing where everyone's out there harassing them constantly.
Yeah.
Why are Seabass's hands bruised though? What do you think that's? Yeah, Sebastian. You never heard that?
No.
Seabass when you're talking about someone named Sebastian. All right, next video.
Nope.
News time. Only news.
Only news. Hold on.
Thousands of people have been injured by violence at student protests in Bangladesh. Police fired tear gas and charged with batons after fighting broke out between rival groups near Dhaka on Monday. Students have been protesting for 2 weeks, calling for an end to what they say are discriminatory quotas for public service jobs. They say it favors supporters of the ruling party.
Now, remember, if you remember, and you were watching, I mentioned this 2 weeks ago. And I said it's just on the radar and we'll see what happens. Because I literally brought up the garment industry in Sheikh Hasina, and and we've done past content where we talk about the election and the
I think we explicitly talked about the quotas. We explicitly talked about the way that the government employs.
Also, a lot of these, you see it a lot. I mean, it's like our migrant industry with Home Depot. You line up and hopefully you get work, right?
Yeah. Fuck.
Well, for more, we're joined from Dhaka by Tanvir Chowdhury. And Tanvir, so calls for a more meritocratic system in Bangladesh. What's the latest on the protests?
Well, where you see right behind me is the Dhaka University campus. This area was a stage for violence yesterday all day long. Now it's quiet. It's guarded by the pro-ruling party student wings with sticks and helmets. They're in the whole area. So the students protesting for the quotas are not entering this area to avoid clashes, but they're in different parts of the city.
Yeah,
now even the private university students.
Common with a lot of protests like this, but the factionalism that has developed so fast here.
Oh, really?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it started as just like this, like he's saying right here is the pro Sheikh Hasina. Right, the pro ruling class.
So it brought counter protesters out, and now
but it's awesome. So they're literally saying it's like rival gang fights that are going on. That's how it's been, a lot of the reporting has been.
Okay, I mean, it's a little disingenuous.
Well, I mean, they make so a lot of stuff that they'll say is like sports stuff that happens and. Is will be associated with gangs sometimes too.
Yeah.
From different parts of the city and across the country have joined in protest, and they're blocking intersection in different parts of the city. Literally, the whole city is paralyzed. It's very tense from the violence of last night, which stayed till almost 1 p.m. this morning. There was violence in several universities across the country. Now, the government saying they're not going to back down just because they're protesting. There was a word used by the Prime Minister saying that those who are not supporting the pro-liberation forces are essentially collaborators of the Pakistan army. That really triggered off the students who have been going out in masses on early evening of Monday, early morning.
I literally rolled my eyes just now when I heard that. Because it's such it's so typical, you know.
Yeah.
It's like Pakistan would say the same thing about they'd be like, you're pro India or something like that, right? India would say the same thing about Pakistan.
Mm-hmm. Stupid.
On Monday, and that's thousands of students all across the country came out saying, if we are called collaborator, then everybody is collaborator. That became the theme. And then following in the morning, there were a lot of clashes in the Dhaka University and several other universities across the country where ruling party students attacked. According to the pro-quota students, were attacked by them. Hundreds of students were attacked. And even in the Dhaka University Medical College, they were attacked inside the hospital. So things are very critical. And the students said they're not going to back down unless this quota reform takes place. The government said it's up to the court to decide eventually. The code says that the government can change and make amendments to it, but they'll have to wait about a month, which court will have a hearing and give a different decision. But the city stands. A lot of protests going on, not right behind me, but across the city. Right here, it's calm, not yesterday, though. So we'll have to see how things fall out within the day.
Yeah, we will indeed, Tanvir. Many thanks. I'm sure we'll keep an eye on how things develop there in Dhaka. Tanvir Chowdhury there.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
So yeah, like the fact that like you know,
the fact that what?
The fact that I pointed it out and was like, hey,
yes,
and then it's really exploded, right? And this is just like the beginning phase, right? So just like in Kenya, where the protests started getting really bad when the government started overstepping too much.
Mm-hmm.
If the government backs down, then it's like, oh, then people learn that they can actually protest and get something.
Yes. Yeah. And it reinforces positive protest
which is just like
a
dumb way of thinking.
Sure.
Because anyway, so if the government just meets them halfway, right, and like basically gives them half measures to quell things, then you have the classic cycle of authoritarianism where they're winning.
Yes, it's a slow ratchet.
Yeah, so they should have this whole attitude of like, oh, they're basically agents of Pakistan or whatever. You should immediately be hosting negotiations. Like you should meet with agents of authority inside the protest movement, and you should be discussing negotiations with them. But if they went to meet with agents inside the protest, they'd probably just fucking black bag them at this point, right? So the bad part about this is that it's probably going to get worse, and who knows until how long it will take before like a lot of guns come out, or if guns will come out. This is great. This is great editing, just showing how big cutting all the amateur photography in like that.
Now we turn to Bangladesh, where some protests have turned deadly. Multiple casualties have been reported in Bangladesh. At least 3 people have died in Chittagong in the southeast, 1 in Rangpur in the north, and 1 person was killed in the capital, Dhaka. Meanwhile, more than 400 people have been injured from all across the country. Take a look at the situation on the ground.
I'm fucking here for it though, because like if you've been listening long enough, I have a lot of things to say about the government of Bangladesh and like
We demanded rational reformation of the quota system. We did not desire anything else.
Right.
The ongoing protests are against Bangladesh's quota system. Let me explain. Every year, they recruit people for government jobs. Now, these are considered safe jobs, jobs that offer assured career growth. So these jobs are highly coveted. Every year, the government releases a list of vacancies, but all the jobs listed are not up for grabs because more than half of them are reserved. 1% of all the jobs are reserved for people with disabilities. 5% are reserved for minority communities. 10% are reserved for women. Another 10% are reserved for people from underdeveloped districts in Bangladesh. So that's 26% of the jobs reserved. But that's not all. The largest reservation is for freedom fighters, the people who fought to liberate Bangladesh from Pakistan back in 1971. 30% of all jobs, all government jobs, are reserved for these people, for their children and their grandchildren. When we add this to the other reservations, the total comes to 56%, meaning 56% of the government jobs in Bangladesh are reserved. They're not open to the general public. And this is why the students are angry. This is why they have been protesting. The quota system had been scrapped in 2018 after similar protests, but now it has returned.
Yes.
Last month, a court reinstated
Cycle of
the
authoritarianism.
quotas, and that is what sparked the latest round of demonstrations. This is against various parts of the system, from the percentage of reserved seats to the vacancy rule. What's the vacancy rule? If a reserved job cannot be filled, if the quota candidates fail to clear the requirements or the recruitment tests, the job would be left vacant. It would not be opened up to the general public. That is the rule. Even if there weren't enough reserved candidates applying, the vacancy remains. But it's not given to the general public. And remember, these jobs are much sought after. So these wasteful vacancies also riled up the people. They have been protesting for weeks now, even after another court order. The quota reinstatement was paused last week by Bangladesh's Supreme Court. It has put the reservation policy back on hold, at least for a month. But this did little to calm the protesters. In the last 2 days, the situation came to a head when Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina weighed in. She took a dig at the protesters. She used the word Razakar while talking about the protests. And this did not go down well with the protesters because Razakar is a taboo term in Bangladesh. It describes the people who collaborated with Pakistan during the 1971 War of Independence. It effectively means traitors, Razakar. So when the protesters heard this, they were enraged. They took to the streets and chanted slogans. That roughly translates to, I went to ask for my rights and I became a Razakar. The next chant
This is so well
was
done.
even more problematic.
Yeah, this is fucking great.
And also, like, all the footage they've used is open source.
Really interesting.
Yeah, like that was a TikTok that they just used.
Okay.
So she just explained what Razakar is.
Yeah,
Who
no.
are you? Who am I?
I'm listening.
Razakar,
I'm listening,
right?
yeah.
No, well, yeah. I'm just saying because I'm reading
yeah.
since we're covering it. You know.
Sure. Right.
Says who? The government, the autocrat. Doesn't it sound so much like Stalinistic stuff? Like you're a counter-revolutionary, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We are Razakars, the government has said so. Now, if you remove the second line of this chant, it looks like the protesters are just calling themselves Razakars. And remember, that is taboo in Bangladesh. In fact, it is an insult to the nation's freedom struggle. So you can imagine the reaction. There was a lot of anger from politicians who only heard the first part of the chant. What followed?
Disinformation caused this.
What?
Is what I'm
From
gathering.
the river to the sea, huh?
Crazy.
Was a wide range of condemnations and threats. But the worst was this. From the General Secretary of Pakistan's ruling
that's
party.
What I said. That's what I constantly say is the more authoritarian a country is, the more they can utilize information warfare. So like people talk about how the internet like helped do the Arab Spring and stuff, right? But you know, like you want to talk about information warfare being used effectively. I mean, America's just cowards to begin with. But how about Syria?
Yeah.
Turned it into these people are all Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
And then boom.
It's used internally even more. I mean,
We should
right?
have given them the fucking arms they needed before Russia got there.
Should have.
That would mean we have.
He said that the party's student wing would make the Razakars pay. Not the police, not the military, but the ruling party student wing. This threat was issued yesterday, and that's when the violence escalated.
We were rallying, and suddenly the ruling party student wing attacked us in front of Bijoy Ekattor Hall first. Then we were coming towards the Vice-Chancellor's house when we were stopped there. The Chhatro League ruling party student supporters again attacked us from behind. They were hitting heads in a targeted way.
Bangladesh's Kota protests have entered a violent new phase. No side seems ready to back down, and the bodies have started to pile
up. In this region, a lot of the stuff that you'll see is even on police. It's just like the long sticks, right? So like you'll see a lot like if you'll see Pakistani riot control. They literally just run in and start whacking the fuck out of people with sticks to break up the crowd and whacking them on the head with these like sticks, right? And like it's not like it doesn't break up the crowd.
It works.
I mean, yeah, you literally trying to like concuss people with a fucking stick, right? So, but it's also used by like the protest movements and stuff. People will fucking like. I mean, there's a lot of times like you'll see stuff like it'll be like a man who like entered a woman's home or something like that, right? And did something taboo of some sort, and they are literally like all the women in the village are just literally like killing the guy on the ground with sticks, like hitting him with the kidneys and stuff. So, but like it's just how like all the fucking you can tell if something is like a Soviet bloc country by the riot shields that the police have.
Okay.
Russia has a very distinct look, and the Soviet bloc has a very distinct riot shield look.
We hope that the situation de-escalates.
Huh?
Is it the tank?
Oh, it's the shield. They just look industrial. They're just fucking like metal looking industrial shields.
Yeah, it's the tanks. They just roll the tanks in. That's their riot control.
No, this is like I'm talking about like modern so-called democracies here. Like
and cooler heads prevail.
Across continents,
the fuck? It's like 2 minutes of an outro. I mean, this is honestly kind of a silly, unless this is a mistranslation. It seems like a
hang on. I just wanted to
silly thing to claim.
These are the types of shields right here that these like Belarus, even Euromaidan, the police had these types of shields, right? And the reason they're like this is like these shields are meant as like to be more offensive weapons.
Yeah.
Right. So they have clubs and shields, and they want heavy shields to just like beat the shit out of people, right? But they also like they do the siege stuff where they siege up and these fucking huge ass shields, and they'll just shield bash people and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, what they do in Australia is they form human lines, and then they break the line, grab someone, pull them back, and then close the line. It's pretty fucking pathetic.
I mean, that's what we see in a lot of places.
Mm.
So what was the caption that was done?
Oh, just the quotas favor pro-government groups. Like that's just assuming that everybody that's in those jobs are pro-government. Now, I would argue that the problem is the quotas, not the fact that they're quote unquote helping pro-government people. The fact that there are reserved quotas that don't go out to other people,
it's too simple.
Is the problem.
Too simple.
It's too simplified of an issue. Like, sorry, too simplified of a reasoning for the protest.
It's CIA coup. They're writing the sign in English. This is dog shit. It's just footage we've already seen with bad captions and translations.
Yeah, well, it's South China Morning Post. What do you expect?
Better.
Student protests in Bangladesh have turned violent, with at least 6 people killed, dozens more injured by fighting between rival groups and the police. Students have been demonstrating for 2 weeks, calling for an end to what they say are discriminatory quotas for public service jobs. They say it favors supporters of the ruling party and they want a merit-based system instead. Tanvir Chowdhury has more from Dhaka.
Student protesting from the Dhaka Medical University. We're on the outskirts of the Dhaka University campus. Now the protest is going on near the Language Martyrs Memorial. A large number of students have gathered here. There's also students gathered in many parts of the city in different intersections. They're not staying very long.
Interesting.
But protesting and then leaving the area.
People are like leading chants and stuff that they've shown so far have been women.
Yes.
In this coverage specifically, at least.
The violence in different parts of the country.
I feel that as a student, we should all take part in these protests. We are taking a risk, and all violence against protesters must stop immediately.
We will continue the movement, and now we have new demands.
By the way, the way
aside
she
from
has
the
her
abolishment
backpack
of
like
the quota
that,
system.
It ain't perfect, but you can put a plate in a backpack and fucking makeshift armor like that, you know? And like if
actually,
you're
my Yeti bag might be perfect for that because I've got
Yeah.
a laptop holder that I could theoretically use.
But like this is like the you know, she may not be wearing it that way for armor, but I'm just saying this is smart to do, especially when you're probably likely not looking at lethal rounds.
We also want the
Baggy
withdrawal
clothing
of
too
comment
is a good thing.
by Sheikh Hasina and stopping all violence against us.
The students are saying they'll continue to protest. They're here to protest against the quota, as well as.
Can we go back to that guy in the yellow shirt? Was he pro-government? I didn't hear what he said.
Protest against the
Or the
quota,
orange shirt, I
as
meant
well
to
as.
say. Like, because
Comment by Sheikh
they
Hasina
all have
from the
headbands,
abolishment
you know?
of the quota system. We also want the withdrawal of comment by Sheikh Hasina and stopping all violence against us.
Okay, these guys are okay. I wasn't sure.
The students are saying they'll continue to protest. They're here to protest against the quota, as well as the government's heavy-handed tactics and the pro-government elements attacking them and the Dhaka University campus and other campuses across the country, which resulted in hundreds of injuries across the country. They say they'll continue to protest unless their demands are met, and they want justice as well for what happened yesterday in the Dhaka University campus and other parts of the country. Tanvir Chowdhury, Al Jazeera, Dhaka, Bangladesh.
Bangladesh's top court has suspended quotas for government jobs after thousands of students staged nationwide protests.
These protests are against what they term a discriminatory system favoring those in power. On the 7th of July, students from Bangladesh's most prestigious universities took...
Keep in mind, these guys copy-paste Russian bullshit without changing anything, so...
They're oak. These people are. This is probably one of the better Indian news stations, though. But like, I just wanted to mention how you're talking like literally about mandatory hijabs in Iran, like based Bangladesh, right?
Demanding a merit-based system for well-paid and massively oversubscribed civil service jobs.
They have our respect and we give them that respect. When someone says that he is a freedom fighter, we also feel...
Imagine the ego. How much of a pure...
How many guns do they have in Bangladesh? I don't think the students specifically are going to have much arms. Just like how when Myanmar broke out again, right? They literally shot a girl in the head, or like in the protest lines and stuff, right? That war started with students banging pots and pans, and developed into what it is now. So it's really about who can exploit the factor. These rebel groups, I mean, Bangladesh is like the region it's in. It's not like they can't get guns into that country. Like Myanmar is right there. They're like, you think that border is going to be secure? You think you can't get guns from that country? Pakistan also has fucking tons of smuggling routes in. And then like it's also like to the south, like there's ocean. So even if the government has a hard secure on arms, if the government oversteps enough to start something into a civil conflict, you could probably see something. And I guarantee you, another chapter of the Rohingya genocide would also start as a side effect because of all the Rohingya refugees here. There would be some group that's like anti-Rohingya that would come out of somewhere. And it would all start with, like students, right? Because that's not what Myanmar is now. It's not kids protesting, young adults protesting. Kind of. They used to have been conquered by the British, but like there's also like older empires. Like I'm sure the Mughal Empire had all these countries, including Afghanistan and stuff. And also what's important about the region is that there's like 4 cradles of civilization. It's Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and China. So like the earliest civilizations come out of those 4 regions. So some of the earliest writing we have, I believe, is in India. Like we're talking about like paper writing and stuff. Like you can see it in India. Like there's a lot of documented history specifically in like the greater India region. And then also you'll also see it with people who like to wear orange in India. They talk about a greater India movement. Even Modi addressed it as greater India. He used the word for greater India. So that's kind of the story for a lot of places though. Like how much different are a lot of Europeans? Like Nordic people are a little different than Italians, I mean, I can see the separation there. A lot of honkies.
But I don't see any logic in allotting the quota, which is meant for the freedom fighters, to their grandchildren.
Where students like us are not getting the opportunities for jobs, certainly there will be unemployment. How many parents have the money required to start a business? My father does not have that money. Then we are left with no choice but jobs. And there, they are imposing a 56% quota, which will certainly have an
Nobody
effect
else is
on
fucking talking
unemployment.
about Bangladesh or Kenya, really.
56%
No,
No, they're not.
I'm glad that we have more
Bangladesh's
focus on
current
Sudan finally, but
system reserves more than half of the posts, totaling hundreds of thousands of civil service posts. Now, this system includes 30% reservation for children of those who fought to win Bangladeshi independence in 1971, 10% for women, and 10% set aside for specific districts. Students demand only those quotas supporting ethnic minorities, and disabled people should remain valid.
The quota system was abolished
What
in
about women?
2018 after weeks of protests, but reinstated in June by Dhaka's High Court. At present, the nation's top court has suspended this order for a month. Critics say the system benefits children of pro-government groups who back Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. They also accuse Bangladesh's judiciary of rubber-stamping decisions made by her government.
yeah. Wait, you mean to tell
Sheikh
me an
Hasina won
authoritarian
her
regime owns the judicial system? Hey, what's that thing? Project 2025? What do they want to do?
That? All of that? Everything?
Yeah.
Consecutive general election in January
When
in a
the-
vote
I
without
still love just a Venezuelan telling us that like Trump putting those judges in is like a coup against the justice system. Like that's if that doesn't like put a fire under you about how serious things are.
opposition parties with a widespread boycott and a major crackdown against her political opponents.
Student protests in Bangladesh have turned
PBS.
violent with at least
Al Jazeera.
Oh, still Al Jazeera, of course. I was like, if I did PBS cover it at all?
I didn't say anything on PBS.
They will. They probably will. I didn't hear the Pod Save the World or Pod Save America guys cover this yet. They did cover Gambia though, which was cool.
Okay.
6 people killed and dozens injured in fighting between rival groups and police, calling for an end to what they say are discriminatory quotas for public service jobs. They say it favors supporters of the ruling party.
Well,
I don't. That's about.
I think that's all.
But you know, it's not like we won't have more coverage on this.
No, yeah. As we get more, there'll be more. So that's all right.
I thought this was a cartoon for a second. My brain was fuzzy. My brain had to render the image.
Thanks for coming, folks.
Oh, he's got his sneakers
I've
on.
been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government.
Oh, this is his response to the shooting.
This is what we know now.
Yeah. Because we didn't watch it.
I think you can see like why we've had 4 or 5 people come in and say save Bangladesh students here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because
I think they're going in and just leaving comments.
Yeah. Good.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. He's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to
I want
happen.
to hear this telephone call, by the way.
We cannot condone this.
I do as well.
And so
I
actually think
you should FOIA it.
Trump. I don't think it was recorded, but I think that Trump might have like dropped all cadence and like bullshit. Like he's not gonna on the phone as Biden's calling him to make sure he's okay and stuff.
Yeah.
Is he gonna really be like, this is your fault?
Surely not, right? Surely not.
Like he's got to. I honestly, there's two things here, right? You can either grasp that you were a millimeter away from having your head popped, or you can let your ego totally counter the fact that you nearly died and not have an awakening because your ego is too high for it to happen.
Yeah.
But God I really fucking hope there was a genuine fucking moment between these two guys when they called each other on the phone.
Hopefully. We'll see.
Including the state agencies that have been engaged in making sure that people who...
Speaking of genuine moments, you got to check out that RFK shit with Donald Trump.
Injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail.
RFK, there's a leaked footage, and it's a Trump trying to get RFK to kiss his ring.
You're fucking joking.
No, it's in there. I'll grab it to make sure you have it real quick.
Okay.
We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if we don't. If I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he...
Was it filmed or was it secretly filmed?
It's a call. It's a leaked call.
Oh. Yeah.
Here you go.
Someone does that to you, you should punch them in the face.
Should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. Everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I'm able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. So far, it appears he's doing well. Number one.
And they must be condemned totally. But there were great people on both sides.
Yeah, like he doesn't. It's not like he doesn't seem genuine here, you know.
Yeah.
Number two.
Hello.
That there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have.
Oh, hot take by the way. The person, like people who were in like seniority positions in the planning of this should have resigned right away.
Of the Secret Service
and the police, anyone who is like of authority on the situation and command, they should have resigned right away. You let a former president get shot on your watch. It doesn't matter if you did anything wrong. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Reports and every agency in the federal government. I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do. Okay?
Mr. President, yesterday's assassination attempt brought immediate comparisons to the 1981 attempt on the life of Ronald Reagan. Judy Woodruff was there that day.
Did you see my most
White House
recent?
correspondent.
Did you see my most
Judy, we should mention you are in the arena.
No. What was it?
I'm pulling it up. You're going to love it.
For the convention, they're testing the sound system, so we may hear some extraneous noises. But Judy, how do those two events compare? The Ronald Reagan in 1981 and what happened yesterday?
Well, what do you think of that view that I found, you know? You can't zoom in on it. What do you think?
No, Instagram sucks. You can't zoom in.
Yeah, I know, right?
John Hinckley, love it. That's amazing.
30th, 1981, White House correspondent for NBC News. Ronald Reagan had only been in office for...
Here's a fossil we pulled out of the archives to tell you about when Ronald Reagan got shot. She was still working here.
2 months. I was part of the small press pool following him to make a speech at the Washington Hilton Hotel. He went into the hotel, made the speech. We were outside waiting for him. I was 30 feet away from his limousine, ready to ask a question, which I was doing when he came out, waved at the crowd, and I was yelling at the same time. I started hearing a pop, pop, pop. It sounded like firecrackers. But immediately people started yelling, "Get down." It was clear then it was gunshots. The motorcade with President Reagan moved away. We didn't know it then, but it turned out he had been hit. He almost died. But what I could see were lying on the ground, Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, with blood coming out of his head, and 3 other men who were part of the protective detail. It's a day I ran across the street to use a phone. Thankfully, both of these men survived, but it's a day I will never,
What,
ever.
you couldn't afford a
A
cell
lot of
phone?
what things you were saying about, given yesterday, of the current state of political discourse in the country. You've been traveling the country, as our viewers know, for the America at Crossroads series, talking to a lot of people. What's your sense of how people feel about the way politics is being dealt with today and being discussed?
You're right, John. We have been traveling the United States. We counted it up. We've been to 23 states so far. We've talked to dozens and dozens of ordinary Americans. We've talked to experts. Virtually everybody agrees.
I've been
we
to
are
all 48
historically
continental
divided
states
right now, maybe the worst since the Civil War. Our discourse has deteriorated. A lot of agreement and disagreement about why that is. Some of it has historical roots.
Let's have a discussion in why.
In the rise of the modern anti-government movement. But
why did that happen?
What we know is that there is a consensus among Republicans especially, but even Democrats, that the news media, the social media has a role to play. Just yesterday, I spoke with 22-year-old Republican delegate to this convention. His name is Logan Glass. He's from Alabama.
So
he was part of a...
It's so funny that still the United States' main thought process is in third-gen warfare, right? Near-peer adversarial Soviet Union type shit, right? Fucking 20 years of insurgent groups in fourth-generation warfare. They're still mainly not even looking at fucking information warfare. And this is what happens. This is what happens when you literally don't defend against warfare that's 2 generations against your standard operating procedures. You have, like, in America, they have to be more proactive than anywhere else because of the fucking press freedoms and the freedom of speech. It can be easily used against us. And it has been. In the 90s, Putin started a project to do this. You know how that one report was like, oh, they play the long game, that's how they win? Yeah.
Yeah.
While he was shaking hands with George Bush, he was already in the process to undermine our democracy with fascism. Trump coming out just really started revealing his networks and how deep they run. It brought a lot of it to the light, but he had been working on that before there was internet.
Group of delegates I spoke with, and I asked him what he thought was contributing to our current division. Here's what he said.
I'm going to point the finger at the media. I don't think the media has done much to bring us together. I think the liberal news media has done a lot to divide us. I think the media has magnified the divide. I think they have made it the issue that it is.
And again, John, this is what we were hearing. We've been hearing from Republicans and Democrats.
You know how you can tell if somebody's broken? If you show them PBS and they think that it's liberal media.
To him before the shooting, but what Logan Glass said to me.
That is actually a pretty good test.
Right after that was, he said, it's going to take a change of generations. He said the older generation has managed to coarsen our rhetoric, coarsen our
about
discourse.
2 generations, maybe, specifically.
You people have like worms in your brain, honestly.
We're hearing a lot of calls for unity, for lowering the temperature as it were today. In your view, what's it going to take to get that to happen?
Here we go. It's political climate change.
I wish I had an answer, John. Like all of us, I mean, we are looking for signals of unity. If our political leaders could come together and say to the country, it's time for this
Biden's
kind of
entire
thing,
platform,
this terrible violence and this language to stop. We'll see whether that happens. But I have to bring up the question and the issue of guns, John. When John F. Kennedy was assassinated, there were roughly 67 million guns estimated in this country. Today, 2024, there are around 400 million guns in America. Guns are not the only cause of our violence. They're not the only cause, certainly, of our course, or discourse, but they are an issue.
When you're tweeting about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get the white folks under control?
Okay. Now, let's just friendly reminder. This guy who came to assassinate the president, if he realized that he wasn't going to be able to run onto a roof with his gun, he had explosives. Technically a vehicle-borne IED, but I don't know how strong his explosives were. Remote trigger. They haven't. That's the real missing information that I want to know so bad. I want to know so bad the composition of his IEDs. You know, because he had to have researched it.
Call the police station.
Huh?
Call the cops.
Oh, they just said that some were chemical. That's all they said. It was conventional and chemical explosives, potentially chemical weapons, even the way it was. They weren't really specific. So when I say that you ban guns and you're just going to have bombings, bombings tend to be political too, not like how mass killing incidents have been.
Church shooting there about a year and a half ago. People tried to come together.
My resolution:
gun enthusiasts,
airstrikes.
Second Amendment
Bomb them.
Supporters,
Bomb
people
them.
who are big
Keep
supporters
bombing
of gun
them.
rights,
Bomb
to try to
them
get the
again
Tennessee
and
legislature
again.
to find common ground over reducing gun violence. They were not able to do that. Bringing people together across the divide. So it's going to take work. It's going to take dedication. We're not there yet.
Not there yet. Judy Woodruff in Milwaukee. Thank you very much. Judy, Amna,
Hi,
and Jeff
do you want to
will
know how to
all be in
fix this?
Milwaukee this week for PBS News special coverage of the Republican
update on what the Secret Service knew about the shooter. Minutes before Donald Trump took the stage. For more, we want to go to Aisha because there was a briefing today. You got some information.
Giving me
about
harder,
what happened,
daddy.
Dana, good afternoon to you. We just got a big information dump, and some of it is deeply, deeply troubling. So I'm going to hold your hand and walk you through this. Just bear with me here. A lot of notes that I'm going to look at here. Just about a couple minutes ago, the senators came out of this briefing with Secret Service. They've been asking for it for days now. Finally got it with the director and Secret Service staff. And the top headline that has come out of it, according to Senator John Barrasso, just spoke to him as soon as he hung up on this briefing. He said that apparently the Secret Service had identified as a character of suspicion this man, this shooter, because they saw a rangefinder on him as well as a backpack. And this all happened.
Oh my God, he was casing it.
I told you, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Amazing.
He literally had an alternate attack plan with explosives.
Amazing.
Happened more than an hour before the shooting actually occurred. So they saw the guy and they identified this guy as suspicious. Now, more details coming from a source familiar here who was also in the meeting tells me that about 10 minutes before former President Trump went onto the stage, they had gone from looking at this guy as suspicious to now looking at him as a threat. That is coming from this briefing that the senators were in. They were told that Secret Service had called it in to a center that this guy they now identified as a threat about 10 minutes before President Trump walked on stage, and they still allowed him to walk onto that stage. I'm told the Secret Service agent in charge there was on the phone with local and
I'm going to
you mean to tell me that you mean to tell me that Trump didn't listen to threat?
Exactly.
Reports?
I'm going to hesitate to guess that Trump ignored it. And
No,
went
does he have a
and
history of
Secret
doing
Service-
this? Not
Yes,
listening
I
to
believe so.
intelligence briefings? My mom today also told me that Trump was smart. So if somebody comes in, you know what I value George W. Bush for? His intelligence.
Definitely.
state police about the threat while the shooting was taking place. That's huge. And that is raising a lot of concerns and now major calls for the director of the Secret Service to step down immediately. Minority Leader, GOP Leader Mitch McConnell just tweeted that he wants
this, though.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the director, because the director is not in charge of protecting Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump gets the fucking B team. He's lucky he gets any protection for the rest.
Yes.
Like, these are the people that work with, there's people at Jimmy Carter's house as he's fucking dying right now.
Her to step down. Several senators that came out of this briefing want her to step down immediately.
I tell you what, if you don't really want to be a cop but want to do the job, the Secret Service is not a bad idea. You're basically just a bodyguard for some old cunt that flies around the world. It's a good gig.
Yeah, but there's also like intelligence stuff there too. So like some people don't even protect him; they just do logistics for them.
It's just interesting.
Another little nugget of information that came out of it that is interesting here is that they still don't have a motive, Dana. They're trying to actually hack into the shooter's phone right now, but some things they're still unable to access.
Did they get anything from the phone when they got into it?
They haven't said. I don't think. If it's on here, it's on here.
I didn't. See
I tried not to look at any. I don't want to look at any brain rot shit about this. It's already annoyed me day one.
Yeah.
We were all in the stands. I was 7th row up, directly behind Trump. But as soon as that first bullet
By the
came,
way, the guy who made this is a rapist.
Oh my god, that's actually her. That's so funny.
No, I just want to be clear. The guy who's made this video is a rapist. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah, fuck this guy.
Trump, like whether it was a sound or whatever, something to watch Trump go down to the ground. I watched the Secret Service jump on him, and then I heard the next 4 or 5 from the sniper, because they were different sounding bullets from a different gun. And it wasn't until I heard them start to speak, and I heard them, doing all their codes back and forth, that I realized this is real. I sat there and I kept on trying to absorb it, what was going around, look at it, everything, looking at the optics,
all I see
looking
is
at the people around me
every time.
trying to, scared for their life down in the bleachers. And, for the first couple of minutes, you couldn't even stand next to each other.
I thought it was just a joke. I didn't think it was anything going on. How would anybody do that,
Why do you think it happened?
I don't know.
Why?
I couldn't get
why
in
would
that
anybody
kid's head.
do
Nobody will ever get in that kid's head now, right?
America didn't
Yeah,
violently
because it's
oppose
gone.
theocratic.
His
America
brains
didn't
are gone.
violently oppose theocratic fascism for 20 years in the Middle East. No, that never happened. But why is Donald Trump being shot at?
I mean,
that shooter has been killed.
Right? Just a young kid.
Sure, irrelevant to that point. You
I don't
can't
know.
think of a single reason why Trump can be shot at. Not one.
When someone said he was a Republican, I don't know, was he Republican? Wasn't he? What did he see on social media the day before? What triggered him? Did he have a bad day at work? Did he have a fight with his parents?
Wow,
I don't know, right?
I guess they also found his vehicle over here with a bunch of bomb-making materials in it, literally in that neighborhood right there. Yeah, they found it last night at midnight or something like that, and they had the whole.
Dude, did you hear that?
I guess they also found his vehicle over here with a bunch of bomb-making materials in it, literally in that neighborhood right there. Yeah, they found it last night at midnight or something like that, and they had the whole bomb squad come check it out.
Officials have found explosive materials in the suspect's vehicle.
Yeah, someone put him up to it, I think. Someone in the DNC put him up to it. CIA, maybe. Just
brain rot. Fucking brain rot.
Bro, they're out of sheets.
It's like JFK. It was too perfect.
Hawk to it, baby. Spit on that thing. Hawk to it. That's all I can say.
What do you think would have happened if Donald Trump would have unfortunately passed away?
I think there would be civil unrest. I think there would be a lot of civil unrest.
She's correct.
You're wrong.
Not civil war. Not civil war. Civil unrest. People would be very upset.
Sure, they would be upset. And then ultimately, the Republicans' entire plan would crumble because there's nobody, one, narcissistic enough, two, dumb enough to be manipulated by fucking religious fascists. The dumbest, worst type. Come on. There's nobody dumb enough and egotistical enough that they would allow themselves to be manipulated just through ego stroking. It's not possible.
What are you talking about? Donald Trump exists.
If he dies.
Oh yeah, there is no one to replace him, huh? Nobody's been stroking that ego for as long as he has.
It's insane. He is irreplaceable. If he goes down, that entire plan implodes. There is nobody in the GOP that could take over.
I think what's important is for me, I just hope that he changed as a person, and he wasn't just, I'm going to disappear until the controversy came over. And this is something that I've picked up from a lot of of my Al Qaeda friends and stuff. Like when Andrew Tate said, "I'm a Muslim now," right? Like the guy we just interviewed with that will release tonight when we're finished with it. Like he said I tried to be like, who this guy is. Like, come on. He's like, it doesn't matter. Like if he accepts Islam, then he's on the correct path, and like hopefully he can find guidance, right? So like that's what I'm saying. Is like Andrew Tate obviously was right there. No reason to be charitable like they were about it, right? But I just hope that he because honestly, like we can want people to like pay for their crimes and stuff, but like it's also like if they can like stop doing the crimes before they get caught, I think that's fine too. Like but it's hard when it's like shit, like like if you're diddling kids and stuff.
Yeah,
like it's just so visceral to be angry about that. But it's not
because
like they
we would know
locked
that
you
there
up
was
for very
somebody out
long
there.
for diddling kids anyway.
No, not really.
Like half the time they get less than 3 years. Like go watch
Which is
To Catch a
insane
Predator.
because the kid's fucked for their entire life.
Well, like To Catch a Predator, if you go watch that, that's what they'll give them is like 3 years and stuff.
No, they should castrate them as painfully as possible.
Well, I mean, see, exactly. It's easy to have a visceral reaction to something
no,
like that when it comes
I don't
to
give
sex.
a fuck. 3
Well,
years.
Yeah, exactly.
You are scarring that child for the rest of their life.
Well, this is like I don't know. I'm only sourcing To Catch a Predator where it was like a sting operation.
Yeah.
So maybe.
But that's it. The punishment should be weighted against what actually the actual impact of what
you ever see the movie Hard Candy?
No, but I know of it.
It's like it's like the pedo in it trying to convince her not to kill him. He's like, "Oh, my life would be ruined if you let me go."
That did this on purpose to keep him from.
You know what I mean? Like it should be like, oh, they only get 3 years. They only get 3 years. Like, yeah, it's not a lot of time. How many kids did they harm?
Yeah.
How many lives did they permanently ruin? I think they should have a limb ripped off for everyone.
Well, like also like
slowly.
Like a big thing, especially like with like the Buddhist teaching and stuff. It's like you changing doesn't guarantee forgiveness, right? Like if you were a piece of shit and you diddled a bunch of kids and somebody fucking kills you with a fucking ice pick in your eye, and if you like changed and found God or whatever, like good for you, pal. But it doesn't erase your crimes to get to the society. The question is like, how should society feel about the crimes, and how should the state feel about the crimes?
Society, yeah, the state. I don't give a shit what the state thinks. If I'm being perfectly honest, it only matters what the consensus of the people are.
There was this thing I heard about from Kenya, where they like, I've heard about it in other places. It just the first time I heard about it was people telling me about Kenya, but they basically stack you in a bunch of truck tires and light them on fire. So you can't get out. The tires are too heavy, to push or climb out. They fucking light them on fire.
Sounds great.
For, sexually assaulting people.
That's not nearly. It's not nearly harsh enough.
I don't know. It's you get the stinky burning rubber and the burning agony.
making everything happen so our dreams can come true and the things that, we want to happen.
What is your dream for the future?
For my kids to be able to live on their own, to be able to survive in this economy, to have their rights and their freedoms the way it's
vote for
supposed to
Trump
be.
and you'll definitely get that.
You definitely won't get them. Yeah, no. Wrong side.
My plan is to give tax cuts to the rich so my kids can survive on their own.
Institution, right?
This
and Reagan, when I was
like,
getting out of high school.
This is a good person, right?
Yeah, 100%. Normal, good person. Probably helps people, donates to charity, goes to church. Yeah, lives a regular ass life.
You don't know if they're even religious either,
Sure. I'm just saying, as a general American profile, right? Generally fine person.
Okay, hang on. We got to talk about shot composition here, okay? I hate everything about this. Okay, you know what this feels like to me? A fucking Rorschach test. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The symmetry on this motherfucker. I feel like it's gonna start telling me that the comedian was killed and he needs to find out why. Do you see they're doing a fucking animated series? They just released the first one.
Watchmen?
Yeah. It's like, because you know how the DC, they make the movies, right? And they're all fucking, the DC
all bangers,
universe, animated universe movies, they're all so fucking good. But yeah, it's made by them and it's just part 1. So I don't know how many parts it's going to be, but
there's a HBO Watchmen TV series that I guess only had 1 season that I kind of enjoyed.
Yeah, there's also a motion comic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. I still like the movie, the 3.5-hour one.
Yeah,
His second term was
one.
It's a good movie.
It's happening. I was happy. I was able to live on my own. I was able to do things on my own. My kids can't even afford to get a house or keep their payments going.
You really want to know why? It's called housing speculation. You know, the same dickheads who crashed the economy in 2008, they didn't go anywhere. They're still in charge. They're doing the same shit. They're still lining their pockets.
One guy did time.
Yeah.
And it was like a month.
Awesome. That's great.
How many kids did that harm?
Yeah, exactly. Right. So there was actually, I was with my mate yesterday and we're getting pizza and we went for a walk waiting for the pizza. And we walked past a vacant lot that was used by a Greek Orthodox church to park. Right now, in the average house price, I think in this area is around $1 million now, which is insane because it's hour-ish outside the city. Shouldn't even be. It should be half that, if that. This block of land will like. Well, I was like, I wonder how much this block of land would go for, this vacant block of land. And I'm like, well, you could probably fit about 4 apartments on there. They'd probably want about $5 million for it, right? And that is how the fucking housing market works. It's based on speculation. It's based on what could you make, not what it's actually worth. So you are paying for an amount of money that's been guessed by some dickhead in a suit that's been paid to artificially raise the housing prices.
Didn't the former president of the United States just get felony charges for something? Oh, that's the hush money. Yeah. And what happened before that? He like lied about something. What was that? Oh, speculation. That's what they took him to court over, because he overestimated the assets of his property, knowing that they weren't that much. So that's the thing, is it's like, even inside speculation, you have to know that it's worth that much or else it's bad.
Yeah. But they use average apartment prices of built apartments based on size of the land and location to the city, and then they're like price tag. They don't actually account for the fact that this land is, well, 1, stolen, 2, is not worth that much, and 3, is just, and even houses now, houses are based on the speculation that you are going to knock down that fucking house and build shitty three apartments on one block.
It's almost like there's a board
housing.
It's a board game. There's a board game that teaches you that this is shit. What is that board game?
Monopoly.
Oh, you know what?
When are they going to start building hotels on these shitty fucking?
Well, that's the thing. Is the hotels are the multi-housing unit. It's the more profitable housing that you can build on that land that you.
Yeah.
Now.
So it's like, this is why your kids can't afford shit, is because your generation fucked it up. Because your generation wanted more fucking money. For Reagan, the Reagan types, you fucked it up. This is your fault. I hope you all know that.
So economic anxiety is the primary factor in your decision to support Trump.
Economic is a huge point. The other point would be I want our military back. I want our fighting force. I want education in our schools the way it's supposed to be.
Whoa! Hang on. This is a fucking enigma. Okay, hang on. What does she mean our military back? Is she talking about the military being gay now?
That's 100% what she's talking about.
Okay. Now, secondly, you're supporting the anti-school people. So she's getting the point of school choice here, I think, right?
Yeah.
And like applying that to what her values are instead of like understanding that that's like not a real thing.
Yeah.
I thought she might literally bring the military back home. That might be something. But what I was waiting, here we go. I was thinking, here we go. Here comes the migrants, right? But that wasn't the only one.
Yeah, I expected migrants. Immigration, some shit like that.
I want my freedoms. I want my liberties. I want everything that is supposed to be granted to us.
Well, Trump ain't gonna give you that. In fact, he's gonna take some of yours. So
you're supporting the guy who's openly taking away people's liberties,
and even will directly impact her because, if she still works, maybe. But like,
I gotta ask, what is this bounce doing behind you, Andrew? What is that for? Like, what are you doing? Where is the light being bounced to?
The shade? I don't fucking know.
I don't know.
Like if she works or not, right? Literally going to be able to not hire you because you're a chick. Just so you're aware. Literally, you will be impacted by Donald Trump.
Actually, you know what else could happen? A black-owned business could not hire her just because she's white.
And it seems like the more and more,
we need to talk to the Black World Order, over there.
Yes.
The secret cabal that we have access to, run by K-Hive. And we're going to talk to them. And we're going to say, listen, I got the perfect counter. We're going to make sure we're going to take those DEI hires that we love so much. We're going to put them in charge of everything now. And that way, when they overturn this act, we're going to discriminate against the white people. And then they'll learn their lesson.
They take those things away. This is only the start, right? Dear Heavenly Father,
he assaulted.
Our country is in need.
Oh my God, honey!
What is happening?
Oh no!
To bring us together.
Oh God,
hate should not be welcome here.
Oh,
people should not be shot at.
Oh,
Amen.
No.
This is great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, guys. It's 2024. It's almost election season, and things are getting real spicy. Muy caliente here in beautiful Butler, Pennsylvania. If you're not familiar with
the response about the woman, because I don't know, like I said something in Fudge is like the woman they assaulted, so that was a response to like something I said.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No,
now
Michael,
tonight,
that's not what this is about.
I don't know.
You need to get Black Red Guard to open a Starbucks and just record.
Butler, you should know that my grandpa is from here. But secondly, some shit happened last night. What's up, guys? It's 4:45 a.m. We're here in Butler,
What'd you get up to last night,
First and
Andrew?
foremost, I just want to say RIP to this deer. I don't know how long the deer was alive for, but obviously it's met an unfortunate end. I don't know if you guys can see this American flag right here behind us, but right where that flag is flapping, there was a bullet that almost hit Donald Trump right in the noggin and grazed.
The bounce? What is the bounce? The bounce is there for her, I guess.
His ear. So today we're going to talk to some,
assuming it's even his
people, maybe some eyewitnesses, and figure out what happened, and most importantly, what the motive of the shooter could have been. Sir, what are we thinking?
There's reports that he was Antifa.
How does one become an Antifa?
Oh my God!
I don't know.
Did your mom said this one as well?
Nope. No. She doesn't know what that
really
is. She actually asked me what is Antifa.
No,
you know what I told her? You know what I told her? I said, you know, they're like, no, I didn't say they were good guys, because it's not worth like de-radicalizing around this point. I basically said that like they're like fascists, you know, they're also bad about things, you know. Like don't worry about it, it's just something. But they'll just like how everyone says everything is fascism on the right is just kind of the word they throw out for the left. It really isn't anything, and it's not an actual like organized thing.
No,
it feels like okay. It's never heard about it since then.
Black bloc. Yeah,
never heard about it since then. So
they did confirm,
but like RM Brown, Peepaw Protect. This guy needs Peepaw Protect immediately deployed on all his devices.
That when he was 15 years old, he donated $15 to the Democratic Party, but when he was 18 and registered to vote, he registered as a Republican. They did find that out. If it is Antifa, there will be some social unrest. I have friends that are in 40s and 50 years old.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it, Grandpa?
They're ready to go. They don't care. They're struggling.
I'm so scared of some old white men with guns.
That kid, all right there, if that was a lib using an AR-15, that's going to break your whole narrative on the libs having the guns, ain't it, pal? Do you have an AR-15? Do you know how to shoot an AR-15? You do not look like somebody who can handle an AR-15, let alone get sized up for a plate carrier.
This guy looks like he would shoot and look like he's scared of the gun while shooting. You know the person the people I'm talking about?
Yeah, me. I literally have to blink every time. It's not because I'm scared. I'm just like
you lean
sensory
backwards.
Overload. Like if somebody's playing the drums, I'll start blinking to the drum beat because they're too loud.
But I'm more talking about the people who like shoulder the gun but lean backwards as opposed to lean into it.
Well, that's not me. I can still aim. I just blink too much.
His families try to pay their bills. They got kids. We all know how expensive it is to live. And the Secret Service is being criticized because the building's only 150 yards from where he was. And why wasn't that why didn't they man it? Why didn't,
Secret Service should have responded faster, I think.
It's so funny. Literally, the building was the police staging area.
Secret Service should have responded faster. Oh, okay. So one, they should have entrusted the local police.
And then they should have instantly.
So you're against your own cops. If you're from here, you're against your own cops. Good to know. So, and then secondly, is 18 seconds not fast enough for you?
I guess not.
They should have. I honestly think it shouldn't have happened at all, especially with that building was clear as day right in front of the whole rally. So I don't know how he wasn't seen going up there. Well, he was seen, but I don't know how he wasn't dealt with earlier. Why could they have a drone? Why couldn't you have a drone?
Because that goddamn FAA is protecting airspace, probably.
You could have a drone 100 feet up, just watching everything around.
Oh my God, bro!
That guy in a heartbeat.
Stunning new video. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Do you know what type of drones you're fucking talking about, bro?
Predator drones. You will never see it coming. Predator drones. You will never see
I'm talking about like RQ-170 Sentinels, you know?
Yeah.
Like the police have shit like that. But not in fucking rural Ohio. You think they have a fucking like drone team for this fucking podunk place? Also, by the way, like your Secret Service detail tends to be like depending on where you go, they bring in people who are local there because they're supposed to know the environment more than your regular detail as well.
Yes.
So they change out of like who you're working with constantly.
It would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
Video tonight showing the
Should have
moment
just
Donald
used a
Trump
shotgun instead of an AR.
would-be assassin climbed onto the roof of that building just 2 minutes
Civilians
before
were
he
killed,
opened fire.
and that's what we're going to continue to try to do. You know, you can second guess everything. We just pray for everybody. Unfortunately, that dad, the 50-year-old dad that dove over his family in the stands to save him.
Is that the guy that
said it would be fine to nuke Gaza because
that guy
because the Japanese got over it? I was like, they killed a good man, and I'm like, you mean the guy who said we should use nuclear weapons on Gaza because the Japanese got over it? Like, we don't need to say he was a good man, and he didn't have to die regardless. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
You know, was killed instantly.
It's the mythologizing. That's all it is.
The person who died has now been named as Corey Comparatore.
The FBI says they have yet to identify the motive of the suspect, Thomas Crooks.
He doesn't have
Why do I think it happened?
It's me, Tony Lasagna.
Listen to the rhetoric on the left.
Think about this, bro.
Trump is Hitler.
Just like most mass shootings, they don't have motives, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think about how fucked these people's brains are going to be when they fail to find a motive for the shooter.
Yeah. It's going to break them.
Imagine, because like that's the same thing with Oswald.
Mm.
Why did he kill the president? Felt like it.
Yeah.
It's not like fucking Oklahoma City. That guy definitely had a reason for doing what he did, and we know well about what it was. We know basically everything about him. The Unabomber. No questions to be asked there. We got the answers.
Trump is going to destroy democracy. All the rhetoric from the leftists that they're spewing is what caused TDS.
That's Trump derangement syndrome 101.
Us conservatives behind the scenes, we don't really say it out loud. We don't talk.
Look, Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. It's not people quoting policy at you. It's Trump derangement syndrome. I would also classify Trump cultists as Trump derangement syndrome, because they're deranged about Trump's reality, except they're positive about it. Most of the time, they're lib Karens, probably registered Democrats, probably down ticket voters.
So, like, we just watched earlier. We watched Bill O'Reilly was on Jon Stewart, and I'm definitely listening to that podcast too. Because it's always great when they fight and argue with each other. You know, it's like they have like our dynamic, you know, except they probably genuinely don't really like each other. And you know, Bill O'Reilly is just doing it because he knows it's going to promote his book well, because it gets him good clicks. But like he was like, all the people who attempted the assassination or were assassins were mentally ill, and I was like, come on. Like, don't make them all seem like they're all like Hinckley Jr., okay? Like, this kid has probably had suicidal tendencies. Right? Like, I'm sure
there's
some
videos
of them are whack
him
jobs.
getting bullied coming out and shit as well. Like, clearly awkward kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I haven't seen an explanation for it outside of fits a mimetic profile than we've made. So
and like, for example, the Allen shooter, right, which was probably one of the funner things that like so much was there. The only thing we didn't look at was all the handwritten stuff that he had started writing before he made that secret account. He was doing analog logs. Crazy, right? I can tell you by looking at him, he has a major depressive disorder. Everything I've seen, video of everything of him, he had major depressive disorder.
Talk about it out loud, but we do say it amongst ourselves. Man, they've done everything they can to destroy this man. The only thing left is to shoot him. And then it happened. Trump just won the election.
You should probably stop chewing tobacco, bro.
People who think like this don't have functioning brain cells
or teeth because they chew tobacco too much. Look at
what happened yesterday.
Even look at his teeth are sinking in along with his lip. I can't even like look at his fucking face because it's so fucking gross.
What do you mean by that?
Because deep down inside, Americans care about other people. They don't want to see people shot, people killed. Yeah. A man died yesterday.
George Floyd.
That could have been me. And
or generally black men.
Yeah, unless it's a homeless guy fighting with another dude.
Yes.
Outside a Republican convention.
Mm.
Oh, unless it's Paul Pelosi being beaten with a hammer, then it's hilarious, right? How many times was AOC mocked for being afraid she was going to die and hiding in her office? Actually, Katie Porter's office.
I mean, look, she was nowhere near where they were going or where they were.
But knowing AOC, who AOC is, you can't say that she wasn't going to be a primary target for those people.
True.
Right? I think you have to think about that when you think about her position and how scared she must have been, because like she would be one they're sending hunter-killer teams after, you know? Like she's like, it's like she's like one of their biggest enemies. And I guarantee you that they did go to her office.
Maybe.
I guarantee you.
I don't even think these people can read maps, so I doubt that they could navigate to her office.
Depends where her office is. If it's on the first floor, probably happened.
They wish the guy hit him.
More specifically, they're saying they think it was a Trump-engineered PR stunt to gain favor ahead of the election.
They're gonna... Okay. Did you see the picture of the bullet?
Yeah.
That went past his ear? That hit him?
Okay,
yeah, they had a marksman.
Hang on. Can we go back to that? Okay.
You see the picture of the bullet?
Okay. Not a bullet. You think like, oh, it must be in multiple frames. That's why it's long, right? No. You've seen the Matrix when they do the little behind the bullets, you know? That's how I would describe the shape that comes out.
Also, this is a picture, not a video. If it's in multiple frames, how would it be in one picture?
Yeah, exactly. So this is the contrail. It's the chemtrail of the bullet.
It was hot, right?
Well, you think, like I said,
was it humid?
You've seen the Matrix and how the bullets got the behind them. That's what that is. That's the Matrix, man. That's how we know we're in the Matrix, because the bullets have that behind them.
What day was Trump shot? Saturday.
You're looking up if it was hot?
I'm looking up what the humidity was.
Probably bad.
50.
I mean, look at how Matrix that trail is.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking.
It still is impressive to be able to capture a trail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That went past his ear? That hit him? Yeah, they had a marksman. They had a marksman hit him in the ear to cut him. Don't hit the head. Just hit the ear because we...
I mean, he's not wrong. That is stupid thing to say.
Want to do a...
What do you think would happen to the country if it was a successful assassination?
Just hit the ear. They had a marksman hit him in the ear. That went past his ear? That hit him? Yeah, they had a marksman. They had a marksman.
He's being sarcastic. No, he's saying because he's saying bro. You have goldfish memory. Before that picture came up and he said, did you see the picture? He's claiming that it can't be staged and how stupid it would be for a marksman to shoot near his head and into his ear. So he's like, yeah, okay, bro. Okay, yeah, that's what you believe. He's right. He's fine here.
Okay. I'll take your word for it because I've heard people legitimately
No. He's mocking those people because even he knows that's ridiculous. Nice house behind him.
Hit him in the ear to cut him. Don't hit the head. Just hit the ear because we want to do a...
What do you think would happen to the country if it was a successful assassination?
We're done. We can't have any more of this what's happening. I don't want to be told that I have to drive an electric car. Make sure they don't drop bombs in my head. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I mean, that's it. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic.
Hang on. Whoa, Gator's going off. Gator's suddenly going off. This guy does meth in a Ford F-150 and gets fucked in the ass. Okay? Let's run it back and turn on our Gator to maximum energy. And we got to listen for those feminine vibes to come out when he's like, oh my God, Trump being a shot. Oh, goodness.
That I have to drive an electric car. Make sure they don't drop bombs in my head. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
Are you talking about his hand?
Everything here. Just listen.
How he drops
I don't want to be told that I have to drive an electric car. Make sure they don't drop bombs in my head. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I mean, that's it. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. Why do we need a Department of Education? I went to school. We didn't have a Department of Education.
People are dumb. They just
no offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
We're twice as smart, me leaving high school, that half the college kids now.
Yeah.
Twice as smart, me leaving high school, that half the college kids now.
Yeah.
This guy is twice as smart. This guy right here, twice as smart as all college kids now, is what he thinks. Cool.
This
is why we need
high school that half the college kids now.
Yeah.
Bro, how do you have worse teeth? You kicked him out of this country for a reason.
What?
I said, bro, how do you have worse teeth than a British person? We kicked them out of this country for a reason.
Oh yeah. Who y'all recording for?
We're Channel 5 on YouTube. We're doing a video about the assassination attempt.
Hey, tell everybody to call Eminem Concrete Design. Get your concrete done.
Oh,
check out. Got in the dig.
No. But I like their hats.
As the Gen Z
kid. They said Bethel Park.
Oh, sorry.
On the day of the Pennsylvania.
Oh my God.
People are the problem and not guns. So just like, the pencil is the problem, not the person. No, it's really the person writing with the pencil and what they do with the pencil or what they do with the gun, what they do with the knife. It's really the attitude and that hypnosis of whatever they have that's not healthy in their mind. That's really what's causing this motive. And with social media today, people get bullied online through Facebook. Oh, I posted a humiliation photo of you, and all of a sudden they get this like resentment.
The other guy's legs there with chicken leg motherfucker behind him. What is going on there? You look like a bird. You look like a big fat flightless bird.
Oh, I posted a humiliation.
His linked fingers under the gut. That's the best.
Photo of you, and all of a sudden they get this like resentment.
I didn't have any interaction with him, but he was a kid that was always alone. He was always bullied. I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays.
Back when you were in school, did you ever experience bullying before?
Absolutely. Yeah. From grade school all the way through junior high. They make fun of your clothes.
Yeah.
They make fun of your haircut. They make fun of
really anything that can trigger your emotion. Because really, I think bullies
about the RNC, by the way.
No, I didn't.
If they don't have enough attention from their parents, they basically seek that attention out. And that might be through other students. So they can poke, or stab you with a pencil or get on your nerves. And this person gives me attention. I'm like, cool. My parents didn't give me attention, but I can go to school and trigger an attention. And now I got it. And that's what they seek out.
So you feel like they have these unmet needs in the household. And then where they're not getting attention, they go to school. And even if it's negative attention, they still feel like they have control over somebody.
Yes. Yeah. And this 20-year-old were his parents both working parents? Were they always home with him? Were they guiding him through organizations or other things that would guide a good foundation to not have him have all this resentment built up? That should be a big question, because that's like after all these other schools.
It's not actually Grindr's post. I always mute them and then you hit play and they unmute, like Twitter. It's not even letting the pictures load, at least, so there's no doxing, right?
What are we watching?
It's him just swiping through all the online users right near him at the RNC.
Ah, that's fucking hysterical. That's so funny. Are we surprised? Not really.
the thing that it's replying to, it's like an executive of the gay dating app Grindr says that the Republican National Convention is basically their Super Bowl, right? And then one sec, I got a fucking meme from our meme in chief here. This one's so good. So he says, official EV of this year's RNC. Sorry, Elon Musk. The E-bussy.
You have to add it now.
Take that out. Fucking annoying.
It's better.
The official EV of this year's RNC. Sorry, Elon Musk. The E-bussy.
It's better because now we can prep screen shares as you need it. So instead of it just popping onto screen and taking over the screen share, you can now set it up, but you have to manually put it in.
I already do set them up. I have multiple tabs.
Sure.
Shooting.
A soldier in the bunker.
The motive, and the big question is, this is America.
What do you think about
me
being detained for a couple hours? Because
bro, he said the big question is, this America.
They thought I was involved.
That happened?
Yeah.
Bomb squad had me for about an hour. Then the ATF had me. Then they took me
I
to sit
detained
and
you.
talked to the FBI. ATF come back in and says, Mr. Evans, we're getting you out of here.
They thought you were the shooter.
No, they thought I had the bomb.
Did you have the bomb?
I don't know if they ever found a bomb.
Interesting response.
You'd be scared if you saw what's going on in my mind.
How come?
Wow,
There's a lot
I
of
can't
shit
believe
going
they
on up
detained
there.
you.
I could fix everything.
Amazing.
Like in the country or mechanically?
Mechanically. I could fix a lot of shit. And
Oh,
everything's right
wow.
again.
So you mean to tell me they detained you for an explosives risk? I can't see why. I really can't see why.
A buddy of mine gave it to me a couple years ago and decided I'm going to ride it cross country.
Have you done it yet?
I'm on my journey now.
Oh, what?
Now I'm stalled here.
Where are you going?
Boise.
Oh, you're making it out to Idaho.
I gave myself 100 days. If we get out of here today, we're going to be at the convention tomorrow.
The Trump thing?
Yeah.
What do you think's better, Sheetz or Wawa?
Sheetz or Wawa? They both have great options.
Yep. So I think that's kind of a wrap for today. Got some initial reactions.
True patriot. Give it up.
A lot of good discussions today. We talked about economic anxiety. We talked about potential motives. We talked about bullying. And just so you guys know, fuck bullies. Bullies are the ultimate custers. If you're a bully, stop watching. Go subscribe to somebody else. Apparently, Trump's supposed to take the stage tomorrow in Michigan. I would go, but I can't go because we're on tour right now screening a new documentary called Dear Kelly, which is a full profile on a long-term friend of the show, Kelly J.
What?
I said, stop letting this rapist promote his shit now. We stole his video. Get fucked, rapist. Yeah, now let's talk about someone who's not controversial for sexual things, right?
Okay, we're doing it. We're doing the quick segment because it's really important. Right before the RNC Day 3 kicks off, Biden has been diagnosed with the China virus. They got him. President Xi Jinping finally got him, folks. And by finally, I mean it's happened. It's happened before. Actually, super inconvenient for Biden. It's happening the same day that a top Dem, Adam Schiff, is calling for him to step down. As Axios reported earlier today, Biden made the claim that he would drop out of this race if diagnosed with a medical condition. This is 4 hours ago, not 4 hours after this gets published. Biden goes out there and says, yeah, we see I got COVID. I'm not saying he did this preemptively.
I don't know. I fucking hope so.
Just saying it's extremely funny. This is ruinous, okay? Biden is...
So it's I'm sick of...
Yeah,
people not paying their fair share, that type of shit.
It'd be something like that.
Ancient. He's already reported that he's not feeling well, that he's a cough. Do you know what?
It's not. It's real.
Careful. That's Twitter. Oh, it is real.
It's real. It just says I'm sick. That's fucking amazing.
I just got knocked out of streaming for a week because of a cough. Do you know what it could potentially do to a campaigning president? The pressure for him to drop out is mounting severely.
It's even funnier.
Sometimes naive.
I didn't realize because I thought it was an ad because it's Twitter. This is the following tweet. He goes, I'm sick of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election.
Great.
Fuck you, Joe.
Awesome. The staffer they let
Behind the
be in
scenes
control
trying
of
to
that
pick
one.
him up. This gives them an in.
Huh?
The staffer who they gave that access to really knocked it out of the park, huh?
They really did.
This gives them a chance to go, oh.
And then the APAC tracker comes in with the $11 million from APAC.
Yeah. Did you see the fucking coconut brain rot take?
No, I didn't.
I was fucking dying.
Mr. Biden.
This guy says, I won't associate anyone with coconuts in their name. And they're like, why? And he's like, because it's to show that they support Kamala Harris, but it's racist, essentially saying like how I'm an Oreo, like black on the outside, white on the inside. It's saying that she's brown on the outside, white on the inside, and that she's mixed race. And it's like, bro, what? Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Like,
And we were so confident that you had a shot at beating.
Yeah, I guess.
Trump, just yesterday. Even though, like every day more and more Democrats step out of line and go against him,
okay,
even though every day more polls come out indicating the opposite, that a majority of Democrats, a poll today, 65% of Democrats polled from MSNBC said they wanted someone other than Biden as the Democratic candidate.
No shit.
65%. A majority of every sub-demographic, black, white, men, women, everyone. And now behind the scenes, we know for a fact that people are privately and publicly calling for him to resign or to drop out of the race. I think this gives them an in. Even if he doesn't give up, this is a huge shot against him. He's not going to be able to campaign. He already could barely campaign. COVID not only gives you a cough, it leaves you short of breath. It can potentially affect your cognitive abilities. This adds on to, this is just another pile of hay in the haystack, It's not good. We'll see, I guess. I mean, we're like, they're going to talk about this at the RNC.
The government threatened local media. No shit.
Well, that makes sense. That's why, like, all this footage we have seen from it when we covered it earlier, it was all cell phone footage.
That makes sense then.
There was at least Al Jazeera, Facebook URL blocked by the government. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, this all makes total sense. I mean, this is the exact kind of stuff we cover. So even if like, even the comments earlier, we were gonna cover it anyway. As soon as I heard about it a few days ago, I'm like, we have to cover this. But the streaming schedule is the streaming schedule. I mean, we could, I guess, do live streams on like certain topics.
Plus 10. Yeah, so the counts we had was 9 from the coverage we did today.
Yeah.
So,
and then we'll cover more on Saturday as well, or Friday, I guess is the schedule.
Well, I mean, if we can get somebody who's from Bangladesh on the show, we'll do a live stream with them.
Yeah.
Day 3, we're leading into it, folks.
I cannot tell you, like, how personally sort of like distraught I am about the role that Bobby Kennedy is playing in this election. I think, look, Joe Biden is a very, very.
I just want to hear
that video.
I agree with you, man. Something's wrong with that whole system. And, it's a doctor issue. Remember, I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby. It looks like you should be giving a horse.
He's doing his vaccine speech about we give him too many vaccines at once.
And then you see all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times, and then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? But you and I talked about that a long time ago. And, anyway,
what is the lighting on this thing?
And I think it'll be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win.
It looks like it's a recording being played on a projector.
Oh, you know what it is? It's a recording of a recording.
Mm.
You know, we're way ahead of the guy. And, you know, it's interesting. It was very nice, actually. He called me. And he said, how did you choose to move to the right? This year, so I guess people said, you know, I was looking straight on. He said, I was just showing it to you.
He looks like he's not buying any of this shit.
No.
For 1 second.
I mean,
just, like, first off,
I'd prefer like more than
there's a
normal.
couple things that are striking about this. One is
not a
Trump
fan of
their
Sheikh
talk back
Hasina.
in 2016 when Kennedy visited Trump at Trump Tower.
But like, you know,
Talk about
I think
Donald Trump has
exactly
not
what the
seen any
students are
babies.
demanding is what needs to happen, and more.
That have changed. Yeah, he hasn't seen any babies. Period.
He barely sees his own adult children.
Of course, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. But he's basically telling Kennedy, we can work together after the election, and I'm going to win. Now, Kennedy, despite the fact that he's going out there saying that he's going to win, when Donald Trump says I'm going to win, he doesn't even give a good natured, I am going to win.
Hey, no, hey, we'll make this interesting.
What are you talking about? I'm still in the race, Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump, as if he's not aware of the fact that Bobby Kennedy lost both his father and his uncle to an assassination, is joking about how lucky he was.
Oh, I mean,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
That doesn't even enter his mind. But this is—I didn't even realize. I guess I hadn't heard the part yet about him referencing the bullet being.
Oh yeah, this is
hitting him. So this was within the last 48 hours or 72, whatever.
Yeah. Go back a little bit.
How did you choose to move to the right? This year, so I guess that people said, you know, I was looking straight on. He said, I said, I was just showing it to you. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country. But I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. You know, what do they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right?
Kennedy fucking hates him.
Yeah. A 223 is one of the smallest bullets you can have in a rifle. Just so you're aware. Just so you know. Like a centerfire rifle, I don't think there are calibers under 20 caliber, and a 223 is one of the lowest 20 caliber bullets. Centerfire. Actually, that's a lie. There's 17 HMR, which is, I think, centerfire. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm just gonna double check.
But like, it's hard to see because it's a recording of the recording. But it looks like he's like visibly upset that this guy is still talking.
No, it's a rimfire as well. Fuck me. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. It might. Yeah, okay. I might be correct.
He has no awareness. I mean, this is the kind of guy that I don't think he. Do you think he does the thing where you take turns when you're talking to somebody and let them talk about themselves a little bit? Do you think that's
a little bit?
Donald Trump's?
So Bobby agrees with the migrants pouring over our border stuff. I take it.
So they're on.
Well, but the real thing that comes out of this, I mean, aside from Trump being sort of a gross, is Kennedy knows what role he's playing here. If he's already negotiating with Donald Trump about a role in his administration, and he's not even responding when Trump says, I'm going to win. I mean, Republican mega donor Timothy Mellon donated $25 million to a super PAC committee supporting Kennedy. Other major pro-Trump donors have followed suit, including Lila Centener, who donated $1 million to the Kennedy super PAC, as well as arch-conservative donor Elizabeth Uline. The Ulines are, their fingers are in every conservative Republican endeavor. Donated a couple thousand to him. The Libertarian Party is letting him use its ballot line. Quote, the idea is we could essentially leverage this to make a swing state situation and become real viable players, Goodman said in an interview. I'm tired of living under a Democratic monopoly. I mean,
what?
I was capable of believing that Kennedy at one point thought he could become president. Do I agree with his policies? Maybe 40% now. I don't know. He's become much more libertarian than when I used to work with him. But it is despicable to me if he knows what role he's playing at this point for him to stay in the race.
Pull this up. I mean, I want to pull this up every single time we talk about this photo of him with Roger Stone, who's a Trump strategist,
and Flynn,
psycho, and Michael Flynn, who is basically the Pope of the QAnon movement. Roger Stone has been quoted, and this doesn't get enough coverage.
Have a look at this. This is the Australian accommodations in Paris. Notice the flags?
Yeah, for the Olympics. What's the one on the far right there?
So it's the Aboriginal and the Torres Strait Islander flag. So the Torres Strait Islands are between Papua New Guinea and the northern tip of Australia.
Is that like a colony for you?
I think it's officially considered Australia because it's technically a like shallow water land. So it's just like water changes made it islands. But they are technically still the Australian landmass, I believe.
So are they autonomous?
I'm actually not sure. I do not know a lot about the Torres Strait Islanders. But yeah, so this should give you a good indication.
Yeah. I know. This is like where they argue that there might still be like Tasmanian tigers and shit
up here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like all these islands and shit through here, is where the Torres Strait Islands are. So it's just technically, I think they still consider them an Aboriginal group. It's just a distinct one, if I remember correctly. The Torres Strait Islanders are indigenous Melanesian people of the Torres Strait Islands, which are a part of the state of Queensland, Australia. Ethnically distinct from Aboriginal people of the rest of Australia, they are often grouped with them. Today, there are more Torres Strait Islander people living in mainland Australia than on the islands. Roughly 6 times as much. There's really not that many of them. There's only 32,000 of them.
Yeah, that tends to be how it is with indigenous people. That's what happens when you don't become a colonial empire.
Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, so there you go. So they're distinct but grouped together. The islands are culturally unique. Interesting. Much to distinguish them from neighboring Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, and the Pacific Islands. Counted 4,500 living on the island.
We got to get to this dog, though.
What dog?
In the RNC.
Talking about RFK.
Okay, we got the call.
Do you have Abbott as one of the speakers, by the way?
Joining us now in the booth is Republican
Greg Abbott.
I will.
It is Lonnie Chen,
I can
fellow
grab
at the
him
Hoover
if you
Institution at Stanford University. It's good to have you with us.
Good to be here. Thank you.
And we were talking as tonight's special coverage kicked off about Donald Trump's selection of J.D. Vance as his vice presidential pick. You are a veteran of Republican politics. What do you think J.D. Vance brings to the table?
Well, first of all, I think he cements the populist turn the Republican Party's taken. If you look at some of the policy positions he's espoused recently, whether it's with respect to trade issues, the view of unions, for example, I think on all of these issues, he really represents a very different perspective on economic policy than traditional Republicans might. There's also the obvious generational differences. I mean, 39 years old would move the party in a very different direction from a leadership perspective. And then from a political perspective, one can argue that he really changes the dynamic in the Midwest. That blue wall that's
specifically Pence?
Greg Abbott.
Abbott. I do not have Abbott, but I will grab it.
Been talked about so much. He really allows Donald Trump to cement a lot more support in some of those states that are part of that blue wall. So I think that the pick makes sense for a number of different reasons if you think about who Donald Trump is and what the politics of our time look like.
Lonnie, you heard South Dakota governor there talk about the world changing a couple of days ago, referring, of course, to the assassination attempt on former President Trump. What kind of impact do you think that has on the contours of the race moving ahead, or do we not yet know? How do you view that?
Well, I feel like it might be a little early to tell in the sense that you end up with poll numbers that tend to bounce all over the place during the course of a campaign. I mean, having been on the senior team that supported Mitt Romney in 2012, we saw those numbers bounce a lot. For example, after the debate in Denver, where former Governor Romney did very well, we thought we were going to win the election. Obviously, history tells us otherwise. So you might look at an event like this. Now, granted, this particular situation is very different from a debate, right? An assassination attempt is something that is truly, you can argue, path-altering in a different way. But I expect that we'll see the polling bounce for the former president, and he'll gain support. The question is how durable those gains will be and where those gains are coming from. So, for example, if they're coming from independent voters, that might be something that's a little bit more concerning to the Biden team, to the Democrats. If they're coming from Republicans who eventually come home, who would have come home anyway, the dynamic might be a little different.
What does the Vance pick suggest about how Donald Trump would govern if he's reelected? On just the specific issue of Ukraine, for instance.
Yeah.
Senator Vance has said that in his view, the U.S. doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the interest really to even respond to Ukraine, and he's been against Ukraine funding, which really puts him at odds with the Republican national security establishment.
Yeah, in fact, it's funny. I've gotten a lot of notes from people in the sort of former Republican national security establishment expressing some concern about what that might mean. And I guess I would say we'll have to see what happens when and if they win and take off.
Just another conservative thing.
Okay.
Because I think that a lot of times during the course of a campaign, maybe you express some points of view that are perceived to be more politically popular. I actually don't really know where Senator Vance is on these issues. He's made some public remarks, but I don't think that he's really explored really deeply what that policy might imply and what it might mean, for example, for the U.S. position in NATO, for how our European allies might see some of this. And I think that governing tends to bring a level of sobriety that campaigns don't.
Lonnie, you mentioned your work with Mitt Romney, so I have to ask because
I don't care about Mitt Romney.
Former President Donald Trump's running mate JD Vance now talking for the first time since that happened. Let's listen.
Talking for the first time. We haven't heard this little pussy Vance voice before.
Here, so I have to be careful here. I don't want to give anything away for what I'm going to say tonight. I joke with the president that I'm very excited about this.
Why did every single one of these Republicans?
Oh no! No, it's wrong.
Exactly the same. They all look exactly the same.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
But if I do, it's too late. He made the pick, right? It's official now. We're going to get out there and try to fire up the crowd tonight.
I'm pretty sure you can say no.
A very easy case to make, but an important case to make that we have got to reelect President Donald J.
Yes, you could.
No, you can't.
Yes, you could.
Was he not? Does he not have charges against him for people saying no to him, and he's not taking no for an answer? There you go. You can't say no to him. He'll come after you. Those little grabbers will come after you.
I mean,
isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that betraying the public's trust? Isn't that cheating the public? Isn't that immoral?
Yeah, but he likes his power, so he's gonna.
Exactly.
He's a Nazi too.
Trump to the White House, right? Now, what I'll do here is talk a little bit about what is at stake in this election. I'll talk a little bit about what I'm going to try to do as his running mate, and I'll talk a little bit about why the Biden presidency has been such a complete failure. But what I'll do after my remarks actually is try to take some photos and hang out. If you've got anything you want me to sign, you guys are going to hear me speak tonight for a much longer time than you're going to hear me speak today. And I'd like to get and actually visit with you a little bit. So hopefully you're ready, because I'd love to just talk with people and answer some questions and take some photos. But I keep on thinking to myself, what's the best way? And this is part of what I've been going through as I think about what I'm going to say tonight. What is the best way to articulate why it is that reelecting President Trump is so important? And there are all these different sort of spins that you could take on it. One is you could say, with apologies to our friends back there, the media has lied more aggressively and slanderously about a guy, and he keeps on coming through it. He keeps on persevering. He keeps on fighting. President Trump has taken everything that they've thrown at him, and he's come out stronger, and the country has come out better for his service. We should be grateful to him, and I know that all of us in this room absolutely are.
Oh, maybe people would take the media seriously if they didn't.
The way that we saw
destroying themselves.
The contrast between the lie that the media tells about President Trump and the man that all of us actually know. Of course, we saw it in really stark definition.
Well, that's the sweet release of
because
death.
I'm sure that all of you had a similar reaction to me. You see the video, your friends start telling you that, oh my God, they just shot the president. And then when I first saw the clip, I was worried. You saw him go down, and I didn't know what was going on afterwards. I was so terrified that we had just lost a great president.
This is literally
an
my first time
unbelievably
hearing him
terrible
talk.
thing for our country.
I'm fucking
in that
bored.
moment in time. I'm just so
Scott
afraid for him and so afraid for.
We can go next.
No, I'm dead serious. Like,
guys,
Tim Scott is better than him.
Yeah.
I'm even more mad that my boy Tim
Meantime,
Scott was
Vice
passed
President-
over because you know what? JD Vance is a DEI hire. They had to meet their white person quota at the fucking Republican Party. All right.
Nominee J.D. Vance is a one-time critic of former President Trump, who's turned into a
Another
fierce defender.
reason
Earlier
why
today, I
it's
spoke with
so
David Weigel, who's
stupid
an-
to have picked him.
Uh-huh.
You're getting an Ohio guy who, in a state you're already gonna win. Come on, Donald. What did he do to you backstage to get this? Like, it was fucking Tim Scott was basically crawling around and going, "Arf, arf, I'm the doggy," you know? Like, come on. Like, he was such a bitch about Trump.
national political reporter for Semaphore, who's covered J.D. Vance for years. No vice presidential nominee has had a more meteoric rise since Richard Nixon. Help us understand J.D. Vance's political ascent.
Yeah, well, Vance literally wrote himself into history. He was a working class kid from Ohio. Nobody disputes that. Had a rough upbringing. He went to military, then to Ohio.
But Trump's got all the money. So look, there's the guy who should have got the job right there. There he is.
What are you talking about? Ohio, and like it's 80% is not Appalachia.
Yeah, but his book is that he's a hillbilly.
Yeah, because he's probably a poser. Where's he from? Let me have a look. J.D. Vance.
He's a Marine as well.
I don't care.
Well, no. You should care because you want people who eat fucking crayons in the Oval Office, bro. Come on.
Hold on.
Bro, so like you know that video of Biden's birthday cake that's going around where it literally looks like it's gonna fucking like it literally looks like an already bad fire hazard, just a fireball of a birthday cake. Then it's gonna be JD Vance's birthday cake, and they're literally gonna have crayons for candles, and then he's gonna think that that's the cake he's supposed to eat.
Fudge. Is Cincinnati Appalachia?
Cincinnati isn't a real place. Not a real country. Not a real country.
He's from north of Cincinnati. He's between Dayton and Cincinnati. That's where he's from.
Bro, do you know about the Cleveland Town song?
That's epic. So this guy literally claims to be from Appalachia.
Yeah.
Is that what we're getting? Awesome. That's fucking awesome. And he's from between Dayton and Cincinnati. Epic.
State, graduated in 2 years, went to Yale Law School, and while there was mentored into
What about graduating from a high school in Middletown, Ohio? Between Cincinnati and Dayton.
writing Hillbilly Elegy, which is sold, I think, at this point, selling more now, 2 million copies. So a lot of Americans got to know him in 2016 as a Rust Belt working class conservative who thought Donald Trump had the wrong prescriptions to save people like the ones he grew up with. They were being misled by Donald Trump. And he did evolve. And during the Trump presidency, the way he tells it is that the scales fell from his eyes. He started to see that what he was told about Trump were lies. At various points, he's talked about breaks he had with the liberal consensus. So the Kavanaugh nomination, he thought he was being railroaded. He thought attacks on Trump were unfair. He ran for Senate in 2022 as an America First candidate, completely in line with Trump's policies, successfully getting his endorsement, and telling that conversion story, telling Republican voters who saw lots of ads of him bashing Trump on TV for 2016 that they could be like him. He was wrong, and he on the road to Damascus saw the light and supported Trump.
Because it applies to Cincinnati as well. Okay, not real places. You'll understand. You'll understand why they're not real places after you watch that video, because that is the energy of Cleveland.
Okay, I may have been wrong. It's a pretty Appalachia story, to be completely honest. Bunch of drug abuse, parental abuse, living with grandparents in the mountains. Seems it's pretty hillbilly. It's the standard story that I've heard a lot about Appalachia.
On your reporting, is that conversion sincere? Because his critics point out that to go from comparing Donald Trump to Hitler to serving as his running mate, that evolution is really craven and
send me. What the fuck is this?
It's a 50-second song about Cleveland. What did you think of it?
common story, and it's one of the themes of the RNC this week. He will be one of several speakers who say they were told lies about Donald Trump, then they saw him act in office, then they were converted to him. And even if
when he
outside,
says, "Come look at both of our buildings," that's the best part. At least we're not Detroit. See, they know.
Well, yeah, it's literally like, okay, so from what I gathered here, born in that town, right? Says parents divorced as a toddler. Marked by poverty and abuse, struggled with drug addiction. His sister were raised by maternal grandparents in the Appalachian Mountains in Kentucky.
Oh, so we're gonna hire a drug addict to run the country now?
I think that was only his parents.
At this convention, a refrain you hear from a lot of people.
Get a crack baby in the White House.
When you heard from Vance, is that the media focuses on his tweets, focuses on the way he speaks, doesn't focus on the results. So within the Republican Party, that's a very safe place to be. Talking to Democrats about how they want to run against Vance, a lot of them think that's a dead end. Saying that is it helpful? Is it going to be helpful in a debate? Maybe that he can be made to defend that and flip flops. Potentially, they're more focused on the conservative record.
You're right, though.
Running for office,
You're right,
including
though.
some disagreements with Donald Trump. Some static with other
couldn't hurt at this point.
Members of the party who didn't want him as the nominee. His opposition to Ukraine aid has been a real feature of his time in the Senate. How rooted is his non-interventionist view?
Okay. I can't describe how little I give a fuck about this guy.
Right? Terrible choice. Terrible fucking choice.
JD Vance, I mean, we've spoken about a little bit. Let's just do some of the quick clips of JD Vance. The funniest part about JD Vance here is where he has come from in terms of Donald Trump. And think about the 4 years of Donald Trump.
I'm thinking.
Right.
The
my brain is active.
The Muslim bans. The retrograde Supreme Court justices.
Mercury in retrograde. Yep.
Retrograde? Is that some
incredible amount of
shit?
scandal? Half of his cabinet had to resign out of scandal.
Half.
The way that he would go after black people.
Is
the way
it
that
really
he would
appropriate to? I guess maybe it's a old holdout word from before we understood astronomy. But do you know what retrograde is?
Isn't it the return journey around the sun, something like that?
No. So like it was named. They named it's a retrograde motion. They named it back when they would use that for a term, right? So because of the position with how planets line up with the moon and the sun and all that shit, the things that you would think would be a star, like if you could see Mars in the sky, it looks like a star, like a special star. So they knew that these planets were special. They could see them in the sky, and because of how we move, they look like they're moving backwards, but they're not. So that's what I'm saying is like, for me, when I hear retrograde, it's like artificial moving backwards that doesn't actually do any moving backwards. That's what I hear, but it's obviously the word came before the motion in the sky.
Yeah. So I was pretty close because I said the returning motion of a star around the sun, right? Or the returning motion of a planet around the sun or something like that. Pretty fucking close. I was very close because I looked it up. It's like,
it's just
orbital
how
motion.
line up.
Yeah, orbital motion of a spatial body in a direction that is opposite of what is normally in a given system. So yeah.
go after protesters, bringing out the feds to clear people out of Independence Square. I mean,
Drone war.
And on and on. Here is JD Vance back in 2016 with a Facebook message to one of his buddies. JD Vance, I'm not surprised by Trump's rise, and I think the entire party has only itself to blame. That sounds right to me. We are, whether we like it or not, the party of lower income, lower education white people. And I've been saying for a long time, we need to offer those people something, and hell, maybe even expand our appeal to working class black people in the process. Or
even, my God, dude, I get where you're coming from because I know a lot of people in that area. I get it. I really do. I get it. That ain't it.
A demagogue would.
I got a simple graph to show what retrograde is. This is not the model. I actually took astronomy, by the way. I didn't pay attention because it was at 6 a.m. But I remember the models, and this is better than the actual model, right? Because normally that you do them on their side like this, right? But like if you look, it's just like how the Earth is looking, right? So as we're moving here, it looks like Mars is behind us, but it's just staying the same speed. And they always do this thing where they kind of loop and return to like their normal motion again. It's only when we're close to the planet, right?
Yes.
In orbit, that it looks like it starts moving backwards. I think that's pretty.
We are now at that point. Trump is
one of the
fruit
reasons we
party's
know
collective
that
neglect.
the
I
heliocentrum
go
is
back
wrong.
and forth between thinking Trump is a cynical asshole like Nixon, who wouldn't be that bad and might even prove useful, or that he's America's Hitler. How's that for discouraging?
All right. Well, those are two options.
There's two options.
Sounds like a boomer post on Facebook.
Here
to
is
me.
JD Vance.
They're
back
always
when he was a
yapping on there.
darling of
They're
the I guess the liberals who felt like he was really explaining why it was the hillbillies' problem
for being hillbillies. Why don't they just pull themselves up by their bootstraps?
I think that I'm going to vote third party because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place. And ultimately, I just don't share Hillary Clinton's politics.
And the question wasn't, what do you mean?
So I'm going to vote for Jill Stein, the Russian agent.
I mean, nobody wanted to ask what that meant as a dark place.
Well, he was selling books by this point. I mean, this was 2016. And
100%.
so
But let's examine what that dark place was.
Yes, right.
I mean, that dark place is they go down and they believe that Donald Trump is the real president in 2022. They believe that there's a one world order in a deep state. They believe that there are, weather machines and crisis actors and
Jews are bringing over migrants on the border to replace us, that kind of thing.
100%. What other dark place could he have been talking about? And what evidence is there that those people are not in that dark place? That there was a pandemic, that the vaccine is just some type of plot to put 3G connectors into people's brains. I mean, what other dark place could he have been talking about?
Yeah. I mean, apparently now his narrative is that he believed everything that the media was saying, and now he's awoken up out of his trance.
Oh,
but,
he's woke now.
Then you would have to believe that he was just so dumb and uneducated at Yale Law School, and all of these this praise that had been thrust upon him that he was unable to discern.
I was on drugs.
The reality, though, is it
not.
seems like they don't even care. Like, compare this to how Nina Turner was treated in Ohio in her race because she voted for Jill Stein as opposed to Hillary Clinton, or at the very least voted third party. This will not even be a blip on the radar, I think, of the Republican vote.
No,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Clearly, Trump didn't care.
Right.
He called me Hitler.
He doesn't care either because Tucker Carlson was right next to him, who also, as we know, because of the Dominion lawsuit, was saying disparaging things about Trump and not believing his lies about the election the entire time, but was still peddling it on his airways.
He'll be speaking at the RNC. I think it's tonight or tomorrow night.
That's what people don't understand about the Republican base, and honestly, Trump's appeal more broadly. We talk about in the debate how many times Donald Trump lied. The reality is that his core support knows he may be lying, but they don't care because they say all politicians lie, but he lies for us. And Republicans are primed to feel that way about all of their politicians.
They all lie.
Like, yeah, they do all lie.
Yeah, but you're not spouting the other person's lies.
Exactly.
You're specifically saying the border is open.
Dude, and this is the craziest thing. Because I had this argument, and I literally got to the point where I got so frustrated. I'm like, you are literally, like, for somebody who acts so anti-establishment, why are you on your hands and knees licking his boot?
Arf!
Right?
Why? Who's a little puppy girl?
They do not like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
puppy
like,
girls.
Okay, because he's like, oh, you're just one of them now. You've been convinced, right? It's just like, man, you need to just realize what is happening. It's so crazy. It's fucking so insane.
It's part of the decay that he has brought upon the country.
Well, one of the aspects of the fasci authoritarianism that we see on the right now that is represented not only in Trump and the blind allegiance from the followers, but also in folks like JD Vance who are carrying this sort of Peter Thiel Straussian authoritarian.
Fucking yeah, because what like because you're not like you were saying, right? They don't spout the other person's lies, and it's like because I was talking. It was specifically I was talking about the Ukraine Russia stuff, right?
I'll be right back.
And I was talking about I was quoting things that I was specifically the biolabs, the invasion, and COVID. I think it was, and it was that he was always saying that I was promoting a US State Department talking points or whatever the fuck he was talking about. He said something like that. Oh, you're just talking with state talking points. I'm like, so are you. But you trust Russia. I don't trust any of them. I've checked the sources. I know the information. I've got corroborating sources. You just have Russia. I literally told him where he got information from. He didn't like that. It's very funny when you can tell them exactly where you got where they got information from. That is the best part. When they realize that you know more.
They want to see more than anything else. It doesn't matter that Vance was saying that Donald Trump was Hitler in 2016, or that he was noxious, or that he was horrible. What they want to see more than anything else is them take the knee. And it's almost like you can't even take the knee if you hadn't been an apostate or before. And so this is clip number 3. Here is a perfect example. This is better for them than had Vance been a fan of Donald Trump from the beginning. Because what this shows, both for Trump and as an example to all the authoritarians that love Trump, is that there is redemption. And that is if you give yourself over to dear leader. Here is Vance doing so.
Pat, you literally said, you texted a friend, that Trump is a cynical a-hole like Nixon who wouldn't be that bad and might even prove useful, and that he's America's Hitler. And you compared him to a cultural heroine in the Atlantic Monthly. And I'll tell you Trump's response, but you said that then. What do you say to people that say, well, wait a minute. What did he mean?
Well, Sean, I don't hide from that. I was certainly skeptical of Donald Trump in 2016, but President Trump was a great president, and he changed my mind. I think he changed the minds of a lot of Americans because, again, he delivered that peace and prosperity. If you go back to what I thought in 2016, another thing that was going on, Sean, is...
Did he, or are you looking at it through rose-tinted glasses because we went through COVID? You fucking morons.
Hang on. Is his whole plan to be here? To be appeal to the never Trumpers, the Republicans that they lost, to try and convince them the guy you saw in 2016 was a great president.
That might be it, yeah.
I bought into the media's lies and distortions. I bought into this idea that...
As I was going to the bathroom, I was thinking something's very specific about this, right? If we're going to say that, like, people who are in between, right? Like, very basic, accurate political information is, like, undeniably going to, like, demonstrate how, like, good Joe Biden's policy has been. The only thing they can do is, like, try to do the economic points, which are also, like, false. Right. Yeah. So as long as they can push their own economic numbers out ahead and market those things like the pro-union stuff, there's just nothing being presented by Trump. There's way too, like, there's nothing like actually like being like how showing constantly how bad and evil Joe Biden is. So the only thing that he really has against him is that people have to be convinced about him being too old to elect, for one, and then also be convinced that Joe Biden is also bad on all his policies. So it's got to be one or the other. I don't know if you believe that Joe Biden's bad on his policies, you still believe that he's too old to run the country anyway. It's just a default position because you're anti-Joe Biden at that point. But I think this election, more than ever, it really relies on basic narratives around political education for people.
somehow he was going to be so different, a terrible threat to democracy. It was a joke. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to throw his political opposition in jail. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to undermine American law and order. President Trump did a really good job. And I actually think it's a good thing when you see somebody, you were wrong about him, you ought to admit the mistake and admit that you were wrong.
There you go. I mean, that is what they want. They want that forced confession. They want that conversion. That conversion.
Why I left the left.
They want that. That is gold because it gives it gives the opportunity for people who thought that Trump was bad.
Yeah.
It gives them license to come and see the light. Bow down and you will be forgiven. I mean, honestly, like you watch it, like like The Handmaid's Tale, where they beat the hell out of like the women who have stepped out of line, and when they finally give in, that's when they become the best.
They're icons for the movement. That's when they're held up because this is what can be for you. And again, like the whole evangelical construction of how Trump is viewed by his base, or it's almost religious in their fealty. Like in part, they're maybe not responding to the assassination attempt in the same way because, like, of course he survived. I mean, he is here to be our representative and die for our sins. And JD Vance is a convert who gets to kiss the feet of Donald Trump and see the light and be a part of our efforts to reclaim America. And the scary thing right now is that they're winning, even though JD Vance does not have popular policy positions. We said this earlier. He voted against protecting IVF in the Senate. He supported a total abortion ban in his run for Senate. He's voted that way in the Senate. And if this is the issue that the Democrats want to put to the forefront, and they have someone who can competently articulate it, that we'll get to that in a bit. But that should be a liability for them because Vance is a bit of an empty suit. I mean, I know that that's what appeals to Republican voters, but for independents or other people, they won't see the money that's pouring into Trump's campaign. I get what he gets out of it. But in terms of like his actual policies, banning porn, nobody wants that in this country.
But this is all of that. I mean, just even look, I don't know that there's been a vice president that has had really a difference in terms of like electorally in ages, made a big difference. I mean, you balances out the ticket and maybe, and certainly maybe Biden was the last vice president to, I think, provide this notion of like, well, and Pence, delivered, I think, some of the evangelical votes shored up this notion that like, if Pence can believe in it and he's a huge God Squad guy, then we can too, and provided the establishment. Biden gave license to people who were nervous about Obama's youth and hue to vote for him. I think in this instance, what Vance is doing is explicitly one thing, and that is delivering the tech bro fasci money, period, end of story. We've seen it already. Less than 24 hours after he's picked and Elon Musk, we got July, August, September, October.
Elon Musk was on board regardless.
October, November, somebody else do the math. That's like $250 million.
Yeah.
Right there. $250 million. Quarter billion.
If you have companies that does government contracts, shut the fuck up.
Yes. Yeah. Also, if you take government money for contracts
and shit,
if you take government money for contracts, I don't think any of your employees nor your business should be able to endorse candidates. Government contracted companies, no. That shouldn't. It should remain neutral. Same policy as PBS.
Dollars from one.
Gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
So his big speech is tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
I figured this is just like
no.
night one.
His big. So hang on, you got to hear this detail, okay? So he said after he was shot that he threw the entire speech out and started from square one. Bullshit. Okay.
I
guess what the rehearsed.
I sent you that.
Guess what the rehearsed length of the speech is?
35 minutes.
An hour and a half.
Seriously?
Yeah. Right. So it's got to be he just amended the old speech and expanded it. Right. This guy is going to give an hour and a half speech. That's fucking nuts. Like, who has given an hour and a half speech before?
I mean, there's plenty of people, but
Phil. I mean, like at a convention like this, though. I don't know.
Most YouTube videos are just speeches, right?
Sure, but I don't think Biden could give an hour and a half speech. I mean, his fucking State of the Union was an hour long, right? That was fine.
It'll be interesting to see how much he actually says.
Especially if he claims that he threw the entire speech out and rewrote it in 4 days.
Yeah, doubt it.
That's what's crazy about it. 4 days, claiming 130 minutes or 130 minutes. We'll go with that. Yeah.
90 minutes.
Hour and a half. Hour and a half. You know, that's wild to do that in 4 days.
Yeah.
It should be like 5-10 minutes tops. Well, there is certain ones that are like Biden isn't. I swear to God, the shoes he had on when he came out to talk about Donald Trump were like Velcro shoes. I swear.
Mm-hmm. Fucking music. God fucking damn it.
Bro, it's gonna be playing if he's walking until he's go. Jump. Stop muting and unmuting. Go to when he's talking if you want them. Bro, please just listen to me for once. It's just music. You can obviously tell it's just music right now. Just music. I told you. This entire still music. I told you, just listen to me. Stop it. This all is just music. There is no non-music. Hang on. Oh God. Hang on. We got to go back to the shape of his ear bandage at the end of there. I swear I saw a specific shape there, at the end there, outlined in his, just at the very end where it showed his side. The very end. The extreme end, very end piece. Like,
thank you all very much.
Okay, forget it. It doesn't matter.
Gentlemen.
It doesn't matter. It's like the last 5 seconds.
I wasn't at the end of the fucking video.
Oh, well, then it really doesn't matter then.
Thank you all very much.
This joke already not worth it.
Thank you all very much.
We get it. Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Wow, what an asshole. What an asshole. Come on, now shut the fuck up. It's my turn to talk.
I can tell you.
Wearing a country's flag is cringe. Wearing a state's flag.
Well, that's definitely a Texas thing. I don't know. Maryland's flag, it would be kind of sick. You could probably make some cool shit with that one.
If you say so.
Go look at it.
I can tell you, America needs a president who will secure our border.
Okay.
America needs a president who can stand up for you.
America needs Donald J. Trump.
Hey, Greg, why isn't the border
president's
secure
most
exactly?
Sacred duty.
Didn't you directly interfere with that and fuck it up?
That duty by eliminating illegal immigration. Under President Trump, we had the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades.
Okay, no.
By contrast, however, Joe Biden deserted his duty.
No.
On his first day in office, he gutted President Trump's policies.
Good.
And the result has been catastrophic. Under Joe Biden, illegal immigration has skyrocketed.
No, it hasn't.
Under his watch, around 11 million immigrants have crossed our border illegally.
And?
That's very low.
It's more than the entire population of Michigan.
Okay.
It's twice the population of Wisconsin. Biden has welcomed into our country.
You know what's crazy?
Rapists.
Whoa. You know what's crazy? Like, this guy's job literally depends on those people because of how much, half of Texas is Latino. Right? Literally, they pay the taxes that pay his fucking bills, right? And this is the shit he's saying.
Yeah.
I don't understand how Texas is a red state. I really don't get it. I don't understand how it's
Break his legs.
possible. Yeah. Like, we got to get more migrants in there to turn Texas blue. No, it's
Biden has welcomed into our country rapists, murderers, even
Jesus
terrorists. And the price.
Question. That was Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Probably through your border.
Hot take. I think Abbott might be a few of those things.
That we have paid has been deadly. Among the many victims.
Hey, haven't you profited?
12-year-old Jocelyn from Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Raped and murdered.
But when we
by
give an
two
example
illegal
of a woman who almost leads to death from an abortion, they don't matter.
No. No.
Because that's just one example.
Exactly. And anecdotes are clearly proof of concept, right?
Okay, we're gonna get a Laken Riley.
Well, he'll bring it up. Don't worry. Someone will.
She's one of thousands whose lives have been destroyed by Joe Biden's open border policies.
How many people have been raped and murdered by white guys? Is it more? Probably more, right?
How many people have been murdered by someone in a wheelchair?
That is an interesting question.
To make matters even worse, Biden is even fighting tooth and nail to stop Texas and other Republican states from securing our own borders. I deployed thousands of National Guard soldiers to build hundreds of miles of razor wire barriers. Give it up for our National Guard.
Hey, Greg. A mile down the road, there was no border wall from the location that you did that stunt at. You know that, right, Greg? It was 1 mile away. There was no border wall even built there.
They built those barriers to stop.
Oh my God. They already walked through the fucking Darien Gap. What is another fucking mile?
I ordered the National.
Oh no, some razor wire.
And also, like, you know, like even the one that's like, the reason why they have a hole where it is because it's a much less dangerous path anyway. So it's like, it's just so funny because it's literally like, this policy is literally those cutout houses on North Korea's hillside, right?
Yeah.
That's
right,
literally.
There's no way this is real, right?
I saw one guy just do it with like a Post-it note.
Also, is that the chick we tried to speak to?
I don't know.
Might be.
Guard to triple the razor wire on the border.
Oh my God! More razor wire.
Okay.
You legend.
No.
When Biden took.
I just want to be clear. Like, most of the time, what happens is they get like Border Patrol just basically goes over and they start clipping razor wire in an area because they have to let in an inlet because it's built up so much there.
Yeah.
That they then start assisting people into crossing razor wire. So
very cool.
Yeah. But I know, you know, like maybe I don't know. Maybe something even more proactive. Like, why are you worried about your border? Think about how many borders are below that border. Oh, it doesn't matter because the country below us already isn't a white country. Right, so we can't work with them on their border policy to secure their borders. You know, even like, you know, that would shoring up theirs. You know, working down there instead of at our border doing this militant rhetoric. That would be 50% of your so-called problem erased. Why don't you do that policy?
Yeah.
Do you want the problem fixed, bro?
$50 acres of Texas border property to illegally process up to 5,000 illegal immigrants a day. I directed the Texas National Guard to take back our land and wire it shut. Now, there's no longer 5,000 people crossing the border like there was under Joe Biden. Now that the National Guard wired that shut, on average, there is one illegal immigrant crossing the border at that location a day.
At that specific location.
When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to even
Okay, bro. Did you hear me when I just said that there literally isn't a wall a mile down the road from where this is? Wow, crazy. You mean only one person crossed through the more dangerous route that now has like this fucking where a boat ramp can, it's not even more dangerous, just they can walk right through. It's just that the boat ramp can't be used for Border Patrol to make sure people aren't going to die there. Right? So they can just, as long as they have pre-knowledge of this and they're not just like, just heading in a direction without like navigation, right? As long as they have a basic plan, they'll just be like, oh, I'll start walking slightly diagonally when I get to about this rock or something, And then they start walking diagonally and they go right in. Don't even get close to that fucking site because it's only a mile up the road where the wall is just open, Greg. Why don't you close that instead of, why don't you extend your little song and dance, huh? Take more land. What's that? Why have you only taken that one little part that's when they're just going down the street? Huh? Seems like a shallow policy, Greg.
The border to them. I began busing illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C.
Okay. Hey, Greg. Hey, Greg.
And we have continued
busing. Greg, isn't there already a migrant transportation policy anyway? Like, like they send all the Venezuelans to one place anyway. So what you do is closer to black bagging, where you basically just fuck with these people and use them for political stunts. And you're well known for that is just a political stunt. And you send them to these locations where they're not scheduled to be because we have an entire coherent plan because we know an estimate of how many people are default going to cross the border. And so we have a coherent plan on how to keep processing things, and we're going to expand those plans, but you helped block them. Anyway, Greg. Big violation of human rights, by the way.
And those buses will
if the
continue
UN
to
ever wanted to sanction somebody in the US, he would be a good candidate for it because of the busing policy that he does, which, to be clear, already happens. It's just they normally are told where they're going before it happens. And instead of being fucked with and trolled by this fucking guy who's clearly, you know what it is? You pick on people for being in a wheelchair and then they become this. How do we do an Adolf Hitler pun for also being like crippled and can't walk?
I don't know. That's a hard one.
Finally secure our border. Fortunately, I see hope on the horizon because on November the 5th, Joe Biden will be fired. And Donald Trump will once again become the president of the United States of America. He will enforce the immigration laws. He will fight the Mexican drug cartels. And he will arrest the criminal illegal immigrants and put them behind bars.
Wait. So now we're using taxpayer dollars to keep them in prisons, Greg? That doesn't sound like a solution. Which one is it? Send them back or put them behind bars?
It is time. It is time to restore order at the border. It is time to rid our streets of crime and chaos. It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as president of the United States of America.
Honestly, we might have to do a fascist speech tier list for the RNC at this point because, whoa, that was the first one we looked at, and that was blowing me away. That was heavy. JD Vance, I fell asleep to.
Oh. There's more.
The only thing that could top that was like if a dog gave a speech. Ah! Dracula! Watch out,
I'm
it's
Charlie Kirk,
Cuckula.
founder of Turning
It's
Point USA
Cuckula.
and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest
Bro,
conservative grassroots.
What is going on with Charlie's head?
Couldn't tell you.
Dude, this guy's barber must be really fucking mad at him.
We have a name for fantasy realized. It's called nightmare.
Oh, God.
Organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events,
We
on
have
my
to
radio
keep our
show,
country
podcast,
gay,
and social
Pippin.
media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is,
Oh my God,
you'll own
he called
nothing
it a regime.
and be happy.
He called it a regime.
The Democrats say, instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400 square foot studio apartment. Instead
Where?
of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app.
Where?
Their vision
Where?
is this: limit your dreams,
Where?
give up, aim
Where?
lower,
Hang
be
on.
content
Hang
with
on.
less.
Hang on. Where is the Democratic Party out here being like, meritocracy doesn't exist? Eat poor, go fuck yourself. Juche, bitch. What are
He's
you
saying
talking
it's
about?
World Economic Forum shit.
Oh, so now Klaus Schwab are the Democrats? Oh, it's all George Soros. Oh,
Yeah.
so he's just Jew-splaining, right?
Pretty much.
This is just Jew-coded stuff, huh? That's what you think?
Yeah, sure.
That's a lot of high-level ideas for such a baby head like that.
They referenced the
If you're a
protocols of Elder
20-something in
Zion.
America,
I mean, I
life
wrote
has
that
been
book.
really tough.
That's a great book.
You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020. 47%.
And McDonald
Home
expensive
ownership is now
now.
you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father.
Cringe.
And a full-time cock.
Yeah, 2 under 2. I think I
Count
get a
Cuckula.
For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed.
We got
are increasingly
microplastics
out of
in our balls, Charlie, actually. That's what the problem. It's the microplastics. We need government regulation. Will you stop the microplastics from getting in our balls, Charlie? Will you regulate them? What do you think of that?
Yeah, didn't think you'd be getting a free beak washing, did you, buddy?
meals. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item
fix
for the
it?
wealthy
Gambling on
elite.
houses.
Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering.
Question.
Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to.
What other countries are you referring to? Go ahead. Let me hear it. Go ahead, Charlie. Which ones?
Illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die.
Who caused that?
Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable.
It started under Joe Biden. Got it, Charlie.
Pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again.
Richer than ever before.
Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive.
You know what it is? They're like,
birthrights.
because the fucking Kardashian became like the first billionaire or something, or the first youngest millionaire or billionaire, right? So the youngest billionaire. That's what. So that skewed it. So young people were richer than ever, huh, Charlie? Is that what we're talking about?
One year is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright. 1 year
birthright.
What? Can we go back to where that came from? Did you skip ahead?
No, I went back because I knew you missed that.
Grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully.
Which grandparents? From how long ago, Charlie?
He's talking about property hand downs. So this is the entitlements. That's all he's saying. His entitlements are good. Rich people staying rich instead of helping young people.
Watch him turn this into you shouldn't have to pay reparations.
Hey, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years.
Yeah, and look what's fucking happening, you moron.
To all the Gen Zers watching this,
guess what one of the main issues in Korea and Japan is? Like, guess. It couldn't possibly be women are becoming more liberal and men are becoming more conservative, leading to divides, leading to less child rearing, meaning smaller population growth.
That's right. That's right. We've done it. The gay agenda.
So you are literally killing your own society by becoming more conservative. You fucking troglodyte.
Well, see, he's going to fix it by letting the alpha males breed with his wife.
Convention on TikTok right now.
He
I have a message just for you.
That his cum is worthless to the master race.
You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice.
We're putting accelerationism on that. We're greasing the wheels.
We're going to choose success.
I wonder
I think Abbott's speech was better.
I wonder in like pre-Nazi takeover Germany, when Hitler was doing his speeches. I wonder how many of his speeches involved speeches about how Germany is beaten down and shit country, and that you need to take your country back with this idea of what would you call it?
Mythic nationalism?
Romanticization of a past that existed only in propaganda. What would you call that, Charlie?
Manifest destiny.
Like, do you think that
because according to
Adolf Hitler was doing his little speeches in his little bars in the Weimar Republic, talking about how Germany was doing great for the people? You think that's how it was, or do you think
he was like, I could have been an artist?
How German decline since World War I has shamed Germany, and that men need to take their spot back.
So
it sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it?
I ran into Charlie Kirk the other day, right? I was just fucking walking down the street, having a nice little walkie, and it fucking comes up in the sewer asking me if I wanted a balloon.
We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work.
And burn down the Reichstag. Sorry. I'm excited.
To save America.
People were saying, is this the Reichstag moment when Trump got shot in the ear?
I fucking saw that, yeah. Fucking hilarious.
America, we are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters, and all of us together working harder than ever. We will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump
need to use
back
rhetoric
in the White House.
like genetics being bred out, okay? We don't need it. Breeding is their shit, okay? It's not like, look, like, I can't get pregnant, but I'm sure going to try, okay?
Speaking of the convention, the president of the Teamsters Union gave a speech at the RNC last night. This marks the first time a Teamsters member has spoken at the RNC
I'm sure
in the
this
union's
went
120 years of existence, breaking from years of loyalty to the Democratic Party.
To say.
I bet.
Michael Sandlin has more on the local reaction to this. So, Michael, how did our local chapter react?
What is a Teamster?
Well, Jeff, at this time, it's unclear.
I'm not sure.
Here to Teamsters Local 20 in South Toledo earlier today, and I was told no comment.
Taxis.
So, seeking answers, I reached out to a poli-sci professor and two local politicians. Asking the question, was President Sean O'Brien's speech at the RNC a reach across?
We're a part of the Bay of Pigs.
No,
They were.
I believe a lot of Cubans were taxi drivers. No.
Well, so that's the thing is the Teamsters Union. They literally used to be an organized crime branch.
Amazing.
Like that was like the flex of the organized crime. Then
Neat.
and that's it. It's connected. Bay of Pigs, killing Robert F. Kennedy. You know what's crazy? So like E. Howard Hunt, right? I just learned this the other day, but like E. Howard Hunt, he made deathbed confessions that he was behind the JFK assassination. Conspiracy theorists have pointed to him for a while, right? E. Howard Hunt is the Eric Prince of his time. I'm not fucking kidding, bro. So
Seriously?
I just learned the other day he was the guy in Watergate as well.
No fucking way.
Right? He was literally the
Amazing.
guy breaking in and Watergate.
What
You
the
know,
fuck?
Right? He's also the guy that fucking stole the fucking machine guns to give to people for the Bay of Pigs. And then he's on his deathbed. We're going to believe him.
Amazing.
The aisle or a sign that they plan to cross it.
We are not beholden to anyone or any party.
Strong words from Teamsters President Sean O'Brien as he strode onto center stage at the Republican National Convention Monday night.
They
in his
made a
17-minute
mistake.
speech to the Republican Party, including former President.
You hear that? We are not loyal to you. Go fuck yourself, bro. You extended the wrong invitation.
Donald Trump. He made clear that while the Teamsters don't always see eye to eye with Republican politics, he believes the party is changing and there's a place for the Teamsters and members of both parties to work together.
We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker.
O'Brien still called out major corporate entities such as Amazon and asked for companies to pay their fair share, while thanking Republican politicians like newly selected Trump running mate J.D. Vance and Josh Hawley for their efforts to assist the Teamsters. For political analysts like UToledo poli-sci professor Sam Nelson, the appearance was puzzling.
So it's certainly unusual, right? The Teamsters have been endorsing Democratic candidates for a long time.
What about all the
At
union
the same time,
stuff he said, guys?
Sean O'Brien has been down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Donald Trump. He seems to be...
What happened to local reactions? This is not local.
In the 60s, they endorsed Richard Nixon, and in 1984, they endorsed Ronald Reagan. But Nelson says he's not certain that's what's happening here.
I think Teamsters leadership could be maybe trying to...
This is shit. There's actually shit to look at what that guy said, because he said it's actually funny. I'm going to pull one from Sam Cedar on him to get the summary highlights for that guy.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House.
Oh, you recycled that line once again.
Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer.
Gotta
under
be.
the Trump administration,
Sorry, I gotta
and
use.
our country was respected.
I have a lot of Essler passes built up. Ron, you talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
When Donald Trump was our commander in chief. Joe Biden has failed
Here
this
comes
nation.
the ban. Here
As a
comes the
veteran,
YouTube ban,
I was
as I said
appalled
it.
when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty.
Bro
as a
tortured
citizen,
people.
as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed. that
Bro
the current
tortured
president
people,
of
but
the
he's appalled that 17 people died.
United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our
Discharge.
enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours
That's
a day
right. We're
and
announcing
7
it today.
days a week.
Mecca Trump.
America
We
cannot
took
afford
the skeleton of Donald Trump and built the Mecca around him.
4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
Why are you licking your lips
But
like
let's
that?
be honest.
You fucking
I noticed
lizard,
that as
bro?
well. I
You
noticed that
fucking
as well.
lizard?
It's very strange.
What do you think? The lizard people are in charge? Is that what you think?
For what?
No, you know what? I'm for it. I agree. That would be fucking awesome.
Just degrade the standing of the Purple Heart.
That would be fucking
Completely spit in the face of every man who's ever gotten
not
one.
the commander-in-chief? Is he not the commander-in-chief? That is a military rank, bitch.
He's not.
I think you have to be. Well, no. He is though. He's the commander-in-chief.
He's
no,
not.
he's not. He's not. You're right. So he's off duty. You know, just if you get wounded while you're not serving and you end up going back on tour, do you get a Purple Heart then?
No, because the Purple Heart is
shit.
acts of valor.
All right, I actually can't support Trump getting a Purple Heart then. Citizen
Let's be honest
medal.
here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people.
You know,
They
I still
support
think
open
these people
borders.
fucked up by not using my slogan for these people because it's so good. Like, it is all this like, all, like, nobody knows what the fuck you're saying. You should be out here saying participation trophy presidency, because that already weaponizes the rage against, like, when we started like the younger generations all got participation trophies, right?
Yeah. Oh, it was like participation trophies kind of came in like 5 years after I started.
Yeah, but
school.
more people are going to identify with that, right? Than what
Mid-2000s.
nobody knows what DEI is, right?
Yeah.
But if you say participation
trophy,
trophy, that's like a trigger for everyone. Everyone knows that.
Yeah. My official position is I hope they both die.
Whoa! Here comes the band, bro.
What? I didn't say how. I just said that's my hope.
Watch out,
you know,
there.
Biden could fall down the stairs and die tomorrow. We don't fucking know.
That's fucked up, bro. You're gonna Kyle. They're gonna Kyle Glass us.
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
Kill
everyone now. Condone first-degree murder.
You know, or his head could just do that. You know, who knows?
We have a name
Allowing
for
millions
fantasy
and millions of
realized. It's called Nightmare.
Illegal aliens to pour into our country and
it would be constitutional for the government to target and kill any U.S. citizen with a drone or with a shotgun without due process.
I am for making sure the president.
Mr. Kirshner,
all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
But just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset.
All right, we're done talking about certain people being dead.
They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own community. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners.
Emma has two moms alert.
Source.
Emma has two moms.
Is not a source. Every single one of them has been primed to react to that. Every single fucking one of them. I guarantee every single person at this convention.
We have to keep our country gay.
I guarantee it.
They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong.
Yeah.
They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go.
Bro literally recycled his because we covered it. I remember it all. He's recycling his greatest hits from his failed campaign that showed nobody fucking wanted his ass.
It's exactly what's happening.
And he's like, I'm going to come here and play the greatest hits. You couldn't even write new material for the fucking convention? Like, Jesus Christ, Ron. This is the effort you're going to put into something?
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
But they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote.
No, listen, bro. Every Friday is the fun stream. Monday's are recaps. Wednesday is like that week's main focus, and then Fridays. The only time we'll cut something into Friday is if it's really, really important, because we don't need 24-hour, 7-day-a-week news, right? Like in our streams, we're able to compile more stories to cover and highlights from more places to have people more informed than anyone who's like engaging with 24-hour news is going to be informed.
He's so happy with himself.
define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America.
I want to hang
Donald
on.
Trump has been
they keep
demonized.
saying this. They keep saying this. I would like him to define what a woman is.
Yeah. Someone just needs to. Why don't you?
Yeah. What? Define a woman for me, Ron?
Mm.
What do you think he'd say?
I'd love to moderate a debate. It'd be great.
Because they haven't been asked that, because it's such a question they because that's why I always weaponize stuff against people, you know? Like I'm the first person to say someone's gay because I know that that's what they can't stand. I mean, look at that guy fighting with the furry, right? Hilarious. It gets them really fuming when you're like, actually, I know what you do in your F-150 with Bubba.
Yeah.
Sued. He's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand.
Run. You can't just say the Republican Party reinforces the founding principles and then talk about modern problems with school. What were those things? Can you name them, please, to me? The values that you have. Well, Thomas Jefferson was the first Republican. Shut up. What did he believe in? Go ahead.
For parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We
shut up,
strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda.
Do you hear how he's giving this speech?
Entrenched
it's literally, I'm going to do every slogan we came up with on my campaign. It's like he's reading bullet points.
Yep.
Still, out of all the speeches so far, Greg Abbott somehow has the best one, in my opinion. And that was one of the most racist things that I've ever watched.
And we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity.
Have you noticed that every time he finishes a thing, he has a pause for applause thing?
And he licks him and starts licking his lips and cleaning his eyeballs
hysterical.
off.
For low taxes and for reduced debt, we seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all.
He licked again. Stop licking.
We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot.
Okay.
We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands in contrast to our American values.
What do you mean by a shared civic culture? We have to be Greco-Roman descendants, just like how we made it up in the Constitution, even though it was stolen from the Iroquois. What do you mean civic? What does that mean exactly? Does that mean we have to be a white nation? Like, what does that actually mean?
We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Nope, you got it wrong. You got it wrong. Okay? The Constitution was written by atheists, first of all. And they were invoking God, saying that there is no higher power that the king has over them, because the king claimed that his power came from God. So it's like mocking the king by saying our power comes from God. And it's not only just our power, it's the power of each individual is what's enshrined there. So they're saying every man is a king in that. It's actually a very profound statement. And to reduce it to some dominionist bullshit like that is like kind of shitting on one of the greatest documents ever written when it comes to like statecraft and especially Leviathan theory. Like, have you read the Declaration of Independence? That shit slaps. telling a king to go fuck himself.
Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades.
What's especially not easy is tying your fucking tie correctly, apparently. Jesus fucking Christ.
See, it's so tight because he's used to wringing those rags that he stuffed down their throats in Guantanamo. It's called dryboarding. Look it up.
My home state saw elections
it's like
determined by
waterboarding, but it's
razor-thin
dry.
margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state.
Okay, did the smile, bro. We told you gotta stop smiling. You gotta stop it.
Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty.
I vetoed
this was a fire that burned
in Tim Scott because it was probably going to be too boring anyway. I have a feeling Tim Scott's speech is actually going to be good now because these are so bad. Like, his can't be bad in comparison to these guys. Like, I'm like, that guy's way too coherent to come out and embarrass himself like this.
Okay.
Is the RNC. I've got some critique of 7.
I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step
and that's why I'm endorsing the guy who does that, Donald Trump, even though he doesn't actually endorse him, I don't believe, but
no,
he's not here for Donald Trump. He's here for his own agenda. And that's just like, you know, like when we're talking about unions like this, it's like the union guy in fucking Disco Elysium. Like, this guy is his own government. He runs shit, you know?
Sure.
Everyone knows
the GOP may not agree on many issues.
They have culture. We have the shared civics of knowing what I'm talking about.
Top-down games. Gross.
I mean, I wouldn't have been able to play it if I didn't play it on stream with people telling me what to do because I have way too much ADHD to focus on that kind of game.
A growing group
it's literally,
has shown
it's not even a
the
game.
courage to sit down and consider
like,
points of view.
Telltale is more of a game.
Sure.
It's literally just like a text-based adventure type thing.
I would rather do anything else.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't know the culture.
I'm fine with this.
That aren't funded by big money think tanks.
Ooh.
I like money.
Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions...
Hot take. I'm going to have the only correct take on this. This is reflecting that there is a core element ready to completely shift, where there will be a unity party, and that's where those Democrats that are going to shift to a moderate position, and all those Republicans who are just so sick of this shit are going to shift to that moderate position
with the
as well.
7-party system.
Yeah, and it'll be the Unity Party and the Progressive Party, basically.
Well,
but they'll still be called Republican and Democrat, but it'll be Unity and Progressive is what the
and then there'll be the Nazi Party, which will be Trump. And
but that will fall out, like it's just like how they always have.
Yeah. But they they'll become they'll get a neo-fascist party.
Yeah, well, the neo-fascist parties end up creating these fucking party
Republican
system
party
changes, like the Dixiecrats fucked shit up so much that it changed it, know.
Yeah, well, that's exactly, and I feel like we're the only ones actually talking about the party system.
No,
change.
there is one other person.
Because everyone that I bring this up to, I'm like, do you know what the party system is? Because it's about to change, and they're like, "What are you talking about?"
I've even heard
we will never see.
I've even heard this person
map
maybe use it as saying that it's the 7th party system, right? And of course, typing in their name, I have to it's on the computer, so it's like, how do I even find my own people?
I don't know what this means. What the fuck is a blue dog?
They go arf arf. Okay. This
answer.
person right here. Right here. Honestly, see, they got the coconut in there and everything. Most of the thing that this person says is like so spot on about specific electoral politics. I agree with most of the they come to the same conclusion I do, and I'll always be like, oh wow, somebody is like, doesn't have brain rot like anyone else,
Coconut tree. The Kamala person.
That's the joke, yeah.
Destroy American companies.
Everyone wants Biden out of the way, so we're all like,
right. Moment to consider United Parcel Service.
Pause it for a second. Pause it for a second. All right. Aside from the fact that none of the people he mentioned, those senators, voted for anything that was in any way pro-union. Nothing.
Holly changes posture on right to work.
Sam is too.
That's the one thing he cited.
Too policy brained here too. He didn't hear how the room stopped clapping when he started talking about the union stuff. That's what's the best part about that shit, is that they start going silent as he's talking until he says JD Vance and stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, time to clap."
Good rhetoric to have, and good ideas to be sort of at least poisoning the Republican bloodstream with. Here it is.
And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power.
Damn
it's only
straight.
when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Companies like Amazon are big.
Zero cheering. I'd be in there like, woo!
Yeah, and as I've said multiple times, like when we talk about the shortcuts and where America's democracy has issues, bringing back the unions that Reagan gutted is the way to get democracy back into the hands of the people. It's basically somebody who actually represents your fucking interest and your fucking family's interest more than probably your local fucking Gold Bar Menendez politician does. That said, this guy's a snake just like the rest of them. He's just your snake.
That's just union bosses. Period. Yeah. Union bosses are just politicians.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's lining his pockets. You just might benefit a little bit more.
Which, talking about unions, the Victorian Union boss got taken out for corruption.
Good.
Which is kind of funny.
You don't have most national economies. Right. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and the stock price
we got
at the expense of the American worker.
Things are getting a little less enthusiastic.
They've never heard shit.
No
like
offense,
this
but it
before.
sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
You know, this is like how you need to do it. You need to get in there being like, yeah, I'm going to talk about how great it was that these people helped our union. And then you get in there and it's like, let me explain why capitalism sucks. Right? Because they're already conditioned to be open to the things you're about to say. So you have to sit there and be like, wait a minute.
The theme of Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech was "Make America Wealthy Again," and she repeated that.
That's the theme of the night.
That was the theme.
Demon speech. Oh my god,
it's here.
That one is a horror movie. It's the new Strangers movie.
Of the night.
Make America Wealthy once again.
She
was the theme of this.
She was like the keynote. So it just is a little bit first. Make America wealthy again. I mean, we know that the Trump
if there's
White
one
House
thing America
was
is
doing
not wealthy. We're poor as fuck.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Our
the
people have to
wealthiest
suck
country
on rocks with flavor just to have something.
Yeah, America has to filter oil out of bins. Yeah, that's a thing.
But you know, like our
infrastructure,
our infrastructure is so bad that we have to check a burger app to see if power will come back.
I mean, Jared Kushner immediately after leaving the White House was rewarded with a multi-billion-dollar investment from the
Mr.
Saudis.
Kushner,
We
all
want
of
to talk
this
about
must have a
lining
cost.
their
He
own
said it
pockets
never
here.
happened. He
Look,
said the
again,
Holocaust
got
never
my
happened.
issues with Biden.
Thank you,
But
Jared
the
Kushner.
allegations about him and the Biden crime family, as it related to corruption, were like a few $1,000 car payments that the Republicans claimed were from the Chinese government. There's no comparison here in terms of which party is more interested in lining their pockets and which party actually does have members that want to return wealth, or I would say money and power, back to the working and middle class in this country. We can keep going.
Continue.
In Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival.
I like this guy.
Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers bouncing from government.
Do you think they're not cheering because they don't like what they're hearing, or do you think that they're not
have
cheering
no fucking clue
because they've never
anything
fucking
like this.
heard this before and they are gobsmacked? They are just mouth on the floor, like, what the fuck is happening?
Because
what
he's validating. That's the thing. This is like Hassan is right about a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Where he's like these people are like fighting against their own interest. Like he has more of their interest. I mean, Jasmine Crockett said this too. You know, like I have everyone's interest in mind. Like that's the thing. Is this if you can get into a scenario where you just are injecting this basic rhetoric that's actually new ideas instead of just repeating the claps points for them, so they do the clap to win the point.
Jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree DC is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap.
They're not used to hearing somebody. They're used to hearing words.
Wow,
and
calling out the
clapping.
actual deep state, and nothing is about the Justice Department here, huh?
Yeah, crazy.
Very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people.
More than our country.
No,
more than
our
more than our country. Look at what they did with that border bill. How many Ukrainians died?
Yeah. Yeah, in that 6-month period that they held it up.
Yeah.
How many? How many Americans died over there during that time? I wonder. That could have not died because Republicans were holding up the aid.
The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard?
Okay, hang on. Well, you know, I think with love to look at these things, you know, like emotions and passions and love and intimacy and things, is that we need to understand that pursuing these emotions opens us up to great suffering, the potential for great suffering. And it should always be pursued cautiously. You know, you should always go into it knowing about the end result of the suffering, and you shouldn't use it as a seek to end the suffering that you currently suffer. No, that's not what I'm saying. You know, I'm just saying that being in love brings great suffering sometimes. You know, it can be dangerous.
Major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential. You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market boomed, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the...
You should have seen what happened 30 minutes ago.
This is the episode we get Kyle glassed.
Car insurance. This has got to change.
That's fine. It was very
all right. Now, so I mean, you know, he's sneaking in some stuff. But he's also talking not necessarily like a union leader. He's not talking economic class, right? He's talking more sort of like aesthetic class.
Elites.
He's saying elites as opposed to capitalists. Because that's who we know.
Oh my fucking goodness,
yeah,
bro.
Occasionally he'll drop
Shut
in
the
CEOs, and that's
up.
good.
Shut the
He's
fuck
speaking their
up.
language.
Oh
but again,
my God.
what's going to be...
Yeah, bro, he's going to go up there and be like, capitalism, I read Marx, okay? What the fuck are you talking about?
the outcome of this.
This is some...
Because if it empowers Donald Trump...
Say that they're a proletariat.
The Teamsters may get some advantage in
I fucking hated that.
And that's what makes sense.
What
but
dumb
you know,
analysis.
like you should be caring, I would think, a bit more about.
He's not saying the word capitalism.
This is clip number 9. This is
Commie bastards.
We need meaningful bankruptcy reform.
They're a federation of independent liberated states.
Don't make me hate you, like Yellow Freight, with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains.
He's talking about
the courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations.
Like having corporations act as people. Corporations aren't people. Why is this a thing? Why can you sue a corporation and nothing happens?
Zapata flipped over his house and he's just been eating it.
This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate...
Pause it for a second. Now, okay. He thinks he's at a Democratic convention because that's where you would hear the screams.
Damn.
He's sitting there.
I'm sure you're the first one to make that joke.
There will not be a single solitary, even attempt to increase or reform labor laws in this country in a way that is positive for unions under a Republican.
You think it doesn't? You think he's not getting the exact reaction he wanted here? The silence shows him that he's doing exactly what he came here to do.
Exactly. Like, it's so obvious. So painfully obvious.
This guy, like he said, his career is as a negotiator. He knows. He knows how to get leverage. He's a fucking tactician, bro. He's, and he's one of them politicians, they got the unhinged jaws, just swallow
the Vor ones.
Yeah,
in administration.
Like a snake.
Not in 2 years, not in 4 years, not in 5 years, not in 10 years.
I get
probably
okay.
not in
not
20,
in 20 years, not in 25 years,
maybe long
not
after
in 30 years, not in 35 years.
But it's just not
40
happening.
years.
He knows that.
45 years, in 50 years.
And he stopped for a moment, anticipating an applause line, and it's just some scattered stuff going like, people, what the fuck is he talking about? Hopefully, we'll just get some votes in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Go ahead.
This is for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ.
This is true.
These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption.
Happy.
We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide
this is like the emperor
elected me to
looking
fight
down on the people he's about to fucking send lions after,
for them. And that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union.
Okay. I mean, fun that this is being said in a Republican convention.
Okay, you're giving us nothing, Sam.
Oh, here we go.
Finish on this.
Yeah, and we'll probably do more on Friday, and maybe if I have enough time, I'll make a tier list.
Bleach blonde, butch body. What was it? What'd she say?
I said we'll look at more bad.
I wasn't asking.
Bad built, bleach blonde, butch body.
That's the one.
So so if I have time and I make a tier list, and we'll literally, that's what we'll do is we'll watch, because then Trump's speech will be out too on Friday.
Yes.
So we might be able to, because I don't know. I think the funniest part of this show today has just been looking at these raw speeches. Like that one, we should have just watched that guy raw instead of having Sam's input.
I was hoping that we were able to get through the earlier stuff quicker, but it took time.
Well, yeah, that's how it always happens. It's
yeah, it is what it is.
I don't know when you're going to learn. It's like
I'm not.
You rub your nose in it and hit you with a newspaper.
Thank you.
I'm dressed as a flower today.
Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump.
Hang on. Time out. Who's
founding
the
father of America First? Quick Google search here. America First.
Founding father.
Okay. Origins. As a slogan, American political discourse, America First originated from the Nativist Party in the 1850s.
Hey,
the motto has been used by both Democratic and Republican politicians in the United States. The last one was Woodrow Wilson.
Can you open up that Nativist Party? Can we see what their beliefs are real quick? What do we think about that? They're clearly just people who want Native American to get their land back, right? I'm sure that's what the party is, right? Go ahead. Let us hear it.
The Know Nothings were a nativist party in the United States, officially known as the Native American Party before 1855.
Okay,
afterwards,
so they love
the American
Native.
Party. Members of the movement were required to say, "I know nothing," whenever they were asked specifics by outsiders, providing the group the colloquial name. Support of the Know Nothing movement believed that an alleged Romanist conspiracy theory to subvert civil and religious liberty in the United States was being hatched by Catholics.
That's right.
Therefore, they thought
the native
politically
they're talking about is themselves. That's right. Remember how I said that there's a party that's a total conspiracy theory party that dominated a period of politics, and it's during an inter-party period. This is the one. This is literally QAnon. Like it was all conspiracy theories. It's literally these people. Come on. Like we've seen it in our history already. We just have to understand our history and stop mythicizing it.
Is that not the funniest fucking juxtaposition?
What?
That it's literally the same thing, the same people using these terms.
Yes.
And then the last guy to use it was also the last guy to play Birth of a Nation inside the White House. These coincidences cannot be ignored.
She should have just said father, because then it's also like the current dad. They're the grandfather.
2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump.
But not on the people who are hitting the crowd. God's hand was there to redirect the bullets into the crowd.
Yeah, you know what they did? You know how in Wanted that they curved the bullets?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
God did. God did. Yeah.
So God was like, whoop-ah! Curve that bullet.
Well,
his ear.
It was the
hit
whole.
That
it was
dude
the Holy Spirit.
His hand should be nuked. In the
Holy
Spirit,
head. Actually, yeah, sure, you could say it's God, but the Holy Spirit's with Trump. That's why when you can't understand him, he's speaking in tongues.
Killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded.
Okay,
Corey
so God
embodied
hates
the
them.
Spirit of America first.
Got
he displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
Okay.
Cringe.
Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted. The country he wanted for
you're not going to give him a memorial?
And a government.
Why don't
Not
you just
even
honor
a
him with
moment
a
of
fucking
silence?
memorial? George Floyd got those, He can't be your George Floyd. You're already tokenizing him, right? Not to say George Floyd was tokenized. That was a fucking serious thing.
Government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out.
Uh-huh. Not you, though.
They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war.
Wasn't that you guys?
Hey, who?
You guys have brought
Who started the war on terror? What party?
Oh, Republican.
Okay.
They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Boo.
And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders.
Oh my God.
Wow, you're so brave. Oh, honey, sweetie. Oh, you're so brave. Wow, look at you, Karen. Oh my God.
And we are made in God's image.
Not true. You're
Amen.
a woman.
And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and healthcare.
Oh my God! Oh my God! The cost of housing is because of illegal immigrants.
Yet hundreds of thousands
they're taking all the housing and they're giving it to the illegals, and our veterans are being thrown out onto the street. Is that really what we're pushing? Fucking migrants are the reason we have a housing crisis.
This is fucking insane.
American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is up, by, and for.
Hang on. That's factually not true. Even without the COVID numbers of just people going back to work under Biden. Like.
Over 1 million jobs.
Yeah.
easily. I think because I looked up, I double checked the numbers because he was throwing out that 800,000 number. That's just manufacturing jobs. So I couldn't find numbers for like tech sector. Imagine how many jobs he's created just doing the CHIPS Act. Just that. Not to mention the other stuff, right? But policies we can name for Trump? Nothing. He slap chopped Soleimani and
tax cuts
for the rich and the First Step Act. That's about it. That's it. He didn't even build. I think Biden, if I remember correctly, even built more border wall than Trump.
Yep.
So the
border wall also started under Obama.
Yes.
Or illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history.
No.
Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering,
honey, it's
over
Americans who bring it in from ports of entry, actually. Legal ports of entry. They have Americans bring that in.
$175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders.
Billions and billions and billions and
But they tell us the border wall is too expensive.
No, actually,
but an
they
American
don't.
government that serves
Wait.
the
Where was this? When did this happen? When did this happen that they said the wall was too expensive? Maybe the wall that Trump wanted to build, and they said, no, this is the most cost efficient one for us and for like the least amount of upkeep. Maybe they said something like that, but like they out there built there. That's job creation. The amount of wall that Biden built, actually. That's the thing. It's just like even the policies these people claim to want, Biden has been better for them on. Which is why when he says passing the torch, God, hopefully it's passing the torch to that unity party, and it will be a break off moment. Like literally, because Trump is so unelectable, it will be a fucking breakaway moment for people to return to normalcy through that party.
Yeah. Can only hope.
Because then the return to normalcy idea will be the conservative idea. Like,
yes, theoretically.
Hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again. He will make us wealthy
Why
again.
is anyone hearing this?
Yeah, no, we have to go back. I was giving attention to the Bangladesh comment. So
Donald
this is
Trump
so good.
Has, and he will, make America successful again.
What was that? What was that right there?
Again.
What is that noise? What is that noise?
God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve.
What is that noise? What is going on there? What is going on there?
Marjorie. Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Careful. YouTube will auto ban you if you spam it too much.
Yeah, it'll ban you. Careful, man.
It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. The ban's worth it. Doesn't matter. We're ending anyway, so we can just end it with. We'll just end it with that right on screen.
Yep, we'll do that. Soundbite.
The newest one. Can you find it? See if you can find it.
Okay.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.